Have you visited Mills of Power since the update? This area might to be found here. Looting the area inside here, so land and seed to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now! As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Noosa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Noosa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Noosa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Noosa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Noosa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Noosa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has
water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's
official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape when trapped at high altitude. You might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile. Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills. that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 skill introduction. Today, let's take a look at play zone analysis. Play zone analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play zone analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play zone analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Nusa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be a great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hey there, fellow PUBG Mobile players! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has this skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the Vehicle Airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there. PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the
New Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering
Cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepac Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these two mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated one new vehicle and two new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a two-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
finally, the moment has arrived.
Oh, yes.
The day has come. As today we are gonna crown the champions, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. The final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship Flawless Split 2022. Of course, power to you by Oppo as we venture in. Final 6 games and only one shall remain as the conqueror of the entire region. Joining along with me is going to be Blotter. How excited are you, buddy?
Definitely super excited, of course, Fixes, because today is the final day. Today is going to be the most important day for all of the teams. And of course, we know when it comes to the storyline, well, the storyline definitely is going one-sided. But today, it's, you know, winner takes all sort of a scenario that's going to be provided to the team that's going to be performing the best. So, of course, super duper excited. But I really want to be able to see the competition get a lot more fiercer, because today at the same time the team sitting on the second page will have an opportunity to perhaps make or break some other teams' plays as well.
Anything is possible, you know, at this point. But of course, DRS, they've been having that Cinderella story going on for themselves, and we just have to see if this dream goes on or turns into a nightmare when IHC or Godlike Stalwart, if they can just put them down. And regardless, you know, still for what I really believe, that they have accumulated enough points to at least qualify for the GC. So yeah, winning this entire thing would definitely just give them that huge boost heading into the GC, being the champions, in fact, the first time. So that is going to be a whole different storyline. But we've got quite an interesting storyline running also, because IHC, Godlike Stalwart, these are the two teams that have already qualified for the GC. They are here playing for glory and, of course, the moolah that's on the line. We've been talking about it, around $150,000, the prize pool. As we take a quick look at that, $40,000, whoever takes that first spot, second gets 28,000, third gets 18,000, and so on, reduces. For the MVP, we've got $2,000 separately. And well, Godlike Stalwart, Top has been in a really good form, quite consistent, just the way Top is supposed to play, but he definitely has a lot of competition right on his tails. But then again, as we move on forward, there's something for every team out there. Even from 13th to 16th, you're getting that $3,000 as a participation money. I mean, it's all right. There were teams that have tried a lot but couldn't fare that well. But how do they do that? Of course, they have to earn all these important points out here. The first position getting 15 if you get that chicken dinner, and so on, reduces down till the 8th and 12th getting just a point, and from 13 to 16 getting barely anything at all. So that is where my concern really arises, because honestly, Lakshay, we've seen so many of those teams kind of surviving till 17th or the 18th minute, very much into the late mid game, and still just ending up with nothing. Kind of breaks our heart. So for that, you need to get the eliminations. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, one final look at all your contenders out here. Agonxi8, they're also doing it. They've also been pushing themselves through. But yesterday, T2K also managed to pull off a comeback. You know, that final chicken dinner, just bolstering up the ladder. And they also are in prime contention of trying to make it into the top 3.
Absolutely, but of course, along with that, let's also have a look at the storyboard itself, which as of now clearly defines DRS Gaming, sitting all the way on top with 223 points. Now, that is a pretty decent lead, in fact, a massive lead, if I can say so myself, for DRS Gaming. But at the same time, IHC Esports, Godlike Stalwart, they're going to have to bring in the best performance of their careers to be able to, of course, overcome DRS Gaming, to be on top of the leaderboard overall, as we would want that competition to go up against DRS Gaming. At least one team should definitely take that to themselves. But along with that, of course, as Fixes was just mentioning, T2K Esports, I mean, they are also on a climb with this ladder going in their favor. And of course, the final game that we saw from their side, getting the chicken dinner, has boosted them again on the 4th position as of now. 2-position jump is what we saw from their side. At the same time, Agonxi8 Esports is another name that I would want to bring up. Now, they have slowly but surely started bringing in those numbers, and today I'm hoping to see them climb up into the top 5 hopefully into the top 3, but it is going to be a very tough task because the teams that are sitting all the way up on top, well, I mean, the competition is pretty fierce between them, IHC Esports, Godlike Stalwart. But moving on away from the first page itself, now this is where on the second page I would want to focus on, because the teams that are sitting from the 9th to the 16th position, I honestly expect fixes that they are going to be bringing in a very havoc-based gameplay today, because it's pretty much, go all in or go home, basically, sort of an approach that I'm expecting from those teams, especially the ones sitting on the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th position, because they've got nothing to lose and they've got everything to gain from the games.
Oh yeah, they certainly do. And as we take a look at High Voltage, well, this is one of those teams that started off with a beautiful chicken dinner, and they've had their fair share of laughter. There have been days where they've been getting those chicken dinners, but then there have been those moments where they've kind of succumbed pretty early on. So today is a day where they really need to just work things out. I mean, 135 points, where the rest of the competition is somewhere around 170. I mean, the first position kind of is a little bit far-fetched, but still, they can try their best to go for that, the third position at the very least. And in trying to do that, they will have to ensure that they almost have a perfect day today. But that being said, so many of these teams are just going to go all out, like you just said, the ones realizing that they don't have any chance of making it to the top 3. And that is where the pressure sort of gets lifted off. And that is where we see a lot of drop clashes happening. We've seen this in the past, especially even teams that are on right at the very top, IHC, they do not shy away from dropping off at the opponent's drop locations, trying to pick a fight. They believe in a simple concept of, either you get it all or you just lose it out. And let's just hope for the best. What happens?
Absolutely, as you perfectly mentioned. I mean, Godless from the likes of IHC, as we saw. I mean, yesterday, that man was on fire. He was bringing in so much mayhem in terms of the playstyle that he was bringing to the lobby itself. And of course, along with that, the points as well were going in IHC's favor. But moving away from that towards the MVP ranking itself. Now, again, viewers, keep in mind that the MVP ranking is going to be very, very important and crucial to keep a check on, because $2,000 are going to be going in the bank of that player. But as of now, we do have top from, of course, Godlike Stalwart, who was leading the charge based on, again, I mean, look at the damage. 7,455 damage that he's been able to dish out, along with, of course, 25 eliminations going in his favor. Second is going to be Gyante from the Real Soldiers. Following him up close is, of course, going to be Doc from DE Warriors as well. But it seems like if Doc continues this sort of performance graph and increases a little bit more of that average survival time, he could actually topple over Gyante as well.
Oh, he certainly could. And we have been talking about this, right? Top really up the order. But Gyante, like I said, is not really far behind, right? 2.43 MVP rating. And look at his eliminations. It is just that damage that, Top has dished out that has kind of helped him stay very much on top. But Doc922, one of the players of DE Warriors, has certainly been one of the finds of not just PMPL SA, but also the SA Championship. The way he's been playing, I still remember how he just clutched it out against High Voltage in that 1v4 situation in Miramar. We all do. This player is built different, is all I can say.
But, that is true.
About how things have been going on, we have 6 games for you, ladies and gentlemen. The final 6 that decides who is going to reign supreme in this region and head on to the Global Championship. But before that, let's take a head-to-head, statistics of the team called Elementrix, the PMPL finals and their SA Championship performance. Certainly a little bit of a dip, considering how the standards of the lobby has really increased tenfolds. But I'm pretty sure these boys are definitely putting out for themselves. But one of their players that has really impressed me has to be Etauta. The way this lad has been playing, one of their top fraggers, he's been delivering. But the other players sort of have to step it up. Orange, Precious, and co will have to, push themselves. And today is a perfect day to do that, right? Elementrix not really in the mix of competition of making it to the top 3, but they certainly can try to, stir things up at the higher order.
Absolutely, and as you were just perfectly mentioning, right, Yeta Uta along with Erangel are the two players who so many times have been in the limelight coming in from the side of Elementrix, where indeed the teammates, I mean Bishol as well as Precious, are providing really good cover fire as well as support throughout the entirety of the games that we've seen thus far from the side of that team. But a lot more needs to be expected from the side of this team, because again we clearly saw the difference that has been portrayed in terms of the stats that they've been able to bring up in PMPL compared to, of course, this league right here. And in all of that, again, the competition has gotten a lot fierce. That is clearly evident, for which of course Elementrix have risen to the occasion at times and actually have stolen a lot many of eliminations from the other teams as well as Chicken Dinner. But overall, we would love to be able to see them go back into the limelight that they were, the kind of play style that they were bringing into the battleground itself during PMPL itself. But overall, again, a lot on the line, a lot on the stake, which actually I believe also increases the pressure level as well in the player's mind. What do you think, Vixes?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the pressure is definitely going to be one of those factors, right? And, we have to bear in mind these, they are kids, right? Just around 19, 20, at the very max, 21, 22. So it is a kind of a learning curve. And imagine how much they are achieving at such a young age. They still have so many years to go to, I would still, just say it out loud that they haven't really made it to their prime yet. They're getting there. And just watch out for these new, talent on the block, because next time, of course, there's going to be a next time where we have this lineup of Elementrix participating.
Oh, definitely.
Maybe in the next split, maybe in 2023, the spring one. And that is where we see them really going all out. But a really interesting comparison being drawn over here. High Voltage and T2K Esports, their PMPL as a championship performances so far. And clearly, by no doubts, T2K, they have been the better team. High Voltage, they've shown that, survival instinct. But, when it comes down to eliminations, we've been talking about it. If you're not getting good positions, find it out. And T2K have doing exactly the same. Rig has been one of those players to talk about. Look at the difference between the elimination, 61 to 85. And in terms of their survival time, 1 minute is too much, because that 19 to 20 minutes is the most crucial moment. That is where we sort of have that 5th to 6th circle transition. And that is where T2K have majority of their problems lying. Yesterday, however, they kind of needed that chicken dinner, got it, now are in the race. One more good game, you never know, they will instantly just bolster their way up into the top 3.
Oh, most definitely is what I expect from them today. But again, I mean, drawing the comparison between these two is a tough call. And High Voltage, right? I mean, this is one team that we've seen from the starting itself. Their rotations have been on point. They've been very strategic in terms of how they define those fights. And in those fights, again, we've seen Prabeen many times from the side of High Voltage being the last man surviving and standing true and all for his team. But at the same time, for T2K, it has been a run and gun play. And that indeed is defined by the way Rig has stood out so many times in different occasions and has, of course, accumulated a lot of aggressive points for his team. So, yes, T2K, again, and that was clearly showcased right there from the elimination points. But looking at the play itself that both of these teams are showcasing right here in the reel that we have, well, it is evident that they both of these teams, they've got the caliber. But all in all, T2K have just been a bit better in terms of course, converting that rotation and, of course, position into a perfect game for themselves, into a really good point converting game for themselves. But looking at the graph itself, nothing separating these two. That is clearly evident. But of course, the chicken dinners that have gone in favor are going to be, of course, skyrocketing T2K's point. But overall, I still do expect them to be able to do a lot better. Both of these teams, in fact. And today is going to be the day where they will have to break bread. If not, well, perhaps we're going to be looking forward to another season perhaps from them.
Well, I mean, for High Voltage, if you could carefully look at that graph that we really had, right? One of the major issues has always been that with the consistency, they start off pretty well. They start off with getting a chicken dinner, and then suddenly they kind of collapse. I do not know what happens. They definitely do. There have been moments though, High Voltage, I think in the second day, they had been getting those constant position points, if not those chicken dinner. Third day they come in and they had that chicken dinner, but was kind of scrapped off, so did not count. But eventually, when we sort of had that rematch, in that they fared off pretty well, made it to the top 3, and did whatever they could. And one of the concerning reasons why is because in the map of Erangel, which is majorly played, they kind of are tending to drop around Rozok, which is again one of those problems that Godlike Stalwart faces when they drop off in Miramar at San Martin. They're kind of quite surrounded. They're always in the constant mix of battles, but that lumberjack circle that they had, they fought their way through. So today I think they will have to get beyond their fears, just have to take as many fights as possible, because I believe this is a squad that is very well adept to deal with situations as such, right? They can engage in fights, they can win those fights, they've got the players to do that. They're not something like VENOM Legends are, where they kind of rely heavily just on trying to survive, right? They've also got that gunpower. VENOM Legends, on the other hand, we haven't really seen that sort of a oomph coming out from them. However, the zone predictions have been pretty nice, always trying to get a good spot inside the circle. But today it is all gonna change, because you never know. VENOM Legends, knowing that they're not in the mix of things, they could also decide to shake things up in the high order. Maybe a few drop collisions. We haven't really seen a lot of those drop collisions lately, but what teams are doing these days are just trying to bridge off the rotations, right? The moment that a certain team is trying to rotate from this particular area, they kind of just go and stay over there and try to really mess things up for them. But that being said, the Nusa map is right in front of you, and let us know, guys, if you have already tried it out, because honestly, I have done it once or twice, and it is amazing. The sort of an action that ensues at the Science Center kind of just makes me really happy. We did see glimpses of that when we had the show match in the Pakistan region, and what, I'd love to see more of Nusa action.
Oh, most definitely would. And again, I mean, it provides so many interesting changes to the way you want to be able to play the game. And again, it is such a small map, so it is an aggressive one. As soon as you jump in, a lot of fights that are going to happen will be taking place on Nusa. But with that, let's move on to the schedule. Final 6 games for these 16 teams to define it all, to take it all. $150,000 on the line. And we're going to be starting things off once again on the map of Erangel. As usual, we're going to be playing, of course, or other teams are going to be playing 3 Erangels, and in between those we will have Miramar, Sanhok, and then to close the day off, Miramar once again.
Oh yeah, and that is where things are going to get pretty interesting. But what time is this for? Right, just after the schedule.
Boy.
And you've got some predictions lined up, but again,
I do.
Lakshay, I have a surprise for you. We have something really special happening, so let's just head in over there. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, yet again to a very special segment that we have lined up for you. As you know, we have released the new map Nusa, and you can check that out. But we have something really special, because we have got 4 celebs, each representing their own region along with their players, who are going to be fighting it out in a very special format. But we'll talk about that later. But now it is time to introduce our special celeb that we have along with me. That he is one of the finest cricketers that Sri Lanka has ever produced. One of the players that has also captained his team. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Angelo Matthews. Sir, how are you doing?
Not very good, to be honest, Gaurav, because the current situation with regards to the World Cup against Namibia, Sri Lanka-Namibia game is not very good in terms of the result of the game, but I'm really hoping that we should be able to pull it off.
I'm pretty sure, considering your recent victory in the Asian Cup, where you just beat out the stalwarts out there. I'm pretty sure I think Sri Lanka still has a long way to go. But lately, I mean, we've all been loving this new team that has been formed, and the way they're playing, the sort of composure. It's quite relatable even to the esports world. Now, sir, lately I've been hearing that news. You've been playing a lot of PUBG Mobile. How has that experience been for you so far?
Yeah, I started playing recently. To be very honest, I'm not a big player of PUBG, and I'm not a big a good player, but I enjoy playing very much, and I'm hoping to be getting good at it as well.
This is such an interesting experience, right? Especially when you have your band of brothers along, on your mobile phones, just playing it out. I think I'm pretty sure it's going to be a little bit different experience from what it was in those cricketing fields. But right now, again, a little bit of a glimpse about the format of how we're going to have to run things over, right? So I'll be giving you a list of players over here, out of which you have to select 4, and they will have to protect you no matter what. So you have to be just rest assured, because they're the best in the region, and I have personally handpicked them. So out of this list of players, so which players do you think that you're gonna go for? Any 4, sir?
Yeah, I think I've also consulted with my team, and we've had a extended discussion. So I'm going to pick 4 of the very best. They've been playing extremely well over the last few days, and I'm sure that they will play extremely well today as well, and win. So the first play is Action.
All right.
Second is Drawling. Third is Frag Boy, and the last one is Yetauta.
Whoa.
That's my 4.
You've got quite some diversity over there. One of the Mongolian players, you've got one Pakistani, you've got 2 Nepali players, and I'm pretty intrigued to see how they're going to perform as a team, because to be honest, the way these 4 players have been playing has been really impressive. Because Action, he's one of the deadliest players that the entire South Asian region has to produce. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna do whatever it takes to protect you, and we see things through. And for the viewers that are watching this, they're also going to be getting fantasy points. So as many eliminations they collect, the more points will be received. And what happens, how this entire format happens. The more points means you're the winner. But this is going to be with a twist. No matter as many eliminations a team gets, if they cannot protect you, sir, then there's no point, right? And the same applies for the other teams as well. Now leaving the competitive side apart, because I can still see that spark just, like a baby just waiting to get into the battleground. But before that, a few, chatter between us. So of course, I would want to, ask about your best experience, one of those best memories of your cricketing career so far, if you can share with us.
I think I've got plenty, but one which stands out is that the 2014 Cricket World Cup that we won. That was one of the standouts. Also, winning in England, a test series, making history over there. Excuse me. Making history over there was also one of the standouts. And I would say one of many is the Australian series where we washed them out in 2016. That also stands out. So those three probably stands out, but there are many more. But I've really enjoyed my career so far.
Definitely, it has been such a glorious one, and we would love to see you someday even on the commentary panel or being an analyst out there. And moreover, you were one of the captains of the Sri Lankan team, and how difficult it was, because once you took the helm, it was a very rough transition. I'm pretty sure you balanced it out very nicely. So what were the challenges you faced back then, sir?
Yeah, the main challenge was to fill the shoes of Mahela, Sangakkara and Dilshan. They were fantastic servants for close to 2 decades. And I think it was very difficult for us to sort of find the substitutes. But eventually, as we went on, we kept finding players, and it was a difficult task for me as a skipper, building that team. But I got a lot of support from everyone, and they've actually helped me so much in terms of making it easier for me to lead the team. But it was quite a transitional period for me. But we really enjoyed. It was a tough time. It was a challenging time, but it was fun as well.
Something really memorable, isn't it? But that being said, sir, it is time, I think, to let you just head into the battlegrounds, because the game is just about to begin, and we wish you all the best for what lies ahead.
Thank you.
All right, now, I mean, we've had this amazing time with Angelo Matthews, sir, and he's all pumped up. You've got that competitor's blood in you coursing through, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna win this one, because, yeah, of course, I was there along with him. Just helped him out a little bit to handpick his selections, and I pretty much believe in the players he's taken, and it's gonna be a little biased for me over here. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this is not competitive. It's all for fun. And I'm joined along with Blotter on this one as we set sail to Nusa for a vacation in which we're just going to be blowing heads up each other. And also, these competitive players would be trying to protect their celeb. And no matter how many eliminations, like we've already said, you have to ensure that your celeb survives till the very last. And accordingly, you're going to be granted your points, and again, action just breaks out at the coveted science center. Everybody going after each other's blood, and there you go. Things have really opened up and gotten intense.
Oh, they definitely have fixes. It almost seems like you've rigged it all, and it is looking very much in control of course, Matthew, because again, you talk about how action is controlling all of this chaos right now. It is looking brilliant for the side of this team. At the same point in time, the others, I mean, they dropped down and they just were eliminated from the entirety of the lobby itself. But at the same time, of course, the competition is going to be a fierce one, as 16 players in total still do remain. And it seems like team number 5 is having a hard time here as the sergeant goes down, and along with that, his teammate not looking good.
Oh, he certainly isn't looking good. Is he? But right now, Voltrox is in a situation of his own. Godless being taken down. A beautiful slap with that DBS. Now Baron, well, he doesn't want to go in. Not at least at this moment, as Baymarfa's team kind of going through a rough patch. As T2K, well, Voltrox just needs to patch himself up ASAP. At the same time, JD just wants to go out of this compound. In turn, wants to ensure has decent amount of loot, though another celeb falls down as action. This time, finally getting taken out. And left, right, and center, we're just having all these battles ensuing in front of us. Very difficult to process what's really going on.
Indeed, mate, but right now it has all fallen down to, of course, Quantum Raid's JD for Team 7 to be able to do something on the other front, as we do have Baron on our screens again from MABETEX Esports, looking very consistent in terms of how he's just peeking along, and just getting those players dropped down. At the same time, it seems like Team 7 will have an opportunity, as we do have player jumping along, but it is looking like a chaotic conversion, because at the same time, when it comes down to the control of the Science Center itself, it is Godless from IHC. I mean, he's reigning in supreme. He seems to be very well equipped and warmed up for all the aggression that is being brought on along. At the same point, it is going to be a chaotic one, because from the back lines, he's being fired upon. He is going to be able to save his life, but sadly, not his teammates.
Not his teammates. And in the meanwhile, I'm just having an eye on Angelo Matthews. He is kind of far away from the pack. He did not have anything to do with it. And finally, when he realizes that the iron is hot, they decide to enter in. And it's a really interesting strat. These players are like, sir, you just stay a little bit aloof. We're going to fight it out and clear the entire science center for you. As Godless, well, having managed to deal with Yetauta, but Fragboy just goes in, just slaps Godless and Doc922. As Baron, well, he's in real close proximity and wants to get inside the compound. Fragboy has done enough and will also deal with Baron as their team falls. Now it is just Voltrox. Now we've seen Voltrox being such an amazing player in the map of Nusa. Has a lot of confidence with that DBS, but this time that's not going to be the case. And like I told you, I mean, my predictions might not be correct in the normal games, but especially with this team, they are, I think, on the verge of winning it out. Just one last player remaining, Assassin. Of course, no matter what happens, he hasn't been able to protect, well, his leader, his president, his celebrity. So this match is pretty much in the bags now. Just that last player.
It definitely is.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off right there. Fixes, all I was saying was that indeed, when it comes down to the way Matthew and his team have played this out, it is looking very much in control with all the players still surviving, right? I mean, one final player from that's going to be Assassin from Team 5 remaining on the map of Nusa. Now, another thing to add on to all of this is the chaotic mess that turns out to be the game of Nusa, right? There's so many things hidden, and of course, you want to be able to, utilize in this map. But again, the fights, they start breaking down the entirety of your strategy and your plans because it is such a quick and short map. You have to be swift and you have to be aggressive to be able to, of course, dominate because no matter if you've got the tactical crossbow, no matter if you're able to take a dip in the, healing swimming pool, in the end, it's all going to boil down to the skill that you have with the gun in your hand.
Yeah, indeed. And just before that, we had some glimpses of Angelo Matthews just trying to just scour across the territory. That is his own way of seeking out that final player. Just wants to sniff him out and take him down. And there you have the players of Angelo Matthews' team just taking out in their vehicles, trying to search for Assassin's whereabouts. I do not know if that's the right idea. Seems like there might be some gold mine just hidden beneath these rocks, just trying to break through with that DP. Or maybe he just wants to get down to the beaches and enjoy, have a little bit of a dip, because you've got that vacation vibes. I mean, I'd love a tropical sunset or maybe a daiquiri, just sit down, enjoy that warm summer breeze, because it's almost winters here from where I am, and really makes your skin dry, kind of makes you look pale. Kind of miss the summers, kind of miss the beach.
Well, honestly, I would love to see An69 Matthew actually find the Love Island. That would be brilliant because he's already at the Pink Beach. It is so close by. And like you perfectly mentioned, right? It would be so cool to actually have a sunset sort of a game mode as well on this map of Nusa, because it is just so beautiful to be a part of this. And again, talking about Matthew's team, well, they are the ones leading the charge. They are the ones on the hunt. And of course, Matthew was so close, I believe, to High Voltage final player Assassin. My apologies to the opponent's team that we do have Assassin.
This is
exactly.
This is really atrocious. Assassin, boo!
That is so true.
No, I mean, he needs to understand the game is pretty much over. Just go out there and fight it out, because he failed to protect his celeb. There's no point surviving any longer. Just give Matthews the win already.
He's not even trying. Alright, finally, it seems like Assassin is going to be moving towards the Science Center, which is definitely a good decision. Majority of the teams end up going to the Science Center itself. That's where the chaos ensues and ends. And it seems like Team 8 are going to have to make their way to, of course, the Science Center itself, because that's where they're going to be able to find the final lad. Now, again, this is so chill right now for Matthew and his teammates, because I mean they've got the entire map to themselves, and we are getting to witness Nusa in its actual core lines, where there are so many beautiful ridges to, of course, have those fights. And at the same time, for Assassin, he's just chill pilling right here with no objective that seems like, and at the same time he does not even want to give away the win to his opponents. He's just passing by, whiling away at time, as he keeps his fingers crossed to hopefully find the opponents.
And I love what Angelo Matthews is just doing there. And this is a little secret that hasn't been told to anybody out of you out there. That little it's got a heat sensor right installed inside his gun, right? You can sense where Assassin is, and hence he's just looking at the ground, just trying to figure out where he possibly could be hiding. Finally, maybe Rig. Really too close in that ATV. Alright, Rig, come back. Assassin, fire some bullets, man. Just do it. Just do it. Assassin has taken it really, really to his heart. He doesn't have to survive in this game. Not anymore. Has to save it for the matches to come. But
I have to say, I think Matthews is getting bored right now. Last time we saw him, he had a full health. Now he's just playing along with himself. He's like, you know what? We're not going to be able to find this lad. He is definitely not looking forward to a fight. And wait, what? I mean, it seems like Matthew's team is all just throwing this entire game, because it seems like they're They're done trying to search for this final player, and Assassin might just get a win right here.
Ah, all right. You know what? Rig. If you
Rig.
ever make it into any special services, you're not the one I'm gonna
Mate.
hire to be my personal
Mate.
bodyguard. If I'm the president of any country in a different parallel world. Who does that?
You know, it is a really good show match right now. Finally, because things have started to heat up.
You're
Assassin
supposed to
at the nick of
protect
those
him. That's your
moments.
only objective. You're taking him down.
But they got bored of it. You know, I can kind of
Oh.
second that.
There you go. There you go. Finally, Assassin understands that, you know, the points that he accumulates is not gonna matter anymore. He's failed to, you know, save his precedent. And now, Frag Boy knows exactly what he needs to do, has already done that in the Science Center, but Assassin still fighting it out does not matter, as Angelo Matthews and his band of boys, his soldiers, his army, his platoon, they have managed to bag the chicken dinner. And pretty elated.
yes.
He must be, of course, after, you know, the way these lads played it out, especially when things really got heated up at the Science Center. I think they were the smart bunch, trying to stay a little bit aloof. They know everybody was just gonna fight it out over there. It's better to keep a little bit distance, and just when the players were wounded, they came in to take the spoils of the war, and so did they. But Assassin, being a really cheeky one out there, tried to survive for as long as possible, but that seems like did not happen. That was clearly not the case over here, as a result of which Angelo Matthews and his team, they've managed to get this chicken dinner in the show match. But that was all for fun and love, and to say how much esports has grown leaps and bounds, right? Where we have so many celebrities from different spheres of life, from different regions. You know, 4 celebrities from 4 different regions did participate, and everybody a pioneer, an ace in their own field, especially Angelo Matthews and his contributions to his country in cricket, right? One of the finest all-rounders, not just Sri Lanka, but the world has seen. I still remember about his knocks out there in all those matches. At a point, I think he was ranked number 1 in the ICC rankings, but regardless.
An all-rounder, mate.
An all-rounder, and also the captain of that team. So much experience.
Oh, yes.
It was an honor to have him out here. But now, time to make things really spicy and interesting, right? Your predictions, Lakshay. Who do you think has got it in the bag?
All right. Well, let's go and get this done and over with. I'm gonna be going. That's a brain freeze right there coming in from me. IHC. That's where I'm gonna be choosing for this first game of Erangel. Let's see if that'll be the case or not.
All right, you're going with IHC. You know, I think high voltage. With the way Assassin just played right now, he is going to be hiding his whole life till that final circle, and will this time, however, succeed to get that chicken dinner out. And I kind of want high voltage to make it into the mix, right? I really want them to try and compete for that top 3, because from here onwards, they know they've got nothing to lose. And this time, ladies and gents, we're not going to be delaying any further. Right off into the battlegrounds is where we are headed at, as quite an interesting flight path in front of us. And you know, every single time we get that certain flight path trajectory, what happens to I8? Oh,
Absolutely. It
I can
is,
feel them.
well, again, perhaps today being the final day, it could be a different approach from them, is what I'm hoping and keeping my fingers crossed for. But based on the flight path, they are probably going to be skipping that military base and going to, I shouldn't say their known drop, but that's where they've been going, to the Quarry Primorsk region. But let's see, is IHC going to be choosing the same? Because that's where we've seen IHC be around as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point, you know, IHC, we know they cannot take that Western Highway and just head on towards Georgie, right? But what's going to be interesting is where I8 are going to be headed, because last time I remember that little fight they had, it was too much to take. I think it was against T2K, if my memory serves me right. But eventually, Uzim just somehow managed to, you know, clutch it out, just get that second spot for the team. But I8, I think after that day, they've gone way far. But right now, a little bit of a change in their strategy. We also know of their contingency plan. If this particular flight path trajectory goes, we've seen them doing this once, where they kind of dropped off at Primorsk. Now, this is an interesting circle, an eastern one at that, and could really actually go to where high voltage are at this point. Don't get me wrong, they're still going to be headed over towards Rozok, but more often than not, this circle has ended somewhere around that western side of Shelter, just that eastern side of those potato hills that we have. So Regicide, even High Voltage, even Skylightz Gaming, if they make some early rotation. But what a fine circle for DRS is it going to be, right? We have always seen them fight their way inside the zone. This time they're pretty much at the very epicenter of the circle. And considering the fact that IHC are right hot at their tails, they could be at least happy looking at how the circle has formed.
Absolutely, and it seems like, as you were just mentioning, IHC, we do have a little bit of a fight taking place between IHC and Quantum Rage, as both of these teams try and make a rotation towards, of course, the northern side of the map, where the zone is not, but Georgia Pole is, and that's where we've seen the players of IHC go ahead and call it their own. At the same time, well, the knock has been converted into an elimination already, a point being added on to IHC Esports' play right here, as they are bringing down the players of Quantum Rage to a 3-man squad right off the bat in the game itself. At the same point, it seems like after taking that, defeat, they are going to be stopping. That's going to be the players of Quantum Rage. Minute ago, Quantum Rage as well as IHC were both gunning towards the northern side, towards Georgia Pole, but for now, it seems like Quantum Rage have stopped in the tracks thanks to IHC's aggressive approach. And at the same time, Elementrix are going to be taking shots against the players of Agonxi8. So Agonxi8, even though they were looking pretty A-okay towards their Primosk drop, it's not looking so comfortable for them, because Elementrix have decided to play in to the aggressive approach that we were talking about from the side of that team. And in doing so, not only have they given a knock to Agonxi8's players, but have actually eliminated them. Thus, the second elimination has already been converted right here from in favor of Elementrix Esports. But talking about IHC, now IHC, we want to be able to, I honestly would love to be able to see this team walk away with a chicken dinner. But based on how far away they've gone from the zone itself, we'll have to see and wait for their rotation. It is going to be a long, extended rotation from their side. And at the same time, they are going to have a lot of enemies that they're going to have to trickle alongside with to be able to get into the zone. Because just a few minutes ago, we saw them taking shots against Quantum Rage. And now on the map, I can see on the map feed that Quantum Rage have also moved on ahead towards the southern side of where IHC is at. So if IHC is not careful, they themselves could actually be in a bit of a contention against Quantum Rage, who are going to be perhaps pushing it along with a rivalry factor that could be showcased from their side, as they've taken that one loss right off the bat in the first minute of the game itself. But of course, this is just a bit too early to anticipate any of that, because there is still going to take a little bit more time before we can anticipate Quantum Rage or IHC to go up against each other. But on the other front of the map altogether itself, as the eastern side is where the zone is, we do have the players of VENOM Legends in close proximity to, well, DRS. And with that, this is the first blood that was converted right here, as Sirius was dropped from the side of Quantum Rage, and thus leaving, of course, the players of Quantum Rage with just a 3-man approach. And then, of course, we also saw the second knock as well as the elimination coming in from the side of course, Elementrix, as they got that point confirmed against Agonxi8.
Oh yeah, this is going to be, so devastating for Agonxi8, because Uzum is such an important player for their squad. He's the one who pretty much scouts out, just scars the land, just looking for their place, their next compound that they have to visit. And it's just like, they are, just a snake with their heads off at this point without Uzum, right? It's going to be so difficult for them to be deadly anymore, because he was one of those players that is clearly needed. I mean, if you even lose anyone else, I wouldn't have been worried. But losing out on Uzum, that's a reason to be concerned. And especially in a circle like this, you would want some specialists with you. And with Uzum, they certainly have that little bit of experience. But again, he's going to still have the POVs of his players and could guide them further. But somebody else has to be the one, just scouring through the land. But at this point, I would suggest what could be a better idea for a team like I8, given at this moment they're a little bit crippled, is just going pushing together. It's like a do or die situation. 3 of you take a fight. Either you win it or you just go back to the server, get down with the game. Regardless, the only saving grace, the silver lining is Agonxi8 has made it to the GC. So not much of a pressure really for them. but they have recovered pretty well. But taking a look at how this entire circle spanned out, and what I was trying to establish was the fact that Skylightz Gaming have already made a very quick rotation, and same goes with VENOM Legends, just heading over towards that Lumberjack Hills, trying to find a good spot for themselves, and same can be said for the players of Regicide as well.
Indeed. Indeed, and it seems like now Regicide are eagerly waiting for VENOM Legends to, of course, allow them to get at least that one knock confirmation right here, where both these teams seem to have decent amount of loot sorted for themselves, and now going to be turning it into a stalemate situation where they want to be able, of course, get all of the information and also be very, very careful of their opponents, because they are out in the open, both of these teams. So multiple angles that they're going to have to worry about, because as we talk about Regicide and VENOM Legends, we do have from the north T2K Esports as well as Skylightz Gaming in close proximity. So if at all there could be a fight between VENOM Legends and Regicide, those two teams are going to be able to hear that. And Skylightz Gaming and T2K Esports might have an opportunity to third party, but from the south, DRS is also going to be in close proximity. And along with that, as Fixes did mention that I should make a pretty quick run for the zone and get in there. That's exactly what they've done. They're gunning it towards the center with a 3-man approach. They're going to be in close proximity to Magnus, and that's exactly where we do have Magnus taking on shots against the players of Agonxi8 as Goose does go down. i8 down to a 2-man squad.
Oh yeah, and things are gonna get even worse from here onwards, because Agonxi8 just trying to execute a rotation that they aren't really comfortable with, and now are just dealing with the brunt of it. As Blade and IQ, two last players surviving, losing out on Ghost. That was not the best of ideas. That's not what they anticipated. And this is a horror show for i8 from here onwards. But again, IQ and Blade, they have to display their vigor. They have to display how long they can really survive. And we'll have to see what really happens, what goes on, as Team VENOM Legends still at the very center, and i8 dashing for that central spot. But the only cause of concern here is, Lakshay, where do they hide? Not a lot of places of cover that teams won't be eyeing out for. They have to choose a spot that ideally is a good place inside the zone, but still nobody won't want that. And they're very rare places in circle like this, because you can take cover around those ridges, but your vehicles, they're going to be pretty much visible and will just blow your cover away. So it's going to be such a tough match for Team i8. And bear in mind, they're in real contention around that 5th and 6th spot. And getting eliminated early on is going to be such a huge danger in their endeavors trying to finish up as high on the order of the point table.
Absolutely. Definitely would not have anticipated or wanted this sort of a start. That is the players of i8, I'm sure. But again, they do have 2 players remaining. There hopefully could be an opportunity that they could be provided from the other teams in the lobby. But again, as Fixes mentioned clearly, that there aren't that many places available for them to hide. They are going to have to fight for it, as the zone has, of course, brought itself in towards, of course, Milta right now. And a lot of teams are making the rotations. A lot of them are already in the center. So fights are going to be anticipated in just a minute's time. As right now we do have, of course, the few teams that are outside the zone. We've got DEW. They have made a rotation from the military base, and now are going to be in close contention against the rotating team of IHC. From the backlines of IHC, Quantum Rage, a 3-man squad, are also going to be approaching that fight. So perhaps we can anticipate IHC against DEW, where third party could be brought in from Quantum Rage. But we'll come back to that, as right now it's going to be MABETEX on our screens, as MABETEX takes on perfect jumping shots against the players of T2K Esports, where Voltrix is down to almost a sliver of HP, but Wally is not yet done. He's going to move on ahead. He's going to be over aggressive, but doing so is going to put him in the crosshairs of his opponents, and that in turn has resulted in T2K Esports perhaps getting a little bit of a head start right now in this fight. But it seems like they are a little too far extended to be able to approach this compound against MABETEX Esports, to be able to make a rush, to be able to make a push and bring down this team from, of course, from which we want to be able to see a perfect recovery. And it seems like for now, MABETEX Esports are going to be able to get that recovery done, but the compound is going to be held very strongly, and T2K Esports are going to be surrounding it. A 2-man squad is what we do see from the side of this team, as 420 Boy has been eliminated. MABETEX Esports, they are very much in control of how they want to be able to take this fight, as we do see Baron going through the flanks, and that is where T20 Quirty's gravity is going to be deciding to fall back, and that's exactly what he should be doing. There is no way he's going to be able to take this fight all by his lonesome, and just like that, T20 Quirty are down with only a 2-man army. Or is it 1, I believe?
Just the final play. Just the final play. They've lost out on almost everybody out there, but T20 QWERTY did not have the best of tournament so far, as DE Warriors, they're also falling down, and pray to the players of Skylightz Gaming, as they've managed to secure one player out already, almost took down the second. But MABETEX, we know how deadly they are in this particular circle, right? We remember how good they had performed, but look at the circle taking a little bit shift down south. This kind of gives DRS that green checkered flag. Hey, you know, the PUBG Mobile gods are like, you know what, you guys have earned it, you guys deserve it. Take a southern circle. They're just gonna have so much of that southern room for themselves to just capitalize on, and if all they have to do is just play their cards right, and of course watch out for teams like Godlike Stalwart and Team Elementrix. And if they can successfully do so, this game is pretty much theirs to lose. But Regicide also having the epicenter of that zone. And by epicenter, not just that, also that little higher ground. A few compounds around that spot, and Regicide having good control over it is going to put them at the driver's seat for being one of the stronger contenders to win this game of Erangel.
Absolutely, but I'm also loving the rotation being showcased from the players of T2K as well, as we did see earlier Rig performing miraculously the way he was able to, of course, bring down the players in the showcase match that we started the stream with. But right now, of course, the position that T2K have is looking very, very good, as they've got a perfect entry from the eastern side of the zone, and on our screen, it's going to be IHC's Godless, a man who has been on the hunt of opponents, is going to be, of course, damaged a little bit, and he's down to almost 20% HP, as this team of IHC make an entry into the zone from the western side. They've made the rotation, they've made an entry into the zone, but they are still at the edges. From one side, it's T2K. On the other front, it is, of course, IHC of the entirety of the zone. But pretty much in the center is where we would like to, of course, bring in the attention, because Regicide, like Fix has mentioned, looking very much possibly in the best control position, but that is only if they're able to retain it, because MABETEX seem to be on a wind of exactly that same hill.
Oh, yeah. MABETEX at this very point as one of those teams that clearly has understood that they just have to spread their wings out and fire like a phoenix from the ashes, just reborn. And MABETEX, we know, you know, this is one of those squads, just a new name, but the players, we've seen them even in the past, and the kind of firepower they possess. That being said, T20 QWERTY finally biting the dust, gets eliminated, as DE Warriors find some redemption on a different team. And well, Agonxi8, this is what I was talking about, you know, things that could get wrong have gotten wrong, and now they just have to seek cover in a visitor, which is pretty much very difficult to defend, right? Once you're in that visitor, it sort of becomes impossible to really come out of that when you have a team just scoped in ADS at you. So it's going to be a little tricky for them to approach, but it's going to be interesting at the same time how they deal with that situation, as the circle takes a shift down below, as DRS start racking up a few finishes for themselves, and Elementrix are going to be turning prey to them. As East, he's snuffed out Goku, who's in hiding. Oh, Goku, do not peek. You haven't gotten into your Super Saiyan mode yet. You're still in that very, you know, that early primal form is yet to evolve. Haven't really seen much out of him in this entire tournament, but I see, oh, the Mongolians just trying to battle it out against each other. Do they know it's Godlike Stalwart right in front of them? As Cry, he's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And IHC, we know they are in a hot scintillating form, and they're not going to be stopping at anything at all. But they still need to watch out for their surroundings, because there's so many preys, and nobody likes IHC at this moment, especially the kind of a position that they are in.
Indeed, and the fight continues on, as we do have Demo going down from the side of IHC. Of course, he's only been knocked, but with that, Alex also makes a knock. It is going to be all in favor of course, Godlike Stalwart, wherein IHC's Alex, he held the nade for a bit too long, and that in turn resulted in him knocking himself out. At the same time, now Stalwart are going to be able to capitalize on this messy situation, and DRS is also going to be capitalizing on it with the third-party approach against the players of Godlike Stalwart. IHC is down to just a two-man squad. IC and Godless are the two-man remaining right here, where indeed all of the fights are definitely going to be, of course, provided to be able to go in favor of Godlike Stalwart, but not before IC has something to say. He's the final player from IHC, but he still does not want to falter down that easy. He still wants to be able to capitalize as much as he can from this fight, and in doing so he's going to be able to bring down another player from, of course, Godlike Stalwart. So that means when it comes down to Godlike Stalwart, their numbers have also dwindled down to a three-man approach. With that, VENOM Legends are going to be, of course, pushing on ahead to the compound that is held by Regicide as Knock Knock goes down. But now VENOM Legends Susan, he's all by his lonesome with the AKM in his hand. He's not going to be able to do much. Cornered around at the corner of this room, he's going to be eliminated right here, and with that, VENOM Legends player Susan does get eliminated. 15 teams still to remain, but only 41 players.
Indeed. And this is something that I really did not anticipate out of Godlike Stalwart, because their map awareness is something really incredible, right? And just when we saw Top just getting taken down, there was barely anybody who responded or retaliated back, right? Ideally, that's not what happens. And it is usually Action who puts his body on the line, who's the one just seeking in players, just trying to just go in, prowling and searching for bodies, but that was not the case. But TUF decide to strike in at I8's territories, but eventually did manage to just take down Edgar, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get that res back up. Now this was a nightmare. It had to happen because in a Wizard it's so difficult for a four-man squad to survive, and I8 were even in a worse situation, and the kind of a predicament that they were in, it was inevitable for them to survive, as they've also faltered down. But High Voltage, making their way all from that western peripheries, now are in real close contention to the players of TUF. But Skylightz Gaming had done the impossible, just rotate all the way from that western side all the way up down to that southeastern area, and they had set camp, but the circle kind of shifts into the favor of the players of Team Magnus, DRS and Elementrix and Godlike Stalwart. So kind of a southwestern shift, where Regicide, DE Warriors, MABETEX, High Voltage, TUF, T2K, Quantum Rage and Skylightz Gaming, they all have to make a move, and Magnus really have a target on their heads, considering that at that central spot, somebody or the other is definitely going to try and take them down.
Most definitely. There's no two ways about it. But at the same time, I mean, Magnus, they're playing a very shaky approach, right? Because they're playing a snail's pace approach in this. They haven't taken a lot of fights. Well, with that, my word. And Roland takes on shots as he does bring down a few more points towards his side and his team as well. At the same time, it is going to be TUF who are now capitalizing on this entire fight against the players of High Voltage, and it is dire time for them to be able to do so, because the Blues have already caught up to them, and along with that, High Voltage player is going to be, of course, given the bag, and that in turn results in, of course, High Voltage left, I believe, with just a two-man squad. But TUF, they've got a long run to get into the zone. So many other teams still are going to be looking forward to, of course, dropping down the players of rotating team of TUF, but it seems like High Voltage Assassin, I mean, a really good try of spray, but that did not really result in too much, as TUF's player were able to get through. But again, after having gotten through, have taken a knock, and with that, Jokuso perhaps is going to be getting eliminated right here from this game. From the side of TUF, they're left with just a three-man squad, as we do have Magnus as well. I mean, finisher, he definitely needs a revival right here, and Faster with the smoke wall is going to be able to provide just that. I mean, Magnus, they've really got a very good control of where they're situated and how much control they have of all the 360 of the compound that's in their hands. DRS also looking very comfortable, but let's see if Magnus can convert this game for themselves.
But you know, at this point, it's going to be very important to take over that Southern Hills control, something that I think Skylightz Gaming have shown interest in. Rules also coming out of his cover, they also know how important it is, because more often than not, the circles really do not end up in those compounds, right? Usually goes out, and DRS having that southern control, nobody on their backlines, that could ensure their chicken dinner. Certainly increase the chance nonetheless, as Nima is being dealt with by T2K. And this fight was inevitable. This had to happen, because both these teams were kind of around that southern edges, and at some point or the other, they had to lock horns, as Godlike Stalwart also trying to push their luck, getting a few knocks here and there, but High Voltage, they're kind of stuck on in that little shack. How do they get out? It is Magnus, it is Godlike Stalwart, both of these teams just, you know, having a check at every single movement that they make, as Legend in a little bit of a kerfuffle over here. Just getting sprayed left, right, and center. How long does he survive as Rig, having spotted out the players of Skylightz Gaming, is yet to, break open, showing control over his triggers out there. Sandesh, we know he's the one who provides that entry for their team, and DRS still just considering moving out of this area, and finally they will do so. But Team Magnus in such a prime position of trying to win this chicken dinner out. A top 8 finish already for them in such a good spot. Drolin has been dealt with, he's been taken down, and is way aloof from his pack. Now Team Magnus have to make an important decision of trying to get in, as Godlike Stalwart, they have infiltrated, or rather have shown intention in trying to breach the defenses of DRS, and Rules quite out in the open could just get taken down the moment that smoke dissipates.
For now, it seems like it is going to be unlikely for Rules OG to be provided that revival right here from the Real Soldiers team, because indeed it is going to be just the smoke that will dissipate right about now, and that in turn is going to be providing an opportunity for either Skylightz Gaming or the players of Stalwart itself to be able to, of course, capitalize on that elimination point. But at the same time, we do have DRS Gaming's players Delta right here, who is going to still try and approach the players of Godlike Stalwart, not allow them the satisfaction of getting that elimination, and the nade is going to be providing exactly that. And with that, they are going to be pushing on to provide a very important revival right here to Rules OG. DRS, what a bunch of brothers right here, band of brothers, of course, with the play that they've made to be able to, of course, help out their teammate, and that in turn, actually, they will be able to get the revival. 6 teams do remain, but of course, it all falls down to how are they going to be able against Stalwart's approach right here with Scry's nade. The crying have begun, because DRS, once again, they lose out on another player as Delta goes down.
Indeed, the war horns have been blown over here. And DRS Rules, he's just playing with fire. Look at his position, right out in the open, but still in the hiding. As Godlike Stalwart have 2 of their players alive, Pika and his teammate, but it is going to be Jane from a distance afar that manages to get that knock. And DRS right now are in shambles as T2K. Lakshay, they are doing it from the backlines. They're just clearing everybody, every single soul that is visible in front of them, and now they're gonna stop at nothing at all as Drolin draws a knock on one of the players of High Voltage, making things impossible for Jiggle. How long can he survive though? But for DRS, what's going to be crucial is trying to make it to the top 3, try to have enough of those position points, because they already have a lot in terms of that overall standings. But T2K, they definitely are on a warpath, and they seem to stop at nothing at all.
Well, they definitely are converting a lot of elimination points right here. At the same point in time, they want to be able to control the entirety of the eastern side of this zone. The team in green that we can see in our minimap is the one that is in front of our screens. That's going to be T2K, with all 4 players surviving, 6 elimination points, already creating the momentum that they need to get this game in the bag, to get the chicken dinner in that cute little bag. But at the same time, are they going to be able to deal with Magnus? It definitely seems like they should be able to, because they've got the control that Fixes had spoken about. The small little ridge and hill is going to be providing them the perfect area and, of course, aggressive streak to be able to take down Magnus. But Magnus, how exactly are they going to be dealing into all of this chaos? At the same time, DRS, they've been given a sigh of relief right there. With that, they're going to be able to get their numbers all bunched up together, and now we've got these 4 teams. We've got DRS with a 2-man split. It seems like no, they are still sticking together. Magnus, of course, are going to be still in that compound, but Skylightz Gaming, they're being so quiet. They do not want to let any attention draw in towards them. But it seems like DRS know exactly what's up, and that's exactly where DRS is going to be pushing on to take down the players. And what an approach! T2K Jane, with the Skylight in his hand, was able to... A pixel is what he was able to spot out, and T2K... There is nothing stopping them from this chicken dinner now.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. But I'm kind of baffled with how DRS have survived, in that impasse that they were in, because it was next to impossible. But considering T2K also dished out so much damage to the players of Godlike Stalwart, seems like they've got enough room to get their players back up. But now, in a little bit of a situation against Skylightz Gaming, that was also inevitable to happen, as we do have our top 3 teams right now. It could be Team Magnus, it could be T2K, it could also be DRS, but more on T2K's side with the way they've been playing, as the grenades have been cooked up. There goes Jane, already getting 2 eliminations. Not clearly a vivid picture of how crucial this player has been, getting all those knocks left, right, and center, as Sandesh all coiled up. But look at Rig. I know what this lad is capable of. Look at that attention. how much he wants to go in, and there he spots out Finisher, but again Finisher really being vigilant and agile with his movement as DRS find that perfect timing to go after T2K. It's a Mexican standoff and it is getting ever so exciting, but Sandesh still not moving a muscle. Magnus might have made the most difficult and the most well, not the best decision of their lives, just opening up to Rules, who is just staying calm out there. Because Team Magnus, if they're not aware of what's on the sidelines, they could be in for some bashing. Thankfully, to their grace is the fact that Rules does not have any grenades to work around with. But because if he did, they would already be dead pieces of meat right now.
Absolutely. I mean, a love triangle between these three teams. I mean, a blood triangle is what I meant to say right there, because DRS as well as Magnus are approaching the players of T2K from both the directions, and that in turn is resulting in, of course, the players of T2K going down. Sandesh was so very quiet in that flank angle, but seems like that was not able to help him much because he will be going down. Rig is going to be bringing in the aggressive play from the side of T2K, but they will get eliminated thanks to, of course, Magnus rushing in to get that kill for themselves. Drolin has been dropped down, but he will be provided that very important revival. Now it is a 3v3 fight between these two teams, and it seemed like T2K were in it to win it all, but DRS and Magnus had something else to prove and say in this fight. Now a little bit of that stalemate situation is what it has turned out to be, but Delta in the backlines can still be the party popper against Magnus.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a silence has taken over inside the lobby. Rules could just be that X factor that DRS needs. Quite aloof from his pack, but has three snakes right in front of him, all coiled up, but they have no idea of Rules and this little intervention from that sidelines he's taken. A very beautifully executed strategy coming in by DRS. 1-2 split is what they've opted for, whereas Magnus decide to stick together, trying to just cover all possible angles, and this could get deadly and devastating, and there you go, Rules just breaks out, but Zen trying to provide cover fire. Both these teams not connecting their knocks, but they know where the bullets are coming from. Rules, he must be kicking himself in the feet for not really having any of those grenades to work around with. As Zen opens up, takes down Killer, but Rules instantly getting the trade. Now a 2-on-2 situation, but there is no time to get those reses back up, as Finisher will get that finish as Drolin decides to just seek some bodies out there, and he gets taken down, but Team Magnus somehow taking those risks, and it does pay off, have managed to secure this very important chicken dinner, and I do not know how they did it, but they did it in style and take a bow, but nothing taken away from DRS as well, because they indeed got what they wanted. A lot of position points, few decent amount of eliminations, still way up top right now. They look nigh untouchable, and 27 points for Magnus. They're going to be climbing up to that 10th spot, and this is what I was talking about, right? This Southern Circle, Team Magnus, I mean, they're one of those teams that are really aware of how to play around these particular areas, and them making that decision to take over that compound and that fight against T2K was so amazing. They really showed that bold intention of never backing out, and that is what helped him. This is the Magnus that we know. Get those fights coming in, get those trades coming in, and had they played like this, you know, just a couple of days earlier, they would have certainly been in the top 5, no caps. But that being said, this was such an exhilarating action that we got to see from game number 1, and wow, what a game, how intense it got. And well, I think we need a little bit of a breather right now. It was too much for me to digest and take for what I just saw. So we're gonna go head off for a short little break. We'll be right back after.
Wow.
What a game.
What a start to the day, mate. Yep. Definitely. Mind blown. I mean, T2K, just talking about T2K itself, right? They were so looking good in terms of their approach. And then getting surrounded from DRS and Magnus and getting shot upon from both of those teams simultaneously from both the angles. Oof, tough luck. But what a perfect start to the day.
What a perfect start, yes. 100%. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see from the SA lobby. I would love to see more of these circles as Drolin, man, finally 5 eliminations, 720 points of damage has proved to be the MVP in this particular game. And for Team Magnus, I mean, it was all about executing that perfect rotation, right? Just take over that southern compound and hold on to their DLF. I mean, they were not even the favorites to win this game, right? For where the situation was, but they carved their way to victory, right? The cojones, especially on these lads, to take not a fight just against T2K, but also to deal with DRS despite being in a kind of a disadvantage because Rules, he was on a flank. But I kind of felt that, you know, DRS, the players kind of lost their cool. But again, it was also about the players of Team Magnus trying to show no fear, no mercy. They were the ones who kind of opened themselves up, exposed themselves up, and went in for the peaks, were the ones who got those knocks. But Rules, he might just be kicking himself in the feet for kind of not really landing those knocks on Drolin when he had the clear chances to do so. Not just once, but multiple times. But still, 834 points of damage for him as well. 3 eliminations. DRS got the exact game that they were looking for. One more game like this, and I'm pretty much certain that we could just crown them as the champions.
Well, definitely. I mean, the Pakistani team of Magnus Esports, they started off yesterday, right, on the map of Sanhok with the 12-kill chicken dinner that they got. Today, they start off the day on the map of Erangel with 12-kill chicken dinner. So it definitely seems like Magnus have understood how exactly are they going to be wanting to play in this lobby, and it is working out for them as they find the 10th position. But of course, along with that, players to focus upon, we do have Magnus's Zen sitting on that 4th position with 4 eliminations of his own with 474 damage compared to, look at Icy, 728 damage just out, but sadly we were only able to get 3 eliminations out of that.
Oh, I mean, it's gotten so much more interesting right now from here on, right? Even Godlike Stalwart just fighting tooth and nails and doing whatever it took, but did not see T2K coming. There was a position where they kind of had DRS already cornered out and felt like, you know, DRS would be dealt with, but just the next moment T2K happens and got so chaotic in those final few circles, right? I mean, T2K also, as a matter of fact, just wiping everybody down, whoever they saw that had that little bit of an altitude advantage and capitalized on it massively. And T2K definitely are, I think, they just have made it to the top 3 if I'm not wrong, because the difference between them and IHC was not that much, and even Godlike Stalwart in that particular case. So once the overall rankings comes in, we'll have a more clear picture. But regardless, I think T2K, if they keep on playing like this, then we're not just gonna have DRS representing Nepal in the GC. It is also gonna be T2K or maybe somebody else. Skylightz Gaming, they were looking really solid with the kind of rotation that they carried on, but felt like it was too much for them to engage in that particular situation. Really got picked off, and the match rankings here in front of us, still Skylightz Gaming managed to get 10 points, T2K getting 17. That's going to be proving so essential for them when IHC has just managed to get 3, and Godlike Stalwart with 9. Not really something that is too shabby, but certainly they would have wanted far more. But DRS, this 22 points that they have accumulated for themselves seems like a lot at this point. You know, 22 seems like 40, especially with the kind of a lead that they have.
Indeed. I mean, the lead that goes in favor of the Real Soldiers team is still going to be keeping them at the leading charge of the overall ranking itself. But overall, at the same time, we have to mention the fact that T2K is on the climb. We have to bring up the fact that, of course, the consistency that is being played from the Mongolian team, of course, Godlike Stalwart, is also bringing in points for themselves. But, well, more conversation needs to be made for the team sitting at the second half of the overall storyboard. But before we do so, it is time to have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where things started off with IHC taking down the players of Quantum Rage, but moving away from that towards the top 17 remaining right here is where we saw action from the side of Godlike Stalwart.
Oh, I mean, I could just watch this match over and over again, and I really hope that we get matches like this, more of it, in the remaining 5 that we have for you guys, because kind of completely just, energizing. And I'm pretty sure no matter whoever won, the the spectators, the viewers are going to be delighted with this kind of a chaos that did happen. And the damage graph well clearly shows how dominating these top 3 teams were, especially DRS with that 2.2k points plus of damage, almost 2.3. But Magnus being the ones, who were not just the smartest, but also the bravest. And to fortune favors definitely the brave. And they have made it to the top 10, at least for now, as DRS, a staggering lead. Almost 50 points up. And T2K, look at them climb. Look at them go. Right at the second spot. But now, this is where they have to keep this one going on. Yesterday, they managed to secure that final chicken dinner. Today, they're off to a really good start. Beautiful Erangel games back-to-back. But they will have to replicate this performance and more, even in maps like Miramar and Sanhok. They do not really need to have the chicken dinner, but a little bit of consistency. If they can cross that 220 points marker, I'm certain they're also getting that golden ticket to the GC.
Absolutely, because they've been on the climb for that. They've been on the rise for that since a long time. And of course, if they keep this up, they definitely could get that ticket. And everybody over here is trying to work towards exactly that. But at the same time, again, the team sitting on the second page, well. The teams sitting on the second page are so far out from that competition on the first page because of the point difference. Now, MABETEX Esports find themselves on the 9th spot. They still have a really good chance of course, climbing up to the top 5, to the top 8. But as you move away from MABETEX Esports towards the team sitting on the 10th, again, Magnus Esports, they have made a really good rise. They were, when the day started off, when this entire 4-day affair started off, they were not playing good. They were not looking good as well in terms of the playstyle that was working against them. But yesterday, day number 3, and today, the start of the day itself is very much in their control as they find themselves sitting on the 10th position with 129 points. But moving down south from that position itself is where things get a lot more critical for the teams, because the point difference just ends up becoming a bit too much. But moving on ahead, now moving on to the schedule itself, we are going to be looking at the second game of the day, match number 20, which is going to be played on the map of Miramar. Now, Miramar is a chaotic mess as well, but interesting plays have been showcased in the past 3 days. Like just talking about yesterday itself, where we did have a DEW out of nowhere walking away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves, was incredible to be able to see. But today, which team is it going to be? We are going to find out, of course, soon enough. But as of now, when it comes down to the play that has been made on the first game itself, well, I believe, Fixes, you do have a little bit of an update for us.
Yeah, an update that is absolutely going to rattle everybody. Because here it is. Drama happening at the very final day. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game, just crap it off. Throw it out of the windows. Forget it ever happened, because we're gonna have a rehost. And so as it seems, because I've caught that message in the back of my head. And one of the reasons why was there were some issues while the players were trying to land. And of course, to maintain fairness in this competition, we have to make sure things are all a-okay. Certainly it would not really help the teams like I8 in this particular situation, because they kind of lost out on one of their players, and kind of unfair to them though. And as a result of which, now we will have the game rehosted, and today is going to be match number 20 for what I see is let's see, or maybe it is not, because I get a
perhaps at the end of the day.
I think it's going to be the next map of Miramar. So maybe nothing to be really worried about. Nothing to be really worried about. Little communication error. So we just have to, pass some time, talk about what happened in that first game. And well, seems like you do not have to throw it away. If you did, just get it back. Just get it back all collected, because it was just that Miramar game. Now the next game is just gonna have a rehost, just to ensure that everything is a-okay. But right now, which sort of brings us back to prediction. And Lakshay, I'm still sitting at that duck. But what about you? You've got 3 right already. Who do you think has got what it takes to win this one?
I've already written it down, mate. I've got Godlike Stalwart written down for the upcoming map of Miramar. And another thing that I do want to add on is Magnus is not going to be happy, with that play that happened right there. Magnus is so not going to be happy because the first game, they were able to get that. But sadly, it's going to be, of course, scrapped off.
No, I don't think so. Because, I'm kind of in a really confused manner. Because what I got the news was the next game of Miramar is going to be rehosted. So if that happens, then Magnus.
Okay.
If that does not, they're going to be pretty enraged because a lot of drama is already happening.
Exactly.
It's getting fun. But I think things are going to work things out. But maybe we're going to talk more about what's going to happen. But right now, my predictions for this game would, of course, be IHC. I want them to get a chicken dinner in this map of Miramar.
All right. So it seems like we're going to be changing places with IHC when it comes to this upcoming game. And it is going to be the map of Miramar that we're going to be jumping on along with. And talking about the flight path itself, once again, interesting where the PUBG gods today are focusing on the southernmost side of the map for its flight path. As right now we do have, from starting off from Prison Island, we are going to be going all across over towards Impala itself. At the same time, when it comes down to the teams that are going to be, of course, looking forward to go towards Hacienda St. Martin, it is going to be a long rotation for them because the flight path is so favoring towards the south. But talking about teams working towards the southern flight path itself, they've got T20 Quality. Khan is in a game mind of his own where all of his teammates are going towards Velad Almar, wherein he has, again, like I said, a different approach altogether, which we have actually seen earlier from different teams as well, because you don't know where the zone is going to be. So you want to have a little bit of a backup perhaps, and that's where we do see T20 Queries Khan all by his lonesome sticking along over there. But right now, as of now, when it comes down to the teams, it is looking like a very chaotic start right off the bat itself, because as soon as these teams' feats land on the map itself, it is going to be chaotic. It is definitely going to be a lot of mess, but at the same time, it seems like a lot of mess is going to be avoided right now because we're back. I mean, it definitely seems like you had the right information, mate, because this game is going to be rehosted. It seems like
just this game. So everybody in in the broadcasting chat was whoever were kind of getting happy that their favorite team gets to play another game of Erangel. Not happening. Not happening. It's still gonna count, and we're gonna clear it out loud and clear. I have had this chat with production. I am that multitask. I can do 3 different things at the same time. So while we were going through it, so what really happened was initially the lobby did get hosted. There was a little bit of a landing glitch, out of which they had to just re-host it again, and that was a minor one. So we kind of have things in control right now. Just gonna rehost the lobby and just get back into the maps, and that's gonna be so much more fun because I would have had my hearts broken because if that first game would have been rehosted, because I mean, the kind of action we did get to see, that kind of would have been really unfair to how great T2K, Magnus and DRS were in those final few circles. But for now, as things are, I mean, in the map of Miramar, I really feel that IHC is one of those strong contenders. The Warriors, they've also pushed themselves through more often than not. I mean, statistically, they've kind of won those first games of Miramar every single time. Yesterday also, if you remember, that happened. But then again, for the Warriors, that consistency has clearly been missing. Somewhere out there, they know that, and eventually they're just going to try and recover. But for DRS, all they need to do over here is try and get one more top 3 finish, because 50 points up lead, I do not see anybody trying to push them right now. Unless and until, someone gets really, really mad and just drops in on their drop location and tries to fight it around. And, if history is a testament, I think IHC has done this in the past, back when they were Zeus. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it today.
That's what I'm saying as well. By the end of the day, the final 2 games are going to be so chaotic because we know it is bound to happen that the team that is leading the charge right now right on the pole position is going to be contested against, and that's of course going to be the real soldiers themselves, who are going to have to be, well, very, very careful of their back, as well as of course the six in all the different angles, because it's not going to be an easy battleground for them to be a part of. At the same point in time, again, do definitely look forward to that sort of a competitive approach from the teams, because after all, like Fix has mentioned, I mean, 50-point lead, that is way too much. That is way too much. It needs to be dropped down. It needs to be, contested against. And for that, I certainly do keep my fingers crossed. There are going to be teams doing exactly that. But for now, of course, as we did just mention, this game of Miramar is going to be rehosted. Just to reiterate what Fix has mentioned as well, the first game that took place is already in the bag. Erangel game is done. The final results are already secured, wherein, of course, it was a perfect chicken dinner going in favor of Magnus. And now the second game of the day on the map of Miramar, we are going to be looking at of course, what's going to hope to happen, where exactly is the zone going to be, where exactly are the teams going to be jumping towards, and all in all, we want a really good, a perfect fight for all the teams, right? I mean, if at all there are issues, then we are definitely correcting them so that there is no disadvantage to any team or player.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that fairness is always there. No matter what, we have to look at the bigger picture, and it's all right. I mean, in Miramar, nothing really went wrong. It was just landing village, which was kind of initially just right away reported, and as a result, just a rehost, right? And that's just going to take a few more moments, enough for us to have a little chat with you. And it's time. I kind of love to connect with the audience sometimes. Would love to know what they think, because this time the PMPL South Asia Championship was sort of a revelation. For all the sleeping giants out there, right? I mean, you can not really just miss those moments, because there have been days where you feel like, nah, we're just the best team in this region. Nobody can touch us. And then comes DRS, a team maybe that had lost its former glory, especially after the players of DRS just went into and joined Skylightz Gaming. Somebody had already termed them as the sinking ship. This org is pretty much done, but then here they are, absolutely. And to all the people, just thinking that, they kind of went in passive, or they were just lying in hiding, and they camped their way to victory. That was the word. Boo for all you guys. Because honestly, if you take a look at the eliminations, that completely speaks a whole different story. And when you've got $150,000 on the line, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna play it smart. I think this game isn't always about just going out on a brawl fest, right? You've got to use your brains. You've got to try to understand where the zone forms and how you got to approach the zones. And I think nobody has done it better than DRS, and that is exactly the reason why they are at that very top position. And them kind of playing consistently like this is an example of how good they are as a team. And bear in mind, this is the first time these lads are playing on such big stages. Imagine the pressure when you have the other behemoths in the lobby, the likes of Godlike Stalwart and IHC. Their very presence sort of brings the chills out of my spine. Just going up against these stalwarts, and the others as well. I mean, can't really rule out Skylightz Gaming, High Voltage, especially DRS just qualifying from the PMPL South Asia Championship to not just dominate but have almost a 50 points lead by the start is certainly something that has really won my hearts. And there had been other teams also that really showed those moments of glories, one of them being the Warriors, but I think the train has kind of passed. But what an event has it been, Blotter, so far?
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about the storyline itself that we are trying to kind of focus upon right here, right? When it comes to DRS, as you were perfectly mentioning, they've had their ups and downs overall, that is for sure. But that has not allowed them to deter from their approach, right? Yeah. No matter how chaotic the game has been for them or the journey has been for them, they've still stuck dynamic in terms of their approach. And that dynamic play is required now when it comes to the PUBG Mobile battleground itself, because of how the entire scenario has changed, right? I mean, you talk about aggression itself. We know the Mongolians were definitely there. The Mongolian teams were riding the charge with that, right? On that high horse, bringing in a lot of aggressive force into the game, into the battleground. But that all changed based on how the zones, the PUBG God decided that, you know what, aggression might be one side of the game, but it's not everything. That is something that DRS have capitalized on beautifully. Even though through the ups and downs, they've been able to rectify that. And that is where, again, they stand a class apart. And clearly indicative of that is the fact that they've got that lead already on that leaderboard, wherein in the same lobby, you still have those Mongolian dominating teams and players, but they are not able to play what they were doing earlier. But this team has been doing exactly that. They have been able to, bring in that dynamic play, and that is what we want to be able to see. And that is the reason why there's no hate required, right? If anything else, we need to learn as to how a team's career and journey is like formed and molded based on how you approach the game, and just stick into that one aggressive and shoot button. It's just not going to do it.
It's not going to do it, right? I think
No, not anymore.
This is something that IHC had learned it in their past, the harsh way, right? They were one of those teams that used to always be on the prowl, right? Just being the predators that they are, just kind of going on fighting anybody and everybody out there. And that sort of a strategy at a point did not really work out. And they had to learn their lessons the hard way, right? That they have to be more controlled on their sort of aggression that they're showcasing. And also kind of a little bit of a leash needed to be put out on how they were just entering. Because they had a blindfolds on, the blinders on, and just instantly go in. And they were that good that they used to win 9 out of 10 times in those fights. But then, there comes a moment where the players kind of get conditioned to the entire lobby. They understand what IHC is going to try and do, and that is where they kind of adapted. Like, let's just bring in Skylightz Gaming, one of their most fiercest competition back in the days when they were DRS that time, and now one of the best defensive teams, I must say, right? The way they defend themselves, right? Any single time Skylightz has the zone, has the compounds, it's almost 8 out of 10 times they walk out with a chicken dinner. So the teams did understand how to deal with that sort of an aggression, which player likes doing what at that moment. It's all about the research, it's all about the homework. You put in the time, you get the result. So clearly even IHC understood that. Now they've gotten back to the right path, like something that Godlike Stalwart did way earlier. Now nothing taken away from Godlike Stalwart, they're also a killer of a team. Now they spot enemies and they take them down, but they did not overstep. And they've never done it in the past. And they only overstep in those moments where they know that, everything is all sorted, everything is A-okay, we have a really good lead. That is where they kind of tend to go in. Otherwise, I've seen Godlike Stalwart being very controlled with the kind of approach that they have. But lately, they've not been going through the best of their days. Don't take me wrong, because still, very much at a good spot. But again, Godlike Stalwart being from where they are, you would expect them to be on the very top. But enough of that little podcast that we had. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing for a short little break, because right after, when we come back, we have the second game live for you guys.
फिर से रिवर्स होएगा। मैं ये मैप भी देख रहा हूँ, अभी ये हो रहा वाला था स्टार्ट, वो फिर से रिवर्स हो गया। मैप की डिले भी चल रही है। ओके तो मैं वॉशरूम जाके आ सकता हूँ?
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air. Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape. When trapped at high altitude, you might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
All right, so we are back. We are back in the swing of things, of course, as we move on along with the second game right here. And it has taken a little while, but like we were talking about it earlier as well, it is very important to give that fairness to all the players, and that is what we were working towards, and that has been rectified. And now we will move on ahead with the second game of the day, like we were talking about it on the map of Miramar, but we still do want to be able to see as to what exactly will the fight path be, where exactly will the zone be, and of course the most important question, will our predictions come right or not, Fixes?
Oh god, it's so difficult to say at this very moment, right? Because I'm kind of was wondering what's gonna happen to all these teams, all these players. It's getting so much more heated up, so much more spiced up with everything that's going on as we set sail into the second game of the evening. A little bit of more clarity for all the viewers out there. Of course, the first game will stand as it is. There's not going to be a rehost. However, there was a rehost for Miramar, which eventually has now been fixed. And I'm pretty sure we're going to go on with things as it was planned. And Team Magnus Gaming, nobody's going to take that chicken dinner out of them. That was hard earned. And it's all okay. If you still are in two minds right now, just a clarification for you guys. But right now, what really is on my mind is where the circle is going to be. Because that is going to define so much of what is going to happen right now. And who's going to have at least that better part of the game right from the very start. Is it going to be IHC? Because I've gone for them. I really believe that they can pull this one off. And this circle really might just favor them. But like at the same time, it's so difficult to predict really where it goes. Because even DE Warriors have such a strong chance in winning this one out. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely. Let us see what exactly will happen right here. When it comes to the zone, it is helping out the positioning of IHC as they find themselves in the center. But again, gotta keep in mind this is just the start to the game. And we know curveballs are going to be thrown from PUBG Gods as far as the zone shifts are concerned. But as of now, talking about the teams themselves, we do still have the players of T20 QWERTY sticking to the southern side of Elmar. Alongside them are going to be the players of TUF with a two-man split. Above them, we do, of course, see DEW as well. So, as Fixer has perfectly mentioned, DEW still definitely do have a pretty good chance from this game to get a decent outing. But will they get a chicken dinner? Well, that will be a tough question to answer right now. But what we do know for a fact is i8, once again, Agon8 not having a good start. As Blade goes down, T2K's Reg is the man. I mean, from that showcase match itself that started the stream today, Fixes, Reg is, he's a player that you really do not want to be in the crosshairs of. T2K Reg has been playing phenomenal. And of course, with that, he'll be the one starting this bloodlust today in the battleground right here on the map of Miramar. The second game of the day with the first elimination where indeed i8, they lost on one player and it seems like second one is also about to lose out on his life as Uzun had been dropped down almost to a sliver of an HP. He is going to be able to find a first aid to be able to, of course, get that perfectly set up. But now a 2v1 situation, Rig pushing on ahead, and just like that, Uzum is dead.
Oh god, Rig, he is on fire at this point.
True.
Look at that steely demeanor from this lad, knows exactly what he's doing. Had that shotgun, does not care, just goes in, boom, boom. And it takes the life away from i8. And i8 are falling so hard, falling so bad as their misery continues from game number 1. And right from the very start, losing out on Blade. And certainly can say that the flight path trajectory, the gods are not favoring i8 today. Always having trouble while transitioning to their drop location. And not for the first time today. 2 games and out of 2 which they've already had those initial fugitives, those losses. That's going to be such a mental blow to the minds of these players, especially when they were in such close contention, even after top 3. Had they had a good game today, first or second, then things could have been completely different. But right now, again survived by i8 and Ghost this time around, how far can they go? Because now it's going to make things so much more difficult with, you know, all these teams. Now, just already having that central spot, Team Elementrix, IHC, Warriors, even T20 QWERTY might as well have a really good game. And the same can be said for TUF, who were looking really strong in terms of how they were engaging in fights. But DRS is certainly the ones to watch out for along with T2K. Because these two teams, the way they've been playing, the Nepali flag all high and loud and mighty, showing everybody how they are dominating the SA region right now.
Indeed, and another name to add on to that, of course, Skylightz Gaming, as I do see them making a rotation from the northern side of the zone as of now, getting in through, of course, the creative fields itself. As they do make an entry towards El Pozo, they're going to be faced with their opponents. That's going to be Regicide. But as of now, we already have seen the first blood, in fact, 2 already, that we saw where indeed it is going to be Agon8 not off to a good start to this day. And with that, Magnus bringing themselves into a little bit of a circus play right here, but that's absolutely okay, as perfect turn of events for them because they have not lost out on any of their health. With that, Magnus Esports, a good start to the day for them as well. They got the first chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, where indeed 12 eliminations is what they were able to accumulate, finding themselves, if I'm not mistaken, on the 10th spot as of now. So if they continue along with that same force, They might even be looking at a top 8 finish by the end of the day, or maybe even higher. But all they need to be able to do in order to capitalize on that is have a good, steady fight, right? And that in turn, again, if we talk about the stats in the 4-day affair that we've been a part of, has been a very difficult curve to turn in favor of Magnus. But seems like it is on the rise. It is on the start from yesterday itself, from the Sanhok game. And now, to start the day off, of course, it is also looking like the momentum is going to be in their favor. Who's losing out in all of this is Agonxi8. We spoke about them, having to showcase their gameplay in a different light. They did do so, right? They changed their drop location on Erangel. They tried the same kind of approach throughout the games that they've played out. But sadly, it's been in vain because it's just not played out right. And this is something that Necro also did point out against the players of Agonxi8, because Agonxi8 was stuck to their drop locations. I mean, on Miramar, we see them always going towards Los Leones. On the map of Erangel, we saw them go towards the military base almost always. But this time around, they changed that. All right, change is good, but you want to be able to play that out, practice that out properly as well. Is something that I8 have not been able to do in this lobby.
Yeah, I think at least in this game of Miramar, or in the Miramar map itself, they've managed to save Los Leones, right? This is one of those maps that I8 is pretty strong on, and they have always showed their true potential. But their favorite map, and the map that they were always successful at, if you remember, the Pakistani PMPL, had to be Erangel, which sort of has been their Achilles heels every single time they come to play in this. We had seen them dominate, if not even dominate, get those position points at the very least. And there have been very few moments where Agonxi8 could really come out swinging, get those chickens, and just have managed to get one, I believe, and that was even yesterday. So things are definitely not too merry for the players of I8, but it's all right. They still do know that they've qualified for the global championship, and that is what matters to them. And at this point, this loss is not going to be a huge one. Just something, concerning that money and the pride. But it's all right when you're looking at the bigger picture, because now they've had the taste of what's coming their way, which is going to get even more tougher with, teams from all around the globe coming in, and especially with the Chinese. It's never going to be easy. And not just that anymore, right? Even the Western PUBG Mobile competition has increased tenfold. And the way they've been playing, the MENA teams, the CIS teams, and the Brazilians, everybody included. I mean, North America is still waiting for the glory days to be back. But regardless, the competition has increased so much. But for now, Team Elementrix, Yetauta, spotting out the players of Godlike Stalwart, just trying to quickly rotate inside the circle. Just around the eastern side of Monte Nuevo is where they have their vehicles parked at, as Yetauta just relaying all that information to his teammates. And now at least Elementrix are aware of this intervention made by Godlike Stalwart, so they can proceed accordingly.
Absolutely. On the other side, it seems like Regicide have information against the rotating team of Skylightz Gaming, where Nima is the man who is actually in the crosshairs of Baz and Knock Knock right now. Sadly enough, though, Regicide were a little too trigger happy and decided to, of course, not wait, as Nima from Skylightz Gaming was actually getting closer to their position. Along with that, of course, the teammates would have followed, but Regicide kind of put egg on that kind of situation, and they are not going to be provided any points from that. Alongside that, moving on towards the rotating team of Godlike Stalwart, they're still on the move, actually. We saw them earlier in the crosshairs of course, Elementrix. Now they're going to be in the crosshairs of IHC, where Alex is going to be trying to discipline himself with the M14, but sadly will not be able to get the point connected, get the bullets connected, which in turn is going to allow another lifeline once again to the players of Godlike Stalwart. And on the other side of the map altogether, it is going to be TUF Thor annihilating another player from Agonxi8 as IQ goes down. That means one final player remaining for Agonxi8, and that's going to be Ghost. And seems like he's going to be turned into Ghost as well from Joker's spray. No, he's going to survive to fight another way, I guess.
Turning out to be a really long night. Still asleep, having that nightmare continue. And Ghost, well, what does he do at this point? Kind of completely just rattled I8 and their fans at this point. And really can't blame them, especially how the flight path trajectory has been. and can't even complain, right? It is not always fair. And Los Leones is where they intended the flight path trajectory quite the opposite, and fell prey initially to T2K, where Rick just managed to get those 2 LMs, and then TUF carried forward, getting one more. But with this circle shifting down south, I mean, this is gonna be a whole different terrain yet again. We're talking about Valdemar also in the contention, but just not to Valdemar. We do have that little high ground where I think the players of T20 QWERTY have solidified their spot, and will have so much vision to work around with. But my concerns are with where DRS are right now, and well, they're just outside the zone, but high voltage trying to pick a fight over here. Did spot out the players of Team Elementrix. Did try to take a few shots, but it's all right. Nothing connected. Elementrix just keeping themselves out of harm's way. Still have them themselves somewhere centered around that central area, just beside IHC. Now it's going to be a whole different approach from IHC, because now they're playing on a 2-2 split, right? Godless and IC at that western side, you know, just around that little cliff that we have beside Ladrilera. And then when you're talking about the other 2 players, they're on that eastern side. So kind of playing on that contingency plan. If the circle shifts a little towards its center, IC and Godless can come in, but they're kind of preparing themselves for the rough situations where we've seen these circles just playing across the hearts and minds of these players. As MABETEX, one team that had such a good chance in the map of Erangel, kind of blew it off with how they engaged. They started off pretty well, taking that fight against T20 QWERTY, but could not get that far in a circle that they really could have dominated. They've shown that in the past, but that southern shift did not really help in their endeavors, as the circle takes yet another concentric shift this time. Nothing out of ordinary though. T20 QWERTY still at the very center. DE Warriors having a good spot. Have to keep themselves in the leash of, you know, thinking how deep to engage, because they've got that tendency, that little itch. The spot players, they just go and try and take them down. In the meanwhile, IHC spotting out the players of Team Elementrix, trying to make a certain rotation inside the circle, but IHC, oh, they kind of get away from one position, just landing off right into their graves, as Alex has been dealt with by the players of Godlike Stalwart. And this is where things really go south for them, because IHC at this point cannot afford to lose more men.
And IC bringing in that spray, not able to connect, definitely is given away his position as well. And now in the buggy, of course, is going to be leading the players of Godlike Stalwart to his teammates itself. So again, a Mongolian team fight is what we're looking at, could possibly be looking at, between Godlike Stalwart against the players of IHC, who are a 3-man squad. Now talking about the fights of Mongolian teams, we do have MABETEX on our screens, as they are in a little bit of a trouble of their own, as their vehicles have been blown, and that's going to be T20 QWERTY's Voltrix, actually, who's been able to actually pincer down the positioning of MABETEX. We do have all of the players right now, and they are at the edge, and Quantum Rage from the up above on that mountain are going to be spraying down. Goku with the Scarel is bringing down a lot of destructive force and damage to the players of MABETEX, but was not able to connect an elimination point for his team. But at the same point in time, of course, now for Quantum Rage, they know that entering into the zone from this area could be a little tricky. On the other side, DRS rules OG, takes down a very important player of IHC, as Godless has been knocked.
Yeah, and DRS really can now consider trying to go in for the push, but are they aware of Godlike Stalwart just keeping a keen eye on them? As once the finish just gets confirmed, they'll have an idea that it is DRS indeed, and Godlike Stalwart can think of the next course of actions. As for now, IHC in a whole world of trouble, something that they cannot afford right now. But Godless has been brought back to his life, and he needs to make sure that he tries to get as much out of this game, because after this only 4 matches remain, and that staggering lead that DRS has is just getting way ahead. And now DRS in a comfortable position. I kind of feel that the pressure sort of being lifted, kind of getting that room and space, which is very much visible with their actions, right? Keeping one of their players aloof from them, 1-3 split at such a time where you never know, you could be pushed in any single moment. As action trying to be a little bit more proactive over here, trying to pick a player out, as Zen on the other side has managed to deal with one of the players of VENOM Legends, as you know, players are fighting it out against each other left, right and center, as I think one of the players of T20 QWERTY has also been dealt with. But now comes that Eastern shift, the curveball that we were talking about, but finisher. Beautiful, beautiful taps connected over there on the players of TUF. One of them just being taken down, but then again, the revivals are going to come in. It's nothing much to worry about because the circle has just shifted right now. It's pretty much that early mid-game phase, so yeah, the revivals are definitely going to come in. But right now, DRS, it's going to be a little tough for them, especially trying to get inside the circle with Top taking down Gante, one of their most precious players. And now the point is killer going to stop? No, they're just going to cut on their losses and run. Make a dash inside the circle, try and survive. DRS at the very last moment can get online, but for now, Killer has actually shown intentions of trying and saving his teammate. But right now, Voltrax just cooking up this grenade in a fight against Regicide's Knock as he comes out in the open. Maybe not. Voltrax still just trying to bob and weave and try to find that compound. Takes control over the inside as Knock just jumping around, trying to spray him down. As there you go, getting taken shots from the backlines. As a little bit of a cat and mouse fight going on with Regicide's other players not really joining in the fray. The lonesome players standing. That is the cause of concern. Knock, however, has to retreat, needs to go down, needs to patch himself up. But this is where the cavalry arrives, and T20 QWERTY, they are definitely gonna make it count as Knock has been dealt with, and he gets taken out of the server.
Absolutely. Quantum Rage also do get eliminated thanks to, of course, IHC right there, where we can see in the kill feed they've been able to, of course, approach with a lot of aggression. On the same side, we do have DEW taking down the players of T2K. Now it all goes back to the northern side of the zone itself, where we did see DRS trying to move into the zone. Now they've gotten themselves in close proximity to the players of IHC, where Godless once again has been dropped down. It all boils down to how Demo and IC are going to be able to play this out. Again, DRS Gaming, they've got all four players. The real soldiers are pushing on to get into the zone at the same time, bringing down a big competition in front of them, and that's going to be, of course, IHC. Now, IHC, the best part for them is the fact that the position that they're in, they should be able to, if nothing else, hold the fort against the players of DRS, but they've got a lot of trouble from brewing from the backlines as well, as IHC have to, of course, keep in mind that Godlike Stalwart is right around the vicinity. I mean, a lot of fights definitely that can be seen right here. And along with that, Scry, when we bring in a perfect knock and, in fact, an elimination against IC from the side of IHC. And it seems IHC are down to a one-man army. And I8, who were already down to a one-man army from the start of the game, have been eliminated. 11 teams remain, 37 players. But what a knock coming in right there. Through the small little window of availability was provided to Skylightz Gaming, or rather, that has provided them with a perfect knock, but a defeat point has not yet been converted. As we move down to just 10 teams remaining, we've got Skylightz Gaming's player burning right now, but they still have to hold on this fort against the players of T20 QWERTY. As of now, a lot of nades being brought on from the side of 430 boy, but none of them are able to connect. Skylightz Gaming are playing it to perfection. They are playing with the minds of the players of T20 QWERTY, because T20 QWERTY, even though with a lot of utility, are just not able to bring the behemoth destruction in their favor. And it is Skylightz Gaming who now needs to be able to retaliate. But as of now, no knocks between these two teams.
Definitely. As 420 boy finally just threading the needle and getting the better out of Nima in this situation. As things are further intensified, Skylightz Gaming might have dug their own graves, but no. They still want to fight back. Mafia Ninja gets connect with that grenade, but three players of T20 QWERTY are just trying to swarm in as to where Mafia Ninja is positioned at, as one of the other players has been dealt with, as AJ just goes in with that arm, gets a beautiful knock. Is he going to carry on forward? As there you go, dealing with gravity as he gets him down, and Skylightz Gaming, despite all odds, Mr. Boro clutches it out with barely some amount of HP remaining, just that energy booster helping him out. Few moments earlier, we saw him burning almost, and now he's taken down T20 QWERTY. Skylightz Gaming, a huge sigh of relief for them. A very important fight, but now they have to get inside the circle where Team Elementrix are in a very solid position. A very good 2-2 split going in, working out for themselves. Now just trying to keep the other teams at bay, especially TUF. A lot of shots are being taken at their direction, but bear in mind, DE Warriors, they still have 4 of their players alive as MABETEX's Baron gets a knock on one of the players of Godlike Stalwart. And Godlike Stalwart at this point, have lost out on Scry. The big question is, do they get inside the circle? No, instead they're going for that, looking for that bigger picture, not letting MABETEX pass as they've got that revenge, taking Baron down. And now I think they've spotted out Nima at the far of fray, but Action just keeps himself off a little bit, has to focus on getting inside the circle, but has to find that perfect area, perfect semblance of cover. But does he get that? Because his Bucky is almost burning, and Skylightz Gaming are well aware of this intervention. And this is that perfect Action Top duo that we get to see in action, as Top just providing cover fire from above, taking down one of those players of Skylightz Gaming. Godlike Stalwart finally showing glimpses of what they're really capable of at their most fiercest moments, as TUF just fighting with life and death, as Saad just surviving that onslaught of that grenade. Can he patch himself up at the right nick of time? Because right in front of that we have the Warriors. East having been dealt with, the buggies are flying. It is all pandemonium throughout this entire lobby right now.
Oh, definitely, as we do have Skylightz Gaming getting eliminated with that TUF, the fight that we saw them take against the players of DEW. It seems like a knock from both the sides. In fact, an elimination is what it's going to turn out to be, where TUF are going to be left with just a 2-man army, and Sneaks coming in from the side of DEW with a perfect flank angle. Seems like very much in control to be able to get this fight for himself. If nothing else, he's got the information, and along with that is also going to be able to bring down Saad. That means TUF Thor is the only player remaining right now, the only Thorn standing in the way against the players of DEW, where they are a 4-man army. Sneaks pushes on ahead, along with, of course, the perfectly timed first aid. He's going to be able to get another point for his team. 4 defeat points already in favor of DE Warriors, and they are going to convert that into 5. Now the team in front of them is going to be Elementrix, perhaps, that they are going to be, of course, focusing on, as Elementrix have the zone, they have the control, and the best part, they have the compound as well.
Oh, they certainly do, but Godlike Stalwart are definitely stepping up when it matters the most. The way they've shown that aggression, and what seems to be still yet to be found is where they end. Finally taking a few casualties. Did manage to get Scry up, but have lost out on Pika in the process of doing so, as Elementrix trying to still keep themselves in contention. Really close and personal. Now DE Warriors are right beside them, but Godlike Stalwart can push in any given moment. And while doing so, the players are just falling down one after the other, as now DE Warriors have a really good ridge to play around in such good control over this zone. And likewise, the Warriors, every single first Miramar game that we have, they somehow tend to dominate. And this chicken dinner kind of looks like to be secured for themselves, because 4 players already intact. They haven't lost out on anybody. They are on that path of getting this glorious chicken.
Absolutely, a glorious victory definitely could be waiting for the players of DEW, with the momentum going in their favor. 5 eliminations is what we've seen from their side, but again, we got to keep in mind Elementrix is still part of this entire fray. Same is the case for the players of Godlike Stalwart. They do take a knock, but it seems like the revival is going to be provided. Bishol, with the UMP in his hand, has already given away his position, and the final player from T2K Legend is going to be eliminated. Thus, we do have T2K getting eliminated at the 5th spot. 4 teams remain. High Voltage with the 3-man squad are going to be pushing on against the compound, held on strong by the players of Godlike Stalwart. They've just gotten a revival. That would have been, if timed a few seconds earlier from the side of High Voltage, could have gone in favor of them. But now, Godlike Stalwart are a 4-man army, and they are also going to be in a bit of a sandwich situation. From one side, it's DE Warriors. From the other, it seems like Stalwart.
Wow.
And it is going to be Scry with a perfect knock. As DE Warriors, the momentum seems to be a little in taters, and that indeed, because one of the players East has dropped down. Along with that, now Godlike Stalwart, they've got the information of where DE Warriors are at.
Oh, seems like somebody just poked the bear right now. Godlike Stalwart, infuriated.
Exactly.
I do not know how they're doing this, but they still have 4 of their players alive. At a point when, I was just taking a look at that map feed, just bodies were falling down, players just getting knocked out, but still they've not just managed to revive, but have gotten themselves into a really good position. Action at his pretty much prime up, kind of a play that we get to see and expect out of him. He's showing no mercy to the opponents. That reflex that we kind of always have been privy to looks like it is back. Godlike Stalwart, still no love lost. They won this chicken dinner no matter what the cost is. They have understood that they've had a few lousy games, but this is where they kind of go in for the climb And if they get a chicken dinner, you know, I'm calling it, they might be able to do the impossible at this point. But Rook, right now, Jiggle has no intentions of letting them just walk scot-free. They want to punish them, but Action still alive. Just look at him trying to fend off this push against High Voltage, dealing damage. In fact, taking down Malik in this process. As Godlike Stalwart still defending that compound with all their might. The circle takes that southern shift. And now they have to rethink, reconsider this one little battle against High Voltage as they've been reduced to a two-man squad. Jiggle still fighting it around. Scry being a little too greedy and has to pay a price because Godlike Stalwart really need to make a decision ASAP. They have to go in with that push because right now Elementrix is just waiting for them. They've built that path of smoke, but now Elementrix are just going to spray through it. Those grenades are going to keep on falling. In the meanwhile, the Warriors just waiting for whoever just comes in. They are going to take the lives, the souls out of their bodies as now Godlike Stalwart finally looking to crumble to the pressure, to the situation as the Warriors having complete control of the zone.
They definitely do, and now the Warriors are going to push on that approach, the same exact momentum against the players of course, Elementrix. Elementrix now, they need to be able to fight this back. They need to be able to, of course, get ahead in this fight, but they are at a backseat of this entire saga because the zone has caught up to them, and again, that puts them in a bit of a contention against the Warriors. At the same time, there's no way for them to be able to get out of this mess. All the smoke has been deployed and finally they're going to be able to get one opening done, but the Warriors are the ones who are going to be able to clutch it out, and they are the ones who are going to be walking out with a chicken dinner. A valiant effort definitely being showcased from Godlike Stalwart as well as
still pushing themselves so hard as every single game goes on. The Warriors always, you know, giving their fans that glimmer of hope. Guys, we're not out of competition yet. Yes, we're at the top 6. We can certainly do it because bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, now as the competition stands, well, DRS could be one of those teams. T2K could be the second team. IHC and Godlike Stalwart, they have already qualified for the GC. And now all that stands in T2K's path, I think is just that one team that is going to be Skylightz Gaming. If DE Warriors can topple them over, you never know. You never know. They could also get that golden ticket right in their hands. But we're going to talk more about this after this short little break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after this short little break. Of course, you are watching the PMPL South Asia Championship Fall Split 2022, where we will have our champions crowned today. But what a second game of Miramar has it been, because now Godlike Stalwart feels like Godlike Stalwart are in the lobby. And there you have it, Scry. He literally had to claw and scratch his way. Every single time I saw this play, he was getting knocked out. But despite that, despite all of that, Godlike Stalwart just fought like mighty warriors. And seems like they're going to push themselves even further right now from where they are, right? And 5 eliminations, 876 points of damage. Every single player of Godlike Stalwart had been stellar in this particular game. But the Warriors, being the smartest fox out here, I mean, they kind of really got the heat running in. Now I've secured that 6th spot. I really want to see the overall standings. I want to see the difference between them and Skylightz Gaming at this point, because if they topple them over, then their dreams of making it to the GC can turn true. But right now, taking a look at the other players in the lobby, of course, Nerzid, Yetauta, Action and Sneaks making their way up top.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, gotta give props to Elementrix as well. They held their ground quite for a long time. And of course, that capitalized them on that second position, as of course, the zone helped them out a lot as well. But overall, of course, with that, we do have Yetauta on that third player to focus upon from this game, with 4 eliminations of his own, along with 652 damage dished out. As we move on ahead, though, I mean, Fixes mentioned this during the cast as well. There was a moment in time where Godlike Stalwart was so far back from the fight, right? 2 of their players, they were at a 2-man split. The zone had already caught up to them. They almost seemed next to impossible for them to get into the zone. They somehow fought their way through. And yeah, I mean, it's clearly evident based on the match summary on our screens right now. Highest elimination going in favor of Scry, highest damage going in favor of Scry, along with, of course, his teammate joining in along. Highest assist going to Action, but highest healing done is also Scry. It's just perfect domination from Godlike Stalwart. And on top of all of that, we also did see 7 knocks is what Scry was able to get.
I think what really made me happy, and I'm pretty sure along with me, all the viewers out there can also relate. We got to see that duo back again in action, top in action, especially when Action was just committing for that push against Skylightz Gaming, I believe. Top did provide him that cover fire from up top. Now, those were the good old days, if you remember. Action being the one aggressing, Top being like, bro, I got your back. And that is exactly what happened over here. And despite all odds, Godlike Stalwart did manage to steal 21 points in this game. And Team Elementrix, right from the very start, they were respecting the circle, and they've been doing that in Miramar. And the strongest, map is definitely going to be coming a few games later, of course, in Sanhok. But for now, DE Warriors, those 25 points, quite crucial, quite important. Just need to see how much difference lies. There's high voltage also. I mean, it had been such a beautiful start for them, but right now, kind of feels like a sinking ship, because somewhere around that 9th, 10th position, they had been pushing themselves through and throughout. But things aren't working out. IHC, DRS did not have the best of games. IHC getting those early losses, one after the other, falling prey, if I'm not wrong, to the players of Godlike Stalwart and multiple of teams, with everybody just firing bullets at them. But a team that is definitely having their nightmares turn true has to be Agonxi8. 2 back-to-back games.
Certainly.
Flight path trajectory not favoring them. Heading for the vehicles, getting it, but despite that, losing out players, those early casualties is going to be haunting them.
Oh, most definitely it will, mate. With that, of course, let's recap all of this action with the Oppo F21 Pro moments right now, as, of course, a lot of fights did take place right off the bat in the first minute of the game itself. We did see Agonxi8 in agony, actually, because they did lose out on Blade right here, and just a couple of minutes later it was another teammate of Blade who was dropped down, and I believe it was Uzum as well. Yep, there we have it, where Rig from T2K, he was on a charge, he was on a roll to be able to, of course, dominate. And then in this moment we knew DE Warriors, there's really good contention coming in from their side for this chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, I mean, DE Warriors, but this is it, right? This is it. They have that one game of glory, and then suddenly they're like, we're done. We've finished our quota for the evening, and you guys can get the other chicken dinners. But now has come the most important moment of it all, as the overall standings right in front of us, as Godlike Stalwart is inching in on the gap, but still a massive lead remains, as Godlike Stalwart have to make sure that DRS they kind of crumble down and Godlike Stalwart get at least 2 more chicken dinners. I mean, it is possible with Godlike Stalwart, but T2K, they've kind of lost out on that 3rd spot. Still in the race for that golden ticket though. Nothing to worry about. But looking at this difference DE Warriors have against Skylightz Gaming, they are right on their tails. And Skylightz Gaming really need to amp it up, at least in that next game of Erangel, because if they do not fare off well, if they do not end up in the top 3, maybe their dreams of making it to yet another GC might just be shattered.
Absolutely, and for that they will have the opportunity to, of course, make it happen in the 4 remaining games. So let's move on ahead. Let's have a look at the schedule. We're done with the 2 games of the day. Right now, we're going to be moving on along to the 3rd match of the day. That is going to be Erangel. And joining along with me today is not going to be the Panda Bro missing from the action right now on the desk. It is going to be iSuper Johnny to take us through this upcoming games as well. I am certainly hoping that you're doing great, mate.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
I mean, I'm doing pretty awesome and I'm excited to see what the teams are going to deliver. Did not really expect DRS to perform this well in the South Asia Championship considering the kind of momentum they had during the PMPL South Asia, but I'm really glad that they did turn things around and now have a massive advantage on the overall leaderboard. I did hear fixes say that DRS might believe that they are done for the day, but I would like to differ to that statement, because I've noticed this one thing about DRS looking at their stats match by match. They've only finished outside of the top 3 in the 20 matches that they've played thrice. 17 other games they were always inside the top 10. The top 10. 17 matches they were constantly inside of the top 10, and out of those 17 games, I think they were outside the top 6 only once. So the numbers, the performances that the team has delivered is incredible, and I think Godlike Stalwart, they need to be a little bit more consistent and more on their toes in the next 3 remaining games, because while, I mean, you might think that winning is a little further away, it is still possible. You never know.
It is possible. I mean, 39-point lead is what DRS is sitting at right now. It is possible for Godlike Stalwart to be able to rise up from there, but right now it is time for us to move on ahead and talk about the prediction, mate. Wherein, of course, who do you think is going to be walking away with a chicken dinner on this upcoming Erangel?
I mean, game 1, I show up to the last day of the finals, and this is the first thing Blotter is asking me. Straight up prediction. I think I would like to see a little bit tougher fight for the title, so I think I will go with Godlike Stalwart for now, but I think my predictions will change as the day goes by.
All right, mate. Well, again, you are the man with the stat right now, and the stat clearly does define that the team of Godlike Stalwart are doing fantabulously well. If only they would have done so in the previous game, I would have gotten 1 more point in my prediction. That's okay. Nothing against Stalwart, of course. But right now, for the upcoming Erangel, I'm going to go with Skylightz Gaming. I do want to be able to see a really good climb from the side of Skylightz Gaming as well. And they have been able to, take on decent fights, just not good enough to be able to get them close to the chicken dinner. Maybe the Erangel game is where the things are going to change for them.
I mean, that's what we're going to be hoping for, right? It is the OG map of the game. It is the map where everyone is comfortable with, especially given the fact that Skylightz Gaming now do have more flexibility if you compare it to their previous runs in the previous PMPLs. They're a little bit more flexible now. Do not rely on dropping just on Yasna or Poliana to have a stressful game anymore. I think it does increase the chances of them getting a win on Erangel a little bit more consistently by quite a lot, but who knows? There is a certain amount of RNG involved in the game, and I guess it is time to begin the action.
Oh, it definitely is. But the flight path definitely started from the southern side, from the Primorsk Ferry Pier region, taking us all the way north towards Stalbur area as of now. Now, with this, will I8 once again decide, Agonxi8? Will they be deciding to go down towards Quarry Primorsk region? Will that be the case from their side or not? Will the agony continue for Agonxi8 or not? This is going to be the defining game for them. I mean, they've been through a lot of turmoil in the past 3 days, and the turmoil has not yet stopped. But one thing that I will say, of course, is that Agonxi8, even though they went through the turmoil, picked up the pace, picked up the baton, pushed on ahead, got into the first page itself without a chicken dinner, was sitting on the 8th spot itself, and then once again the cookie just crumbled down against them, and we saw them, of course, falter down as we are continuing on with that journey for them. Again, we'll see if that'll be the case, but as of now, of course, it seems like Agonxi8 once again are going to be changing their strategy, changing where they're going to be dropping. As we do of IHC going towards the Giorgio Pole region. Alongside that, we've got something to talk about.
Yeah, we're back.
It is, yep, and we're back. It's all right though. It is definitely a good thing because the players, this means if we are back on the stream, that means the players are going to be provided the most comfortable and fair game once they join into the game once again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It is important, right? Especially at this stage of a tournament where slots for the global championship are on the line. We don't mind resetting the game however many times the players need it to be to give them the best fighting opportunity inside of the matches. I think that is the intentions right there of the management, to allow a perfect setting for these guys to compete. And I think that is what the players also do want. I mean, that is exactly what the players want. They want to play it to the best of their ability. So I guess we'll just be waiting for the reset in a little while. But in the meantime, Laura, I guess that gives us time to chat about the teams. Now, since you were talking about Agonxi8, my perspective on the entire military-based drop clash situation is the fact that if it does not work more than 3 maps, just abandon it and just switch over to someplace else. What are your thoughts on this? Because this strategy of abandoning a drop earlier on in the tournament, we've seen Skylightz Gaming do this, and it worked out quite nicely for them.
It did. I mean, me and Necro also had this exact same conversation on stream, wherein this was pointed out definitely from the Necro, from the Panda Bro is what I meant to say right there, is the fact that, you know, yes, change is good. Change was in fact necessary for the side of Agonxi8, and sticking to that military base was getting a little too repetitive, where again the teams had already understood, the opponents had understood what to expect from the players of Agonxi8, and they come in with a banger. They change their drop location. Good. Kudos to you. But did that actually help you out? It did not, because they changed their drop location thrice on the map of Erangel itself. From the military base, they've completely cut off. They're not going there. They've not even dropped there once. But they've changed their drop to Giorgio. They've changed their drop to Primorsk. Now, all of those contested areas have not worked out for them. On the map of Miramar, Los Leones is still theirs, but not a lot of conversion has been seen from the side of that team. So it is looking like a very difficult decision that I8 are stuck in. Or maybe it could very well be, overthinking perhaps could very well be the thing that could be, messing up with their heads, because playing like that from day one and then jumping yourself without a chicken dinner onto 8th position itself clearly indicates that the team has caliber. It's just perhaps overthinking that's resulting them in these, I don't want to call it unfair fights, but if you talk about it from the opponent's point of view, this is a fair fight. If I see you all alone, mate, you're going down. Let it be Ghost, let it be Uzum.
That's fair enough, right? I mean, that is what anyone else would do. You see a lad out in the open completely exposed, you're going to finish him off, secure that point for your team. And as you were talking about the fact I8 breaking into the top 8 without any wins, any chicken dinners to the name, that is very impressive, right? That showcases how consistent the team has been, despite the fact that they weren't really able to close out their matches. After the first game of today, I8, they managed to take a slight bump from the top 8 into the top 6, but then there was the previous game where DE Warriors actually in fact played really well. So as you guys were talking about, you and Fixes were talking about before, I came along and displaced Fixes from here. I think I agree with what you said as well, to the fact that this is going to be an important game for I8 if they go ahead and win this game, if they can somehow manage to close the gap against the top 6, the top 5 with this particular match, then there is a possibility that they can get themselves into a qualification position, because I believe Godlike Stalwart already do have enough circuit points, if my calculation is not off. This is why I'm like constantly texting Ocean, dude, here are the numbers, crunch them, let me know what the results are, because I believe Godlike Stalwart are already in a position from where their circuit points will help them get through to the global championship. I'll have to run the numbers on that again, but if that actually happens, then even the teams who are sitting on the 4th position will get an opportunity to move on to the next stage of to the GC. So I think that is something that the teams also need to think about, as to where the competition above you is, because right now even there is a lot of money on the line. I do understand that, but look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture points towards the global championship. That's the end of the year tournament. That's where you need to be.
Let me be a little bit of a goof conversation starter right here, alright? As we wait for this game to start off, you perfectly pointed it out. I'm going to take the words out of your mouth. The team should be looking at the teams above them, right? And that is what I'm thinking about. but about the team sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard. I mean, you've got big names sitting out there, right? We're reaching the end of the day slowly but steadily. We've got the third game that's going to be played on Erangel, but now this moment on, 6 games are played throughout the entirety of the day. We're reaching pretty much the intermission moment right here with the Erangel game. After this game, I'm anticipating a lot more turmoil to be brought in from the team sitting at the latter half, because all they gotta do is bring in behemoth destruction to their opponent teams. They already know where the drop locations are. Perhaps Regicide, perhaps Quantum Rage, perhaps Magnus Esports and all of the others could very well bring in that sort of a moment where everything changes. Now it's not about a perfect synergistic play. Now it's about bring your opponent down, because, well, we're sitting on the latter half, but you're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere either. I think that should have been the statement that Fit would should go through the heads of the team sitting on the latter of the leaderboard, as you said. And we have seen that in the past as well. Teams that are not really doing so well during the last few stages, the last few maps of the tournament, do end up going for drop clashes against the team sitting on usually the top 5. But it is a double-edged sword, that strategy, because if you end up going down instead of finishing off the opposition, that means you just donated 4 extra points to the other team before the game actually even began. So I think you have to be pretty sure that if you are going to go for a drop clash, you take the opposition out, completely out.
Perfectly said, mate. Absolutely brilliantly said. And let's see, though. That is still an opportunity. That is still an availability that could very well be seen right here from the teams. But as of now, as we get this game started off, it seems like everything is looking pretty good. The teams are working towards their drop locations. The flight path is going to be taking us, of course, from the eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana down south towards military base, where again the zone this time around is going to be taking us up north. Loving the fact that it's actually up north. It is going to be providing a lot of rotating elements to the teams at the same time. Quantum Rage, perfect positioning right there. I believe Fixist mentioned this, that he wanted to see a Stahlberg zone, and it seems like this could very well be the one. Alongside that, we do have Skylightz Gaming's Mafia Ninja, a very aggressive player right here in front of us. He's the man who's been destructive, who's taken the opportunities, and has gotten so many points for his team. Now, in all of that, his teammates have been quintessential as well, because they provide the absolute necessary cover that is required for Mafia Ninja to do his business right. At the same time, that is going to be my pick, so I'm going to be a little sided with this conversation.
Yeah, we are being fair in the sense that we do like to admit that we are going to be rooting for our teams during the broadcast as well. But
only.
Yeah. Also, we are just hopeful. We don't know what the result is going to be. We don't know what Skylightz Gaming is going to be up to at the end of the game, or exactly what is going through their heads right now. But I think, Plotta, I think you might just get lucky this time, because the trajectory of the plane, as you mentioned, was quite close to Yasnaya Polyana. It does allow Skylightz Gaming a certain amount of freedom in the early stages, but we did see an early knock inside of the game. I believe TUF have lost one of their own, and that should be a first blood. But no, the trade does come in. Elementrix Orange is going to be taken down. Vishal, he is extremely low as well, down to around 40% HP, and Joker from the side of TUF has decided to close in. The UMP, it is going to be pretty deadly at this range, but no, the backup from Elementrix arrives, and now Joker is stuck in a 1v3.
Well, 1v3 is what he wants to convert, but with that, he needs his teammates, and that's exactly what's going to happen, where Saad also brings himself along. Along with that, he has the shotgun in his hand, and that in turn could very well be the end for Elementrix players as well, as Vishal is almost down to a sliver of HP, but what a perfect, precise, controlled aggression that has been showcased from Elementrix, as they indeed, Precious and Vishal, are going to be able to take the numbers down from the players of TUF, as TUF are on the backline of this fight, and now going to be on the run, where Thor is trying to find his armor all out in the open, as all the other players have already dropped dead.
Oh, that was a quick one right there. Elementrix, still managing to get away. Quite impressive. In fact, 3 eliminations secured. Not really how TUF thought that fight was going to go. I just blinked. I saw Joker create an opening. Then I blinked, and all of a sudden TUF were gone. But Thor now will definitely have to bring down the Hammer of the Gods if he wants to win this game. Nothing else would suffice.
A slow poke game is what we can expect right now from the side of course, TUF. They do have 1 defeat point, but sadly, Thor was not able to help out his teammates. He was a little too far out, and that in turn has resulted in him being the solo survivor for his team as of now. And he is at the edge of the zone, as far as his position is concerned, he's looking comfortable because he does not have to worry about the back angle, so to say, the flank angle, because there is no other team. Elementrix is the one that is in close proximity, of course, that we just saw. But at the same point of time, Elementrix hopefully are going to be working towards getting into the center of the zone sooner rather than trying to go out for the hunt for that fourth player. As of now, the most important thing for Elementrix, of course, is going to be able to get that loot set up for themselves. As we can clearly see, the players are down to sliver of HP. They do not have any first aid or bandages, as well as, of course, utility. So that will be their priority. But talking about just the skill, the sheer skill was showcased right there from Elementrix, as they did lose out on one other player, but at the same time were able to almost, well, again, not only almost, they were able to eliminate all the players that were in front of them from the side of TUF. But moving away from that early kerfuffle that we saw, we do have Agonxi8, who have this time around been able to make their rotation towards the North Georgia, are going to be looking definitely successful in terms of getting every loot segregated for themselves. But we also do know that when it comes to the Georgia Pole region, IHC also loves to go there.
Yeah.
Now, Agonxi8 are going to either have to decide to make a rotation quick and early, or they could very well be in a contestation against a fight while rotating against IHC.
I mean, it all sort of comes down to what IHC is thinking, because during the entirety of PMPL South Asia, IHC, again, they had two teams dropping quite close to them. That is their drop Georgia Pole City. That one team up in the northern Georgia Pole area and one team dropping towards Hospital. They never challenged an early fight. But this time around, if they are desperate for points, you never know. I8 might just go for an early aggressive push towards the northern part of the map, especially considering the kind of circle we have, because the entire shooting range area is pretty empty. And if I8 or IHC, whoever ends up gaining control of this northern half of the zone right now, they will have a much easier time in at least the first three zones. So I think it is going to be an important decision for both the teams. And as you were talking about it from the perspective of I8, I think it is also going to be quite critical to decide whether they want to rotate early or a little bit later into the game. But for now, on our screens, Regicide, and it looks like Nocto does hear the vehicles of Venom Legends headed his way. Is going to go for a spray onto Fragboy, but the escape, it is going to be successful. And Venom Legends, they are going to be on their merry way already, rotating, headed towards the center of the zone.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, that was an opening that could have been provided to Regicide right there to take down, I would say, a star player from Venom Legends, because Fragboy, yeah, the name itself suggests that he is definitely the Satan from the team, and he does so beautifully because he's been the one who's been ripping off heads as he jumps into the fight along with his teammate Ripson. But as of now, Regicide do have awareness of their opponent, but they are, of course, not going to be able to find a clear shot against Venom Legends, as they are in a two-man split. Also, the best part for Venom Legends, perhaps, is the fact that their team do have a really good control of the compound as well. So let's see if at all Regicide are going to be able to rush alongside Venom Legends as of now, because both the teams are playing with a two-man split agenda as of now. But moving towards the center, yet again, we do have MABETEX, another team that I would love to talk about. MABETEX coming, of course, from Mongolia. Again, we know the players, you know, very skillful players. But when it comes to the conversion itself, there have been a lot of ups and downs being showcased from their side.
Yeah.
As of now, MABETEX in this zone is exactly in the center. But are they going to be able to deliver is where I keep my fingers crossed, because they've been, yilly-nilly. At times they get a perfect momentum in their favor from a game, and then the other one, they completely thrash along with 2 or 3 eliminations and get eliminated.
Yeah, I think that is MABETEX, not just like in this tournament, but if you talk about the players in the lineup that they have, it is the former lineup of PMPL Esports, the same one that we remember getting a hat-trick during the PMPL league stages at one point of time, and after that just completely bombing the grand final. So their situation hasn't changed much. Either they're just going to look like gods in one game, and the next game they're just going to make very small little blunders, lose out on individual players of due to common mistakes and just end up losing a lot of points for that match. There is no in between for MABETEX. But in the matches where they do pop off, you really do not want to face this team. So it is all going to come down to the situation and where the next zone actually shifts. The third zone is going to be quite important for them. But talk about importance, and Elementrix is going to find out how important it is to find some cover in the middle of your rotations for yourself as they lose one more player to the hands of the Warriors.
A little too greedy right there, Elementrix, because I saw them a couple of minutes ago walking towards at the Ferry Pier Bridge, where they of course contested against that bridge block against DEW's rotation, which in turn has resulted in them losing out on a bunch of their players. Elementrix left with just Yeta Uta. As of now, of course, we do have T20 QWERTY bringing in a destructive force as he takes down Regicide's knock right there. Of course, Regicide's players are going to be around, but they are going to be losing out of at least of one of their players. They're left with just a 3-man squad, wherein T20 QWERTY Gravity is going to be getting one elimination point. At the same point of time, he's also going to be getting an awareness of his opponent team that's going to be making a rotation from the vicinity. That's going to be none other than Skylightz Gaming. Now, Skylightz Gaming, they've got a bit of a difference right here. AJ is pretty much in the center. Nima went to a different direction altogether. And 3-man split coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming. So let's see if at all T20 QWERTY is going to be able to capitalize upon that or not. But this is where a lot of fights are going to start taking place because we're reaching the 11-minute marker, and more so because every team is now in the zone.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, almost all the teams inside of the zone right now. It is going to make for a very chaotic mid-game at this point because the zone towards the southwestern side of Yasnaya, not a lot of terrain over there. Whatever compounds exist have already been taken over by the big names that do in fact like to drop there quite earlier on in the game. So it is going to make for a very interesting mid-game rotation for the teams that are playing the edge, teams of the Warriors who have decided to move towards the western edge of the zone. T2K closing in from the northern part of the map as well. Could be in a little bit of a pickle in a few moments. For now on our screens are VENOM Legends. Quite a safe position, I must say. All they have to do is just hold their position inside those buildings, and if they can protect themselves against QWERTY, I think VENOM Legends are going to be good to go. They're going to be able to secure extra points.
Definitely would love to see that happen for VENOM Legends, of course. Now, talking about VENOM Legends as well, from what I've noticed in the 4-day affair, they have decided to actually play it safe throughout the entirety of the 4-day affair. Yeah. Very seldom have I actually seen them over-aggress in fights, and they're the ones who are just playing it safe and keeping a very snail's pace approach, allowing the zone to do the work as they find a pretty good spot in around the center region, which in turn does end up helping out VENOM Legends. But again, I do want to be able to see an aggressive play from their side. And talking about the aggressive play, we'll have to see if the zone is going to be allowing that or not, because the zone takes another shift, and this time around, it's going to be the players of Agonxi8 who've actually found themselves in the center right there of Rozhok and the zone, which is definitely really good, but also really troublesome because all the teams are now rotating in there. If somehow Agonxi8 can keep it to themselves and not over-aggress at this moment, they're looking fine. But if they start popping off heads, there are so many teams, so many colors that we can see on the map that are reaching towards that Rozhok. And what if, Johnny, this zone in the next curveball shift takes itself towards north and takes us towards Quantum Rage and T2K?
Well, that is just going to make the game more exciting. That is going to be a very hard shift up north. And plus, the mountain has a very nice slope that overlooks over Rozhok. So it is going to be quite interesting. But I don't think Quantum Rage is going to be there to see that moment of the game. If T2K just keep pushing this fight like this. 2 knocks secured from the side of T2K. Sandesh was traded out, but Quantum, do they have enough to make it out of this fight and make even trades even further? We have Goku just trying to finish off Sandesh with a little bit of utility being lobbed towards him, but Legend and Rig are there to protect their teammate. Goku, not a lot of cover available to work with. Is going to be in a world of hurt, but oh, look at this. JD is going to be knocked down. That means Goku is the last player surviving for his team, and we have Legend going for a push right now with the AKM. The shots do connect. Goku with a sliver of HP. He's going to manage to secure a knock, but the trade is not going to be enough. The DBS at that range is not going to work, and there it is. We have Elementrix eliminated from the game, but right after them, it is going to be the lads from Quantum Rage taking an exit. 3 teams eliminated in an instant, by the way.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the destructive force of the rotation of the zone itself. And again, I mean, teams, they were just not ready for this play from the PUBG gods. As of now, we do have, of course, Stalwart top already down. Godlike Stalwart top. Not looking like he's going to be able to get that revival just yet, because it is going to be Magnus's players. Finisher who's going to be finish him off, actually, to get that point converted for himself, which in turn is going to be providing Magnus Esports with 3 defeat points for now. They're looking at a very good position in the zone, right next to, of course, Cool, and of course in close proximity to Magnus's position are going to be the players of DEW. As of now, DEW have not been spotted out yet from Magnus, but we'll have to, of course, keep a keen eye out towards these 2 teams, because there can be a fight that could be drawn between those 2. But moving towards, once again, the zone itself, I'm loving Agonxi8's position. There is another team that has moved into Rozhok. That's going to be VENOM Legends players. But outside, there's still a lot of action brewing apart from the Rozhok region itself. Because down south, we do have Magnus. Below them is going to be DEW. But below DEW itself, we've got DRS jumping into action as they take down East. And this, in turn, is not the kind of opening that DEW anticipated, but DRS, they are in a lot of trouble because they need to get into the zone, and they are being caught on from the Blues for now. It's the zone. Sorry, Johnny. I just so sorry.
Oh my goodness, I was like, wait, what happened? What? But yeah, we need to get excited, because Blotter, you were able to predict the circle. The shift of the zone has in fact taken us to the northern part of the map, just a little bit up of Rozhok and T2K. They're going to be quite happy with this shift, but given the fact that Skylightz Gaming have managed to rotate it early, it's just going to make them a little bit salty as to how their positions are going to be taken away from them. Look at that, Skylightz Gaming, Mr. Bora finding the opening on the feed. As we can see, Sandesh is going to be knocked and finished off. So what actually happened right now is the fact that T2K, right after the fight with Quantum Rage, went for a 2-2 split, thinking that the zone is going to move towards the southern side. But no, the game does like to mess with the player every now and then, and this is one of those moments.
Absolutely, and again, another messy moment that has turned against the players of Agonxi8 is, of course, the zone, but it has also provided them with an opportunity to take down a few elimination points, and that in turn is going to be the players of course, none other than the rotating team of Magnus Esports, who are going to be in the crosshairs. As of now, Agonxi8 a perfect positioning for them at this moment itself, because they are at a higher ground against the players of course, Magnus. At the same time, in the close vicinity, we also do have MABETEX as well. Now, a really good point would be if the zone takes another curveball shift and brings itself down south. All the teams we can see on the map are making their way towards the north. But what if there's another crazy shift that is not expected from these teams?
I have a question for you. Do you not like seeing people happy?
It's just the PUBG gods doing this, mate.
First the northern shift, now you want the zone to go back south. Well, I guess DRS, they are not going to be there to watch that moment as well, or at least just Gyante, who has been picked up by Gravity from Team QWERTY. Not a good rotation for DRS, by the way.
Absolutely, because they were caught off. Delta has already been left out of the entire fray. 2-man split for DRS is turning into only a 2-man army, perhaps, but we'll come back to that if that'll be the case or not. For the side of T20 QWERTY, well, they're going to be able to get that revival. They are going to have the 4 players, and right now, Delta, as we were just talking about it, is probably going to be lost to the cause. But will he be providing that point? Probably not. For now, it is looking like T20 QWERTY will have the northeastern edge of the zone to themselves.
Well, let's see. I8C, another big name taken out early in this game. I8 are the ones who did the deed right there. MABETEX looking to see if they can push further inside the zone right now. I don't think there's an opportunity for them to do that. They are surrounded from either sides as well. So it's not going to be an easy push. VENOM Legends are on one side and have their, well, what's a name, rivals right next to them on the other. So they will have to be extremely careful. This does come down to patience and a little bit of luck for all the teams stuck in Rozhok right now. because this is what I was about to say. If the zone does not move towards them, then it's going to be really tough for them to actually cross the river. The only thing they can do is now go for a swan dive inside that river and just hope that no one spots them when they get out on the other side. Apex did try to take a few shots on Zen, but completely fails to hit the bullseye on that. Hershey in the back lines is going to try and see if he can spot out the players escaping that building, and if he does, he's going to wait for them to just be a little bit more exposed, allow his team, in fact, give his team the benefit of the element of surprise, secure those 2 knocks, convert to finishes, and then it's just going to be one player for the rest of the entirety of MABETEX to deal with, which is going to be quite an easy job for them.
It definitely should be, as we do have, of course, all 4 players converging from the side of MABETEX, of course, converging towards, of course, this elimination point that they are eagerly waiting for. We did see Baron bring in a lot of nades, but sadly we're not able to connect. As we move on along towards the northern side, as we do have Skylightz Gaming taking perfect shots and sprays against the players of T20 Quirty, as one by one T20 Quirty lose out on their players, and seems like the final player, 420 Boy, is not going to be allowed to be able to do much. My apologies, was not the final player. We still do have one more player remaining from T20 Quirty. But it is going to be down to just a single man, and that's going to be Gravity, who it seems like is going to be caught out in the blues if he's not too careful. But Skylightz Gaming, they have the momentum in their favor. They've been able to get 5 elimination points as of now, and along with that, the final player of T20 Quirty, Gravity, does get eliminated. That means we are left with now 11 teams. Now, MABETEX, again, the zone has not, in fact, it's been very, very cruel to them. They made an entry to the Rozak area right across Magnus's players' team. Magnus Zen's team, but for now they are going to have to fight their way out through this, and there still is Agonxi8's 4-man army remaining for Magnus to go through, for my apologies, for MABETEX to go through. And on the back lines, VENOM Legends Fragboy, 1-man army still remains from the side of Godlike Stalwart's Cry still does remain. So there is still an opportunity for MABETEX to perhaps make it through, or an opportunity for i8 to bring in a third party.
Well, let's see. i8, I mean, going for a revive on Blade seems pretty important to them. The fact that they are a little bit safe, the blue zone is going to put MABETEX in a panic situation, especially Wally, who is engulfed in the blue right now. It's quite late in the game to deal with the blue zone damage. You can't really tank it at this point. So i8, even unintentionally, if they just hold on to this position, are going to be the reason for the demise of the 2 individuals from the side of MABETEX, but the other 2 have managed to cross over to the other side using their teammates as a distraction. And in the meanwhile, i8, one after the other, players getting knocked out, a lot of healing utility is going to be committed just getting out from this situation, which is not really going to be a great thing for them if they end up making it into the top 5, which looks quite likely, because Stalwart Esports, Godlike Stalwart, in fact, have been eliminated from the game. We are down to the top 8 with TUF left with just 1 player. We have MABETEX with just 1, T2K with just 1 player. VENOM Legends, there's just 2 individuals remaining along with the players of MABETEX, who are in the crosshairs of Skylightz Gaming at this point.
Ooh, and talking about Skylightz Gaming themselves, they are in really good controlled area of the zone towards the northern side. They have, of course, the zone as well as the advantage of the height, the hill itself, the mountain itself that's working for them. And now it's just battle in the fish stuck for the side of VENOM Legends as they get sprayed on upon. At the same point in time, MABETEX's fight and rivalry is still not yet done, because Ghost is going to be able to find, well, not a knock, but definitely is going to be providing a lot of damage to MABETEX's player. But for Agonxi8, now the moment of truth definitely does arise, because they need to make a rotation out from the main island towards, of course, across the river to get into the zone, where indeed another team to bring up is going to be DEW. Now, DEW are a 2-man strong team. They are not making any noise whatsoever at all, coming in from the western side of the zone itself. It could very well turn into a tricky affair for the other teams who are making a lot of noise, like for example Skylightz Gaming, like for example Agon, because they have no idea that there is a team due west of this zone.
I think there's something wrong with my eyes right now. I see i8 sitting there with 15 eliminations in this game. Oh my goodness, I mean, this team is on fire and they have more targets available, more points to secure. Let's see if they can hit the 20 elimination marker, as Baron is quite close to Uzim, and there's 1 more body in the water, so 2 easy elimination, 2 easy points for them to secure. But Skylightz Gaming, they will have the advantage in the overall bigger picture, in the close end-game scenario, because they have the high ground. That means easier ability to toss utility on the players of i8. who are in fact charging towards Baron already. So let's see. It's going to be a 3v1 situation, at least right behind this rock. Baron, he will have to use the fact that Skylightz Gaming also have a line of fire available towards this position to his advantage if he can. But that means him stepping into the line of fire itself. So someone is getting his point. We just have to find out which team is it going to be. Will it be Skylightz Gaming or the lads from I8, who have managed to gain one more elimination while I was talking? So the 15 becomes 16, and now it's 17 elimination points to I8.
You know what, mate? I mean, Johnny, it's getting really late in Pakistan. I think I8, all they want is a chicken dinner now. They're not going to be contested with anything else. And now it has turned into a 4v3 situation. Once again, it all falls into Agonxi8's favor, perhaps because the numbers advantage is working in their favor. But at the same point in time, for Skylightz Gaming, the best part is, of course, the control of the zone that is going to be able to help them out. And in all of that, look at the amount of utility that Mafia Ninja is still holding in his hand. He's got 4 nades to work with. Along with that, his teammates are going to be creating a flank. Look at Nima going on to the flank angle, and that in turn is where the same exact approach is being showcased from the players of Agonxi8, as well as IQ has held that disciplined trigger finger to himself along with the flank. But we'll have to see, will Skylightz Gaming be able to sniff that out or not?
Well, let's see. I mean, this is going to be the final collision between these two teams to see who walks away with the win in this game. It's a 4v3 situation right now. 3 players left from the side of Skylightz Gaming and 4 remaining from the side of I8, who have gone for a 1-3 split, by the way, which can work out in the favor of Skylightz Gaming if they do smoke off the entirety of the right-hand side of the cell. But it doesn't look like the utility from the side of Skylightz Gaming pretty on point, taking Ghost down to around 50% HP. The other 2 players are going to be dropped to around 70% as well. And Mafia Ninja from point-blank range can change everything. But look at that, Blade is going to be knocked out. Skylightz Gaming, they have the opening that they were looking for. And now I8, this win of theirs that they were pretty sure was going to be in their hands, this chicken dinner, could just be snatched away. One clip after the other. Nima just going for small little burst inside that smoke, but Mafia Ninja, as I was saying, with a wonderful nade, is going to secure another knock. The 3rd player inside that smoke is extremely low. The Molotov should be enough to provide burn damage to secure extra knock, or in fact finish off the knock players from the side of I8 Esports. Ghost is going to step out in the open, but that is just going to mean he's going to be on his knees as well. It's a 1v3 now, and Skylightz Gaming, they're looking so good as they look to close out this match by finishing off the last player from the side of I8 Esports. It is IQ stuck in a 1v3.
Indeed, a 1v3 going up against, of course, IQ right now. He's got a really good distraction smoke to be able to cover that flank so that Skylightz Gaming's Nima is not able to approach from that angle for sure. But at the same point of time now for IQ, it is a tough battle to crack because the numbers advantage helping the players of Skylightz Gaming. Nima gets into the buggy to just, of course, lure the fight against IQ, and that in turn will provide an opportunity for Skylightz Gaming's player to maybe approach the flank that, of course, IQ is trying to defend with the smokes already created. But again, it is just a matter of time. Can this fight go in IQ's favor? A 1v3 is what we're looking at. 1 by 1 is what we do see Skylightz players jumping into action with. A UMP in Nima's hand. He jumps onto the face, and just like that, is going to be easily able to dominate IQ and get that chicken dinner in the bag. And thank you so much for doing so, because you get me another prediction right.
You're just happy that your prediction came right, but yeah, I'm happy for you as well. I mean, Skylightz Gaming can sometimes be kind of a tricky team to root for, because you don't know what they are going to be up to if this zone is not theirs. But this time around, they played quite nicely. Just took every advantage that was given to them and converted the win quite nicely in the endgame scenario, considering it was a 4v3 situation, as we pointed out. And again, I mean, just the level of patience that they displayed, because they could have very well pushed the hill a little bit earlier on, gotten a few extra eliminations, but that would have meant taking the risk of just getting into more fights back to back, which means you might lose out on few players, which would have been key in an endgame scenario like this. So just being very smart, being extremely patient does in fact work out for the lads from Skylightz Gaming. But I have to give props to I8 as well. That was an incredible game. With how they started that match. I really did not think they were going to be this aggressive, especially considering how long they were stuck in Rozhok for. But still, I mean, just monstrous performance coming in from their side as well.
Absolutely, a perfect conversion coming in from the side of Agonxi8, and a very much needed and deserved for them. But along with that, now it is time for us to go on that short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back. Hello and welcome back once again on the final day right here of course, the Pro League South Asia Championship, where day number 4 is off to a perfect continued moment for these teams, as we do have Skylightz Gaming take a perfect chicken dinner on the third game of the day. But more so importantly to talk about, of course, is going to be Agonxi8's play, as they got a behemoth of a play done here with the elimination points racked up. But with that, talking about the MVP, well, we've got Mafia Ninja. I honestly would have thought it would have been i8 with 17 eliminations, but kudos to Mafia Ninja with, of course, getting the MVP with 4 eliminations and 1058 damage done.
I mean, it has the number of eliminations is quite impressive. 4 is also not a small number, especially in a lobby like this where everyone is considered the best in their region. So even 4 eliminations on a single player is quite impressive. But more impressive than that, I have to say, is the 1058 damage that he has managed to dish out while only having 65 healing done. That means he was basically like the invisible man running around just shooting people in the face, and since no one was really able to see him, they can't really shoot back, right?
Exactly, and I mean, we spoke about it as well, and in fact, we saw it by the end of it, as he got so close to the players of Agonxi8 with the utility just coming in back to back to back. There was no way that Agonxi8's players were able to even spot him out, and that in turn resulted in, of course, the man getting MVP. But talking about, of course, the players to focus upon moving away, we do have Blade from Agonxi8 Esports with 6 eliminations, 829 damage. I mean, that clearly itself indicates, 1000 plus damage going in favor of course, the MVP with only 4 eliminations. And Blade right here with 6 eliminations is sitting at 829. So perhaps what we can say is Blade was pretty precise with the play that he made.
Yeah, I mean, very on point with, as you mentioned, the plays that he was making sure that i8 wasn't really missing out on those free points that are lying out in the open. 800 damage, but still 6 eliminations secured. He was the key player for the side of i8, and I believe he was one of the few people who was who managed to protect himself quite nicely in those 4v4s that i8 was stuck in during Rozhok as well. So that was very important from their side. But looking at the match summary, Mafia Ninja, as we've talked about, his performance was also very impressive. Got 3 assists, 4 eliminations, and the 1000 damage, which was also pretty impressive. He's going to be followed up in terms of damage numbers by his own teammate, Mr. Boro, who has 952 damage dished out over there. Nima is there on the 4th position with 764. So Skylightz Gaming, they weren't any less aggressive in comparison to Agonxi8 in this particular game. But again, Agonxi8, I guess just the ability, or in fact the sort of mindset that the team has had, not just in this tournament but throughout the years, has been all about aggression. And this team, if anyone knows how to go for those elimination points, it is this particular team, securing 29 points in total, and in fact overshadowing the winners of this particular match. Skylightz Gaming, they're there on the 2nd with 28 points, but they also have those 3 extra placement points.
Absolutely, but again, this brings us to the question that Agonxi8, how big of a leap have they actually made on the overall ranking? We are going to be looking at that. But talking about the teams who sadly were not able to clock a good game on this Erangel map, we have IHC Esports getting eliminated on the 16th position with 0 total points. Now on the 11th position is what I would like to draw the attention towards the Real Soldiers, who are in the overall standings. In the leaderboard, they are looking very good. The storyline is working for them because they've got a big lead, but at the same point of time, who is trying to catch up to them? Well, that of course is going to be Godlike Stalwart. This time around, Godlike Stalwart also sadly were not able to get decent points, which in turn keeps the lead definitely alive for DRS, and the dream for Godlike still lingering on with the 3 remaining games.
Yeah, I guess some things never change no matter which state of the tournament you're in. The last few matches, it's always going to be the teams at the top that end up taking things lightly, and it's going to be always the teams from the latter of the board who try to bounce back. This time around as well, the middle of the table is where the push is coming from, where the fight is coming from primarily. We saw, as you mentioned, you called out the names as well, IHC, DRS, Godlike Stalwart, all the teams taking an early exit when we want to see them capitalize on the advantage. So things will get a little bit more interesting as we move further during with our day, but I guess we'll have to wait for the next matches to begin to actually see what the results will be.
Absolutely, but before we talk about that, let's have a recap through the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and this is where, of course, Elementrix showcased a perfect elimination pointer, but later on we did see them falter down as well. But moving away from that, towards the players of Agonxi8, I mean, this team was a destructive force to not be reckoned with at all. I mean, they made sure that no other team is going to be able to move into the zone from Rozhok area, and they were the ones who then capitalized on a perfect rotation. But of course, Skylightz Gaming were there a little too early, and even though the numbers advantage were favoring the players of Agonxi8, it was just the positioning in the zone that did not help them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did not really work out for them, but we do have the overall rankings in front of us, and we do see DRS. I guess now they're going to be feeling the pressure. Skylightz Gaming closing in, jumping up 3 positions and bringing themselves on the second position in the overall rankings, 213-point total tally. There is still quite a big difference between them and the lads from DRS Gaming. It is 37 points right now, so they do have a little bit of safety cushion, but with 3 games to go, anything can happen. But also, we were talking about quite a lot about I8. They are in the top 5 now.
Oh yes, they've climbed up. They've climbed up. Massive lead for themselves, and well, not massive lead, but a leap for themselves is what I meant to say, as they find themselves on the 5th spot. But at the same point of time, only 1 chicken dinner. So definitely would love to see them move on with the same momentum towards the next game of the day, and perhaps get the momentum rolling, and perhaps a second chicken dinner would be that much more awesome from them for their fans. But looking on down south, we do have DRS Esports with 3 chicken dinners. DE Warriors the same with 3 chicken dinners, but sadly sitting at 6th and 7th position respectively. Moving on to the second page is where now I would love to be able to see Team TUF, Regicide, Quantum Rage, VENOM Legends, T2K Esports, all of these 12th to the 16th. All of them should bring in chaotic plays for the upcoming game of Sanhok, because Sanhok, we know, allows the possibility of third parties, and I would love for these teams to be able to do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok is just going to be fun, especially as you mentioned. Not just the third parties are one thing that you can look forward to. It's those early game shotgun battles that have recently begun in this particular map as well, that I personally do enjoy. And also, I've been checking up on like what I was talking about earlier on, the GC qualification, which is basically what these teams are fighting for. So from these 16 teams that we have right now, Godlike Stalwart, IHC and I8 have in fact already made it to the list. It's the rest of the teams that are fighting for their position. So it means right now the top 2, that is DRS and Skylightz Gaming, are in a perfect position, and T2K also have found a safe haven for themselves. So these 3 teams, the competition between all 3 of them is going to be extremely tight, and I guess because of that, I would love to see what T2K bring to the table on Sanhok, because they do like to start up north, and they do also like to go for a lot of water rotations, I've noticed. Like at least during the PMPL, that is what they were up to.
GG's, mate. GG's indeed. You read my mind. I mean, see, normally before the start of the day, I write it down as to what teams I want to be able to predict.
Or is it T2K then?
And on Sanhok, it's T2K for me as well. But you know what? We're not going to go with the same approach. So perhaps I can change at the last minute and look forward to maybe Godlike Stalwart getting a chicken dinner from this game. And there is a possibility, but yeah, kudos for getting that.
you know what, Blotter, based on how things have been for me with predictions, I think that is the smarter choice. I've been very unlucky this time around.
Oh, well, mate, don't you worry, because T2K have actually capitalized on the Sanhok map earlier, and we should be able to see them with a really good game for themselves. And the Sanhok game is going to be a chaotic one. We definitely do expect a lot of, well, again, the DBS action that is being showcased, as you mentioned as well, right?
Yes.
It is so much fun, but such a chaotic mess in the battleground that really infuriates me that you jump in along, the player's already down, and then you turn it into a stalemate conversation, because then for the next 10 minutes you've got nothing happening on a map of Sanhok, which is so different to how it was back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Earlier on in the day, Sanhok was all about those early fights, right? Now it's about going for those heal battles, and we all started to hate that a little bit as well. I'm not gonna lie about that, like, because the end game situation on Sanhok was like polar opposite of what it used to be. Sanhok was all about that chaos, the aggression, your ability to sometimes stay hidden while in the middle of team fights, and then just popping out of nowhere, finishing off the opposing team and surprising them. It was like a jump scare moment for everyone involved. But now it is about leaving that one teammate behind with 20 plus first aid on him, so that at the last few moments of the game, he's just spamming that heal button, just like putting on one first aid kit after the other constantly. And that got a bit stale. Nowadays, it's about the early game DBS action, as you mentioned. I mean, that weapon has literally proven to be a game changer on this particular map, and has opened up a lot of interesting possibilities for the teams that do like to fight it out. Do still like to fight it out. I must correct myself. Do still like to fight it out right now. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how this map is going to go. I mean, I guess we are about to begin, since we do see the lads on our screen again.
Oh, definitely. And with that, the flight has already taken place, and now all we gotta see is where exactly are these players going to be moving towards? How exactly are they going to be dropping themselves? Are we going to be looking at any drop contestations whatsoever, or will there be none? Because we know that on the Paradise Resort, it is Magnus's play. Now, Magnus Esports have gotten that going on for a long time, wherein they do drop on Paradise Resort. No other team around in the vicinity wants to contest them, and that in turn got them a chicken dinner yesterday with 12 eliminations on the map of Sanhok. So perhaps I would love to see any drop clashes. Nope, not going to be the case, but never mind all that, because the masala will still be brought on from the zone, as it is going to be facing itself towards the eastern side. A very nominal zone right here for the teams. As for the players of Venom, this is not looking good. VENOM Legends against T20 and it is going to be one by one. The players of VENOM Legends go down, and what a start and end to the game.
Yeah, that was a minute and a half. That was literally a minute and a half since the game started. And that's the entire team wiped out by QWERTY, and they did not lose a single player in that fight. That is just brilliant from their side. What a start. I mean, this you could not ask for more, I guess, on Sanhok. You have 4 eliminations early. Now just pick up the first aids and run to the center of the zone and just hide.
True. That is so true. Again, I mean, talking about T20 QWERTY itself, we've seen them go towards Hatton region. This time around, they were on their way and decided, you know what, might as well take a little bit of a sneak peek and get some elimination points as we get closer to the chicken dinner. But with that, we also did see IHC bringing in a DBS controlled spray against the players of Quantum Rage, and now the nade is going to be doing all the talking, where Godless is going to be able to hunt down Sirius. And not only that, the DBS will be the final say, as the players of Quantum Rage also lose out on two of their teammates. We are left with Goku and JD for now. At the same time, for IHC Esports, perfect start to the game for them as well. And just like that, in what, matter of 2 minutes, we're looking at 15 teams, of course, alive, but 58 players, or maybe make that 57, because High Voltage's Malik has an approach against DEW.
Yes, 6 players finished off, and there it is. 7 players finished off within the first. I'm gonna wait 5 more seconds so that I can stay within the first 3 minutes. Well, technically, it's still within the first 3 minutes of the game, but yeah. I mean, with how the teams dropped and where the trajectory of the plane was, we did not really expect this much aggression this early. But you don't hear me complaining, right? I'm not complaining about it. I'm just happy I got to see some early fights. But as you were talking about the situation for Quantum Rage, Blotter, I think this game is going to be extremely tough for them. Because now with 2 players remaining, escaping Camp Charlie during the mid-game stages, it's not going to be easy. They know IHC is going to be waiting for them on the other side, and then DRS is going to start closing in on their position in a few short moments. One possibility for Quantum Rage can be they can abandon Camp Charlie, just wait close to the bridge that helps them cross west, and then just let DRS pass them by, rotate a little bit late. Just don't be the first ones moving in inside the zone right now. On the other side, IHC, I guess, they just feel extremely comfortable moving out in the open. We have Alex just looking for a little bit of extra loot that he can use later in the game.
Absolutely, as we do have IHC going to their comfortable location, where we do see them on the map of Sanhok. They're going to be spread across from the docks all the way up to Kampong. And for Quantum Rage, as Johnny mentioned, no rage needed from you, mate. At least not in this game. But moving ahead towards another team altogether, we do have, of course, High Voltage on our screens, where Jiggle seems to have an idea about the players of T20 Quarry. He's just patiently waiting. On top of the rocks, he's patiently waiting. Of course, the other thing that High Voltage's players need to do is get into the zone. But for now, they're going to be playing it safe. They have a decent amount of loot, and they want to be able to, of course, see if T20 Quarry make an early rotation. When they do, High Voltage will have an opening to be able to get a few elimination points in their favor. At the same time, as we look towards the center of the zone itself, we are going to be looking at TUF in a very good position of their own. On the other front, we have right next to them, right next to TUF, a two-man split coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming, a team that just won a chicken dinner on the previous game. The momentum hopefully carries on for them, but a two-man split against a four-man army of TUF could be trouble brewing for Skylightz Gaming. We'll see if that'll be the case or not. As we do move on to TUF's screen, it is going to be Joker, sir. Slowly moving ahead to be able to spot out opponent teammate. But for now, he has not been able to do so. And on the far along the line as well, we do have Agonxi8 also going in towards the center. So in the center, we've got TUF, Agonxi8, as well as two-man split from Skylightz Gaming.
I mean, definitely, as you were talking about the collapse from either sides for TUF, I believe that is going to be a possibility upon them. They have to be extremely careful, just stay well hidden. Otherwise, if I8 or in fact Skylightz Gaming come in and engage, get them engaged in a fight, the other team is going to have a perfect opportunity to go for a third party and secure the elimination of whichever team has players remaining after the collision is done. But look at this, Regicide, Noki on our screens did not fire a single shot because his intentions were pretty clear. He just wanted to get the information as to where the opposition was headed. And that was the smarter choice as well. I mean, the players from MABETEX just towards their, in fact, just right in front of the players from Regicide, and they have the lads from Godlike Stalwart a little bit up north. So if they make a lot of noise from here, there is going to be a collapse that will be imminent after that. No option to avoid it. But looking at the zone and where the circle is right now, I believe, as we were talking about I8, Skylightz Gaming, TUF, everyone realizing how important controlling the center early in the game is going to be. But not in the center, in fact, all the way over northern side of the map towards Hathin, we have the collision of High Voltage against QWERTY, and now QWERTY end up losing one of their players. In fact, I believe they have lost two at this point.
Indeed, it seems like it. I mean, the points definitely converted for High Voltage. That's going to be 2 defeat points. Voltrix on our screen along with, I believe, Wolverine, if I'm not mistaken. But for High Voltage, the wait, the patience game has worked out in their favor. And just to get a correction over there, we do still have T20 QWERTY remaining with 3 players.
Oh,
420 Boy, Voltrix and Wolverine are still alive. But this is the fight that brewed on along, where T20 QWERTY were able to bring in mayhem and destruction against the players of VENOM Legends, where VENOM Legends, they were divided all across the board and there was nothing that they could do. And just a matter of minutes and they were just eliminated. With that, High Voltage once again keeping a very high octane game working for themselves, and the second elimination that they do have is going to be from the side of DEW as East falters down.
Alrighty, I just saw 2 eliminations on High Voltage and I thought that
Maybe
both of them were from the side of QWERTY, considering they were also playing with a 2-2 split, but still, I guess having 3 players will work out quite nicely for them depending on how they rotate and how eager now they are to fight against the players of High Voltage. But we do have Malik over here. It seems like has spotted out one more lad from the side of Marty. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how High Voltage push for this fight, considering 3 players on one side of the bridge and Malik is looking to cross to the other side along with his teammates, so that they are going to be a 4-man unit again. If he gets left behind, then it is going to be a troublesome situation for High Voltage to deal with in the late stages of the game. Assassin just trying to see if he can get a line of fire, a firing angle on the lad underneath the bridge, but that is not going to be possible from here.
Indeed, for now, once again, they turn back into the patient gameplay that was showcased from them. They're going to have to anyways, because they know that right around the vicinity, T2K Esports has made that rotation. So they're going to have to be a lot more careful if they want to get this water rotation done right to enter the zone. With that, moving on along towards Godlike Stalwart. This is a team that is going to be in close proximity to Regicide's players. Now, Regicide are a little scattered and split up in terms of how they've chosen to base themselves in this zone. Pretty much in the center they are still going to be, but at the same point of time, we'll have to see what the zone exactly has in store for all of these teams. 8 seconds more and we will see a shift coming in. And what sort of a curveball shift are we to see from this zone? Let's find out, as we do have the zone shifting along. And with that, the teams that are pretty much in the center should be absolutely comfortable, because it has constricted onto itself. So no trouble whatsoever for all the teams in the center, from the likes of course, TUF to Skylightz Gaming to Godlike Stalwart. But on the northern side, we have T2K against the players of Magnus, where Magnus have been able to ruin the game for T2K, as T2K were making the rotation, but being on the vehicle gave their position away, and that in turn provided an opportunity and opening for Magnus Esports to capitalize upon. 1 elimination point will be added to the team of Magnus for now. T2K are going to have to be a bit more careful as they tried that Camp Bravo rotation. Not looking too good, but it is a-okay, as they still have 3 players remaining. On the other side, there are still so many teams who are working towards a late rotation. From the north, we can see T2K Esports. From Camp Alpha Island, we still have DEW sticking into the blues. Not entirely sure what exactly is their plan over there. But perhaps they want to be working towards getting as many first aids as they can, as Minjani spoke about in the pre-game segment.
Yeah, the heal battle meta. And it's quite like... I mean, D Warriors is one of those teams that I would like call out the last ones to go for a heal battle strategy. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. They are playing extremely late game rotation, at least for now in this particular map. And I believe that will allow them to move towards this western edge of the second zone quite easily. But from there on out, you can't really avoid fighting. Also, we did notice Rick kind of just running past the lads of Magnus right there. And I think Magnus, they might just try and go for a hunt on these lads in a few short moments, just to try and see if they can protect their position as well. Just shoo away the competition before it even arrives. Especially considering both the teams are going to be eyeing the compounds that are right next to the players of T2K right now. And there's going to be a little bit of contestation up ahead from the players of TUF, as you guys can see on the radar right there towards the bottom right hand corner of your screen. High Voltage closing in on TUF's position at this very moment.
And this could be brewing a lot of trouble for TUF, because from the backlines, High Voltage have a lot of control with the way that they're entering. Yeah. And for now, I mean, T2K Esports, yes, if they make that rotation from the north to get into the zone, High Voltage will probably be in the crosshairs. But High Voltage has decent amount of time to be able to find a compound before they take a fight. At the same time, on our screens, as we move ahead towards Agonxi8, a momentous play that was showcased from the side of this team in the previous game, with I believe 17 eliminations is what they got. A perfect display of aggressive force that the Pakistani teams did bring in the PMPL. And right now it's going to be Team TUF against the players of High Voltage, and it seems like High Voltage were not prepared. Oh, well, they were. Never mind my word, because it is going to be Team TUF. Assad, my apologies, Saad, who does go down. He chose to just go all out open, all by his lonesome, which in turn allowed High Voltage to just capitalize on that mess. And that in turn has now given the advantage to High Voltage because they know that a team is going to be waiting for them. And a perfect utilization of nade is going to be bringing down the players of TUF down to, I believe, a two-man army. Now, this is not what was anticipated from TUF, but a tough luck conversation is what it has turned out to be. At the same time, for High Voltage, easy picking as they've got 4 defeat points with no loss to their name.
Well, no losses, at least for now. They will have to be extremely careful with how they are looking to move forward in this game. The zone again favoring the lads of I8, even in this particular map like the previous one. And back-to-back wins might just propel them right inside of the top 3. So again, a very important game for the players of I8 who are looking to qualify and represent their nation in the PMGC. That is going to happen in a few short months. On the other side, the southern side of the map, I'm expecting a lot of action to break out over there as Elementrix have in fact collided with the players of MABETEX. Not an actual fight, but both the teams are holding similar positions. And the Warriors are moving in on their positions in a few short moments as well. But up north, ladies and gentlemen, Skylightz Gaming up against the players of T2K. Now, this is a fight that I think no one would like to avoid.
Indeed, and of course, for the side of T2K, they've already down to a 3-man army, so a tough conversation is what T2K are in store for. But what a perfect nade coming in from the side of course, MABETEX's Wally as he brings down the players of Elementrix. Vishal goes down, Yedaura goes down, and with that, the players of Elementrix fall down to their graves. From this game, it is not looking good for Elementrix because the numbers have dwindled down to just a 1-man squad, and that's going to be precious from the side of Elementrix. In the kill feed, we can see DEW have taken on a fight against Quantum Rage and will be actually able to eliminate. We saw earlier Quantum Rage were brought down to just a 2-man squad. They held that compound right across DRS for a very long time, but as soon as DEW joined in, that was not the case, as with that, MABETEX have been also able to eliminate the final player of Elementrix. Thus, we are left with 13 teams remaining. MABETEX Esports moving on along with a decent conversion for now. When it comes to the position that they're in, they are looking comfortable. But what all is in store for them, we will come back to that. Because for now, for T2K, the team that we saw rotating from the north, are going to be caught in a lot of trouble. Because it is going to be the players of T20 QWERTY from the backlines, from the blues actually, trying to get into the zone. So perhaps I said it the other way around. It could very well be T2K who could be stopping T20 QWERTY's rotation as of now, but it is a 2-man split that we are looking from the side of T2K. In fact, a 2v1 split coming in where one of the players, Sandesh from T2K, has made it into the zone, but the other two, Rig and Jane on our screens, they are still not yet in the zone. All they've got to do is hold on this fort for as long as they can and of course eliminate the possibility of T20 QWERTY getting an entry right here.
Yeah, I think they have pretty much already done it because we look at Voltrux just sitting there with 3 first aids on him. Not a lot that he can do. And it's not going to be an easy push for them considering they are going to have to go for an uphill battle once they actually do reach the summit and try and take on the players of T2K. But on the other side, Agonxi8 making things a little bit easier as they do engage in a fight against the players of Skylightz Gaming. So a little bit further ahead after T2K, the lads from QWERTY would have had to eventually fight against Skylightz Gaming since they are holding the similar position. But look at that. So we do have the zone taking a shift towards the western side, and all of a sudden Godlike Stalwart in an advantageous position inside of the next zone. It is going to be quite interesting to see how this is going to propel them inside of the game. But for now, High Voltage, Praveen I guess the spidey senses are tingling. He does realize there's a player right next to him. But does not know exactly where the snake is and where he has to shoot to secure the point. So they are just going to move forward and try and go for a head-on fight against... I don't think High Voltage intend to fight. They're just running around. They see someone, they try and take them down. And lucky for them that there is no backup either for Skylightz Gaming or for the players of T2K, and because of that, AJ is going to be there with Mr. Boro knocked out right in front of him. He's trying to protect his teammate, does manage to secure a trade as well. Mafia Ninja from the distance is going for a spray again and again on that horizon, on that summit of the hill, but does not manage to catch anyone off guard. Assassin and Malik are knocked out, but Jiggle, he's going to try and go for a revive. Now, this is the opening that T2K can work with. Jiggle, he's going to expose himself while he goes for revive, and one nade from Assassin. Sorry, not Assassin. One nade from the lad of T2K that is right next to them. I believe it is Sandesh that has managed to close in on his position. It can change everything, but no utility being deployed.
One with the nature. One with the nature is what Sandesh wants to be. Along with that, it seems like T2K, they should not have provided that opportunity. Sandesh, mate, you are going to be looking at that replay and going to be cursing yourself, because that is not what happens, and that's not how you take care of your teammates.
Yeah.
Now finally jumps in along with the UMP. Jane has already been brought down thanks to, of course, the perfect approach that High Voltage had. But look at Sandesh. He's in a Hulk mode once again, like we saw earlier, as he brings down the players of High Voltage one by one. And of course, is going to be right there to be able to provide the very important revival. With that, it all falls down onto the shoulders of High Voltage's Prabeen to be able to convert the points for themselves. A perfect set of that throw of that Molotov should be able to bring the points to him, but not going to be the case, because Sandesh once again delivers when it is needed the most. And High Voltage, well, High on Octane, they definitely were with the vehicle, but sadly not in the game, because it's going to be Sandesh from T2K, the final player, who's going to be able to get the points for himself and his team, of course. With that, he's going to be the final player remaining for T2K as well. He's got a 290-meter walk to to be able to get into the zone. He also does have a vehicle right next to him, but moving away from that fight towards Agonxi8. Now, Agonxi8, they do have, it seems like, information about where Magnus Esports are set up at. The perfect smoke is given away the position for Magnus, and all Agonxi8 need to do is just keep a close eye and check on that angle, which in turn could very well provide them with the points. But right now it's going to be IHC on our screens, taking down the players of the Real Soldiers. The Real Soldiers down to a two-man squad. Kilowatt goes down. Never mind that, Delta also goes down. Gyante is the only final player surviving, and the Blues catching up to him. With another 5 seconds, the zone going to be thrown against DRS's final player. So a tough conversion can be seen from the Real Soldiers for the Sanhok game.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy game for them from here on out, but same can be said for the lads of Magnus, and they have exposed themselves to the wrath of IHC, and in particular Godless, having secured 2 eliminations in this game already. Does realize there's one more player from the side of Magnus right behind them, and Dorlin, he is going to take Demo down, but after that instantly goes down to the blue. So at least he's denied the points to the players of IHC. Alex going into the blue to try and secure that extra point for his team. A little bit of an overcommitment right there, but it was worth it after all for IHC in that particular fight. There's one more player right behind them. That is going to be Zen. Faster as well in the distance. Could cause a little bit of trouble for IHC by stabbing them in the back. But we're going to have to wait and watch what exactly happens. On the other side, Godlike Stalwart playing with the advantage that the gods of PUBG Mobile gave to them, with the 4th zone shifting right on top of their heads. They have managed to hold this, shag these compounds under their control, but how long will they be able to maintain it, especially considering the players from the side of Quirdy, I believe, are closing in on their positions. Top, he does hear the opposition headed his way. In fact, I believe he did see them headed his way as well. He's going to try and inform his teammate, and again, Godlike Stalwart, I have to say, are extremely lucky in this particular game.
Exactly. I mean, this is unbelievable, the way the zone is just helping them out again and again. But now it all will be brought down to, if at all Godlike Stalwart can get the points started in terms of eliminations that they need to rack up at the same time, as it comes down to one of these, well, never mind, the opening that we were talking about will definitely be provided to the players of Godlike Stalwart. But at the same point in time, what about the other teams? I mean, we're talking about 11 teams in total that still do remain. Godlike Stalwart have the zone, they've got the compound, everything working out for them, but the other teams, they are caught out off the zone, they are caught out in the blues, and the trouble just keeps on going further and further away for them, as we do have Regicide getting eliminated on the 11th spot. 10 teams remaining right now. MABETEX going to try and take on shots against Magnus. They will be able to do so. Now, MABETEX is another team that is looking very good in terms of the momentum that's favoring them. They have 4 players still surviving.
They do have 4 players still surviving, but it is going to be tough for them to survive from here on out. Look at how close they are going to be to the blue. Plus, moving in from the southern side of the map, they will have to well, go for an uphill battle against the players of Godlike Stalwart, especially when they have all the cover that they want for themselves. So it's not going to be an easy situation that they are going to find themselves in. But on the other side, Uzum is trying to deal with a not-so-easy situation of his own, as he does find himself face-to-face against the players of IHC. Godless, he does see him jump punch and move in his direction, but Uzum deciding to walk away from the entire fiasco as he has his teammates behind him. So he knows he's going to be protected over here, but this is going to get extremely tricky for I8. They are surrounded from all different directions. They have MABETEX to worry about, Skylightz Gaming in the distance. This southern edge has gotten extremely crowded in the last few seconds, in fact. Look at that, I8 are losing their players as well. 17 players still surviving. Godlike Stalwart, still no elimination secured by this team. But top, I think, can change all of that they have TUF right next to them, neighbors at this point. And a wonderful nade is going to drop action to his knees. The finish is going to be secured as well. Godlike Stalwart, a surprise has been handed to them. Not a one that they were willing to welcome.
Indeed, mate, and with that, 5 teams remaining right here, where, of course, we do want to be able to see who is going to be the one who will be crowned the champion. Well, again, for just this game, of course, we will keep that in mind. We still have more games remaining for the day. But right now, for this Sanhok itself, it is looking like Godlike Stalwart are in control. But that's only majorly provided based on the PUBG gods and the rotation of the zone itself. But for now, they've not been able to deal out the trouble against, of course, their opponents, wherein T20 Quality is still brewing a lot of chaos. At the same time, Agonxi8, the momentum that they had in the previous game, continues on, but they're only left with 2 remaining and 2 players remaining from their side, Goost and Uzum. And with that, Goost is going to be able to capitalize on that and get more finish points for his team. As they do, it is also going to be Godlike Stalwart stealing their kill away, thus providing an opening for Goose to be able to enter behind Pika. But Pika, right at the nick of moment, is going to be able to just move on his crosshair. But he will be allowing Ghost to get closer, and the flank angle has been created. But sadly, Pika will take down the opponent, the teammate of Ghost.
This game can still go either way. I mean, TUF is still there, and if TUF is there, that means there's going to be more chaos. Knock secured by Joker, while the other player from the side of Godlike Stalwart is going for a first hit. That is such a smart move. The bait and switch coming in from Godlike Stalwart. Top almost getting taken out, but manages to survive. 3 teams remaining. IHC Demo securing the elimination point of Ghost from the side of I8. It is between the Mongolian Giants that this game will be settled. Godlike Stalwart against IHC Demo from the side of IHC, to be a little bit more precise, and he just goes and dies to the blue. Smart decision, deny points to the opposition, deny them the satisfaction. I believe the lads from the side of Godlike Stalwart just wondering, alright, what just happened? But ladies and gentlemen, apart from the drama, Godlike Stalwart, what a win! What a win! I mean, I think they would have been surprised that the 3rd and the 4th shift were on top of them, and the 6th shift of the zone as well. But this does bring them on the 2nd position in terms of the overall ranking.
It definitely does help them, secure that 2nd position. And again, they were kind of lacking in terms of how the other teams had pushed on against them or ahead of them in the overall ranking. And with this game, of course, going in the bagger, it is going to provide them the 2nd position. But yet, there is a big difference that DRS is still leading on upon. And thus maintaining that position is going to be theirs, at least for now. But we still have 2 more games remaining for the day. We've got an Erangel coming up, after which is Miramar, which will seal the deal as to if at all DRS position is going to be taken away or not. But for now, Stalwart, again, the Mongolian Giants, both of them, perfect game, IHC as well as Godlike Stalwart. Yeah. But before we talk more about this game, let's move on ahead towards that short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back. Hello and welcome to Pro League South Asia Championship once again as we continue on for the final day, day number 4 in the 4-day affair. Just got done with the 4th game where indeed Sanhok did go in favor of Godlike Stalwart, and of course IHC would just close up along with them as well. But definitely a big thanks to Oppo for making this all happen, and that much more is going to be spoken about right now because let's find out who the MVP is going to be. Godlike Stalwart got the zone working, but will they be given the MVP as well? We are going to find out in just a few minutes right now. But again, Johnny, mate, my prediction got right. What am I to do right now?
You've got back-to-back predictions. I mean, a hat-trick opportunity for you, Blotter. So I guess we do have to give you a round of applause. Because unlike me, who keeps on cursing the teams, you have proven to be a good luck charm. 3 zones back-to-back moving on top of Godlike Stalwart, handing them the easy win of this game. But as you were talking about the MVP, it seems like Wally from the side of MABETEX was doing the heavy lifting for his team.
Indeed, he was with 5 eliminations, 688 damage dished out. In all of that, he also was able to, of course, get 1 headshot. So, incredible performance right there coming in from Wally from MABETEX Esports. And we wanted to see this sort of a performance from MABETEX Esports, which in turn has been provided in the name of the MVP right now going in his favor. But let's see what the other players were like in the lobby. Of course, Wally does get closer to the MVP ranking, and again, viewers, keep in mind that the MVP ranking is so much more important as well because $2,000 are going to be provided to the man who's going to be leading that MVP ranking.
Oh yeah, and again, I mean, sometimes along with the money, it is going to be about the bragging rights as well, especially for these individuals. We've seen how much effort is put by these individuals to be consistent year after year. Assassin, I mean, is a name that keeps on returning. MABETEX Esports, Baron as well, has been incredible throughout the years that he has been playing, even in this game, finishing on the 2nd position in the players focus list. 3 eliminations, 606 damage right there. Assassin with 2 eliminations, but 600 plus damage dished out by him as well. And I mean, high voltage were very impressive, I have to say, considering that early situation towards Hatin could have just gone completely against them, but still seeing the players make it upon the top performers list is what I'm happy about. But we do have the match summary on our screens. It looked like MABETEX were the ones who were causing the most chaos inside of this particular match.
Exactly, Wally all the way through from eliminations, damage to the assist, all goes in his favor. Along with that, we do have DE Warriors Doc leading the charge of the most healing done, 2,210. Wow, he had it all planned and figured out before the game even began, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the brain was already making calculations and he knew exactly what he had to do to go for the win. But talk about the win and the winners of the game. We do see them on the 1st position in terms of the match ranking. Godlike Stalwart finishing the match with 21 points in total. IHC right behind them with 18. I8 also once again managing to make it to the top 3 with 16-point total tally. But talking about the leaders of the leaderboard, they find themselves all the way on the 13th position, all the way close to the bottom of the rankings. Just managed to secure 1 point from this game, and we did see after the game that Godlike Stalwart was sitting on the 2nd position. Lucky for DRS though that Skylightz Gaming also underperformed in this match. So I believe the last 2 matches, again, it is going to be very difficult to predict who will walk away with the trophy this time.
Indeed, it is getting closer and closer to exactly answering that question. But before we can, the 2 games will be the one that will be defining it all. Again, the lead for the Real Soldiers is still continuing, but it is being caught up. As we saw, of course, as Johnny did just mention, Godlike Stalwart was sitting on the 2nd position with that sort of a game. And if the momentum continues for them, maybe they might get to overtop, of course, the players of DRS. But we will see if that'll be the case or not. On the other front, for Skylightz Gaming, they're not going to be happy with that because they do drop down from that 2nd position. But right now, let's recap all the chaos that took place with the Oppo F29 Pro moments. And right off the bat, in the 1st minute of the game itself, we saw VENOM Legends just completely decimated from the side of T20 Quality.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Gravity was the key player in that entire fight, securing 3 eliminations on himself. And Godless, this nade on Cyrus, I mean, we did not see how exactly it happened, but in this replay in the Oppo F21 Pro moments, I think it was very impressive. He was able to judge exactly where the opposition was going to be, bait him into the position and nade him down. At this point, Godlike Stalwart had multiple opportunities to secure extra eliminations, and then the demo denial in the very end, I guess, was hilarious. The opposition was left questioning as to exactly what they were supposed to do there. And I think we did see in the player cams as well as to how confused the players of Godlike Stalwart were. But just so you guys are not confused anymore, ladies and gentlemen, joining me now, it is going to be none other than Fixes. Fixes, how you been? Did you enjoy the matches?
Yeah, I was with the chat, just being a keyboard warrior tonight, and having a little bit of a chatter, and yeah, just going for ham. But regardless, I mean, people were thinking that I was getting impersonated, but thank goodness. I mean, Blotter is not with us for the next 2 games because he's been having all his predictions right, and he could just as well hand out as the trophy had he been doing the next 2 games, to be honest. But that sort of brings us to this point, you know. You've not gotten any of yours right. I have cast so many games, have not gone any single one of them right, and rather I've been jinxing teams.
Yeah. I mean, that was the case. I did pretty well for myself during the PMPL South Asia, and right now I'm just covering for someone, so I'm just taking Necro's 2 correct prediction counter as well. I'm just going to try and help him out as much as I can. But that brings us to our next moment, which is prediction. We have to predict who we think is going to win the next game. So, Fixes, do we want chaos or do we go for the safe bets? That's what I want to ask.
Of course we want chaos, Sonic. I mean, you've changed. That's not how we're supposed to be. We want that masala, man. Come on. And for this game, to make things further exciting, I'm gonna go with DRS. And you know, the chat knows why.
I just noticed. Are you actually at 0?
Yeah. Sadly, true.
What happened there, buddy?
My stars are not aligned. That's what happened. But what about you?
Yeah, I'm at 2. That's not me as well. It's Necro. Necro is at 2. I just showed up.
He had 3, but one of those games got scrapped off, and well, the production got really ruthless. I mean, should have given the kid a lollipop out there, as he's under the weather. Of course, Johnny's come in. It's gonna be so much more fun tonight. And DRS, man, in Sanhok, I really thought that they would be going for that healing battle. I do not understand why they had to pick a fight over there, just, you know, being taken down. How unfair player station, of course. There were a 3-man team surviving out there, just made that rotation out all the way from down south towards that eastern side. Right on tails of IHC, of course, but seems like there's going to be a huge denture, because if they do not pull out any decent amount of points in those 2 games, and Godlike Stalwart just try and win this one out, we never know.
Since you said Godlike Stalwart will try to win this one out, that is going to be my prediction now.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are on that warpath at this very moment, right?
Yes.
It feels like we're getting to see those glimpses of that old Godlike Stalwart that we've known and loved. And if anybody can pull this one off, and who better than them? IHC also having just, you know, pushing themselves as hard as possible. And Erangel has been one of their strong suits. For Godlike Stalwart, cannot really say the same, but anything and everything can happen, because even Sanhok, nobody thought that Godlike Stalwart would come out swinging, but boy oh boy, did they do it. And of course, it came down to, you know, the circle just favoring 3 teams, whoever the circle favored in that final circle, and it was Godlike Stalwart. They capitalized on it, and now we set sail, Johnny. It's going to be that certain flight path trajectory, a flight path trajectory that has really not been favoring the lads of I8.
I mean, the flight path might have been against them, but I8, they have their own sort of way of rewriting fate and just making history. I mean, the previous 2 games are going to be a staple for that. Amazing performances one after the other. I mean, even though the chicken dinners might not have been theirs, but you have to think about the fact that they've consistently managed to make it into the top 3 2 matches in a row. And if they do that till the end of the day, the next 2 games as well, if they get a few extra elimination points as well, and I think I8, their goal, their mission is going to be a success. But look at this, Fixes. As we were talking about it, we have a southern flight path, we have I8 landing towards Primorsk. Now, I want to see where the zone is going to be. The Warriors, well, yeah, sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you know, the last time I dropped over at Primorsk, they had some early casualties, and I really hope they do not this time, because I8 have been pushing themselves really hard. And is this the time where we see that quarry circle and I8C come out swinging, Johnny? Because I think they kind of headed towards Georgia Paul, but I think they could take a second thought about this.
I think, yeah, I agree with you. They're going to think again as to exactly where they want to go. And maybe they just decide to just hold on towards that western edge of the map. But look at this. Fate has sort of worked out quite nicely for the lads of I8, because now they can play from Primorsk and stay safe till the mid-game stage of the match. All they have to do is not clash with the players of Elementrix. And I think Elementrix is not going to be there in this game for a little while, because that 3-1 split that happens every single time. If the other teams read it, and especially D Warriors have been reading it since the PMPL South Asia, it becomes very tricky for Elementrix to fight their way out of situations like this. Elementrix is one of those teams that plays very well when they are on edge, but they don't like playing to the center. The center does not really work out quite nicely for them. So it is going to be quite critical to see when exactly they regroup, and exactly where do they plan on regrouping as well. If it's anywhere close to Quarry, I think they should be okay. If they move towards the military bridge and try and block it for the Warriors, then things might get a little bit more interesting.
And again, I mean, Elementrix, if you talk about the journey so far in the PMPL Championship, it was those games of Sanhok where they really came out swinging, you know, had those position points going in their favor. But regardless, you know, having Bishal and Orange being two of the most experienced players in the squad, haven't really stepped up the way I really thought. In fact, it had been Yeta Uta this time around. And, you know, it really kind of makes my heart proud, because all these new players just coming into the scene and playing the way they're supposed to, just you know, showcasing their true talents. Even you can bring that comparison with one of the players of DRS, Gyante. I mean, he's been such a stellar find in this tournament as well. Every single time we come in, you know, there are few of those young guns that really step up and prove to the world what they're made of, and there are also few that kind of tend to crumble down a little bit, and that is where I can sort of get T20 QWERTY's Gravity into the mix, because Gravity, the way he was playing in the Pakistani PMPL, hasn't really shown 30% of what he's really capable of. He was the MVP, and now not even in the list. Sort of breaks my heart.
I mean, but to be fair, Fixes, the level of competition now is different. You have those infamous Mongolian teams joining the party, where and you are going to agree with me on this. I mean, the stats of the history do dictate how dominating these teams, IHC and Godlike Stalwart, were. Now I'm just glad with the fact that teams are putting up a much tougher fight. It's difficult for Godlike Stalwart. It's difficult for IHC to hold on to those first positions, wherein in the past they've made it look so easy to just be sitting on the first position with a massive advantage. Now they're struggling to do that. So I'm happy with that. In terms of individual performances, I think if we are going to talk about the region of Pakistan, I think one of the massive holes that was left was crypto moving to a different region. But I think that also sort of opens up doors for younger athletes as well to make a name for themselves. That is what crypto did, I believe, for his region. In fact, just showcase the kind of caliber the rest of the players have, and showcase the skill set these players have to offer. And now it's up to them to sort of live up to the hype. It's, I mean, I8 does it consistently again and again. But we have also again and again been on the same conversation as to the team is very, very aggressive. And that aggression does kind of sometimes catch the opposition off guard. It's just, I believe, 2 or 3 teams that can hold on in a fight against I8 in terms of raw pushes and complete 4v4s.
Yeah, I mean, for starters, Pakistan region really misses you and Ocean on the desk. A lot of people were inquiring. I mean, you were the ones who kind of started it all over there. But yeah, coming back to the discussion that we were just having, I completely agree with what you just said about I8, right? Because we have seen them perform. You know, starting off the PMPL's Pakistan week number 1, I felt they were kind of untouchable. The kind of lead that they had, it was just 100 points plus 150 sometimes. And then just out of nowhere, Magnus comes on, and towards the end of that league stage, Magnus were the victors, and by far good margins. But then again, the finals happened, and I8 sort of reclaimed their throne, went on to become the champions. But then again, when we're talking about Crypto's departure, into Unicorns of Love, and that is for all the good reasons. You know, being a professional player, if he considers that he can, you know, really thrive and dominate in a different region. Anyways, he's being represented. He is a Pakistani himself, and no matter what, I wish him all the luck. Even if he wins over there, of course, he is going to be doing it for his country, for his nation, and for himself, of course. I mean, professional players, we have to put food on the table, have to look out for better opportunities, but nothing really taken away from IQ. Now, I think IQ has been such a stellar find in terms of what I8 really wanted, and Uzib and Trinda were really, you know, in two minds in order to who has to be the one filling up Crypto's shoes. And I8, I won't say he's completely done that, but he's definitely on the right path. And give him some time, Johnny, because when he was in Quantum Rage, he was one of the most fearsome players in the league. And it's just a recent shift, and he's taking his sweet time to adjust. And with him in the team, they just won the finals. Now they're heading into the GC. So if Pakistani teams get a lot of exposure playing in the scrims with the global teams, you never know. I8 could certainly perform their hearts out and have a good, decent position in the global stages.
Yeah, I mean, definitely agree with that. Especially, I think, as you were talking about Aiku, I think one of the best things about him being in I8 is the fact that he does not need to be the primary aggressor for the team instantly, right? You have Blade, you have Ghost, you have these experienced players that are equally as skilled in terms of the player that they are trying to fill the shoes for. And they don't really want him to just be the same individual that Crypto was. They want to see what his style is, and I think that is they have enough firepower in them, in just the three players, Uzim, Ghost and Blade, that they can deal with anyone. But look at this now, Magnus Esports, we do have Rollin, who has in fact spotted out Fragboy in the distance, did go for a little bit of a spray right behind that tree. Fragboy did take a nasty hit from that spray, but he was able to reposition himself, so he did not get knocked out. Just avoiding that can be such a game changer sometimes.
Well, it certainly can be. Now, at this point, Team Magnus, what do they have to lose? And I think they can really go mental at this point, something like High Voltage did in the previous one. And I was loving them, but T2K really held their grounds firm, right? I mean, the kind of an engagement they got in and the situation, and they're coming out swinging, sort of putting a stop to High Voltage over there. Kind of broke my heart, but again, for T2K, I'm also really happy as to where they stand right now. But things have gotten so much more interesting, because right now we can anticipate our teams just going all guns blazing, our teams just going all out. But now the circle shift, oh la la, I mean, has favored the players of DE Warriors. It seems to have taken over that lighthouse compound, and Regicide also in that nearby vicinity would want to have control over the gas station. But where do DRS approach? How do they approach from over here? They'll clearly have to be just, you know, satisfied with having control, maybe over the 12 packs. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do you see Godlike Stalwart? They went to the main island and now they're coming back.
I think it's just more of a rather safer approach, because honestly, Johnny, how are they going to enter in from that eastern side? With so many teams trying to keep them at bay, it's much easier, you know, rotation if they kind of take over the bridge. But that being said, DE Warriors, they know how to take those fights, and especially Doc922, the way he's been playing. But hold on, we do have a fight around that gas station area where indeed he's been knocked off. Regicide have that advantage because they've got all their players, and Doc922, he's left to fend all by his lonesome, just creeping and crawling, begging for help.
What is happening to Doc right there? Well, I guess even Boss is trying to figure that out. He goes for a revive on his teammate. The slam is going to be there from DE Warriors, but they lose out on Nirzed instantly. Two players knocked out, one left standing. Boss trying to run away, is going to run around the corner, but takes a lot of damage and steps into the line of fire of East. The trades are coming in from either side, but Nocto along with Ashad, they're going to be the ones left looking for an opportunity to finish this fight.
DE Warriors, did they just blow this one up as another one gets exploded? And East 922, the last player surviving. Regicide is not going to cut any slacks in trying to push this one on, because if they get good control over this, they're going to be in such prime position of trying to win this one out, as East 922 barely just managing to survive, but with a sliver of HP, Johnny.
Boy, this is going to be intense. Nocto, no! It's a 1v2 situation, and Ashad just barely manages to clinch it out for a win. Regicide, they managed to survive, and DE Warriors, we did not think this was going to happen, Fixes.
You did not? I mean,
No,
I
to be
knew
honest.
it was going to be pandemonium all over because the Warriors with, Skylightz Gaming getting that lead,
Yeah.
they kind of had that feeling in the back of their minds that maybe their dreams of playing in the GC are shattered. What a Cinderella story have these boys had, but soon it's kind of turning out a little bit against them. But MABETEX, hold on, just when we were thinking that Regicide has the time to recuperate, MABETEX strike. It is going to be a whole four-man squad as Ashad is just trying to delay them as much as possible, has found a knock onto its Hershey, as Baron is also going to throw a grenade of his own, trying to just keep Regicide at bay. No more grenades coming in. They need to buy as much time to save Hershey. Nocto says not happening right now.
I mean, I do understand that gas stations do make you a lot of money, but these people are getting too violent to take control of one. Let's see. The Molotov being lobbed. No one is going to be caught off guard by the fire. Shad and Nocto just hiding in those buildings with ample cover to protect themselves from the rear. Plus, there's only one team that's going to cross the military bridge next, and that is going to be Godlike Stalwart. All they have to worry about is stopping MABETEX from pushing any further. And Regicide, I have to say, I love what Ashad has just managed to pull off. That first knock and finish with the nade has deterred MABETEX confidence in going for a push on these two lads. But from the rear, Godlike Stalwart, they are here. And Pika with the M24. I want to see if he can secure a few extra points with that. In fact, secure the first opening for his team with the bolt action.
Indeed. And we know his prowess with that bolt action.
Oh, yeah.
History is a testament of that. But, Regicide, if Godlike win this one out, and that has to be kudos to Regicide, just wiping off the biggest, nearest threat for DE Warriors as Pika's bolt action strikes. But the big question over here is, are Godlike Stalwart interested in going with the push? Because it could go anywhere around as VENOM Legends finally decide to spread their wings, finally getting to see them in action, a little bit aggressive as they've managed to secure this knock on Gravity.
Well, let's see. With one lad knocked out, VENOM Legends, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable going for a push up this hill. But Kabin with a few more nades being lobbed towards the lads of QWERTY. Just look at they can dish out extra damage before they push. That is not really going to work out, because as soon as Gangster goes to the other side of the hill, walks into the line of fire of Wolverine and gets knocked out. Plus there's a team approaching VENOM Legends' position from the rear. That is the players from the side of Magnus. So it is kind of a sandwich situation that VENOM Legends find themselves in. Not easy to get out of these that often, but Withdrawal knocked out in the open. He's going to get finished off. Frag Boy is going to get traded out, in fact, but it is going to be quite difficult for anyone to secure this finish. VENOM Legends, they've managed to recover quite nicely, but they need to stop overcommitting. Gangster goes down again.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, VENOM Legends, what do they have to lose? Nothing really, and have gotten in one of the substitutes, Kabin. I think I'm watching him play for the very first time over here, and clearly this lad has proven to be quite fatal. I mean, running a vehicle knock, that's impressive. But at the same time, taking a look at how the circle is really panned out, Johnny, MABETEX, they're enjoying the very epicenter of it. And Agonxi8, I really love their positioning, but look at 420 Boy, just getting a little bit closer, but then deciding to kind of back off as T20 QWERTY have different thoughts in mind. And Agonxi8's position, very important, very crucial, because they've got that entire forest area to their control. The only looming threat around them has to be Elementrix. And if you said Elementrix are as good as they are, then I'm pretty sure I8 really needs to watch out.
They are going to have to be extremely careful with how they move forward in this game now. On the other side, the Quantum Rage find themselves against the players of I8C. Not an easy fight for anyone to be in, but Alex is feeling pretty confident, goes for the push. T2K from the rear do help the lads of I8C out as they do secure one knock. I believe Goku was the player knocked out by the players of T2K, and that does make the players of I8C aware about the opposition and the distance. And look at that, Quantum Rage eliminated in a matter of seconds as they get sandwiched between two of the strongest teams in the lobby.
Oh, this is such a ruthless circle. It's turning out to be in the open just where we were thinking we've had enough. Agatka open circle and Skylightz Gaming taking such an important position. Are they going to be doing it? The same can be said for the lads of T2K. They've gotten that entire western area all by themselves, as Shane needs to watch out because Team Elementrix are right on their tails, and this is real genius coming out of T2K, trying to take control over the hills. If they kind of continue doing this, just sniffing them out and realize there's the threat looming around them, I think they would want to retreat, give Elementrix that position, because 2-on-4, that are not the odds that T2K can really afford at this very moment.
Well, not something you can afford, not something that you would want as well. Sandesh does find decent cover for his team. Out in the open, basically the middle of nowhere, but in the middle of the circle, and that's all that matters. Because this zone, it is going to make sure that majority of the teams who are going to be late with their rotations are going to be quite exposed, so it means they're going to be easy for the opposition to take down. But look at that, PK making that spray on 2 Kilo YT look extremely easy to control. DRS, one lad knocked out, Jarls, and he's out in the open going for a trade, and that is not really going to work out. DRS, all the players picked apart by the players of Godlike Stalwart. I saw 2 knocks. Where did the other 2 go?
Oh my goodness, Johnny. I mean, one of the reasons I picked up DRS, of course, I've been that classic jinxer. And I wanted things to go down to the last game, and Godlike Stalwart seem to have put their money where their mouth is right now. You know, these big brain plays, only they can have the cojones to try and execute something like that at this stage of the game. Being absolutely fearless, and this is exactly what is required if you want to be crowned as the champions of the South Asian region. At this very moment, T2K still just trying to find out that perfect spot, because it's going to be so much more difficult. Teams need to make sure they have their vehicles protected, because this circle could go anywhere. And in the South Asian Championship, I'm pretty sure you had a little bit of a glimpse of how ruthless the circle can be in those final few moments.
Yeah, definitely. It can be absolutely brutal. Oh, look at the game changer. Godlike Stalwart down to the last player. It's MABETEX. Wally especially had the M24 right there in his hands, but Apex closing in from the rear, I believe, was able to finish off the last player from the side of Godlike Stalwart. We saw them destroy a team in seconds, and now they are the ones who get destroyed.
Aye.
Karma can be such an evil thing sometimes.
Yeah. DRS like at you, back at you. Oh, actually he was just on the sword, just driving through this madman. But well, he's gonna address that in the lobby. And sometimes, you know, that is where you're gonna need to draw that leash. How on earth were Godlike Stalwart this oblivious? Of course that compound's gonna be capitalized or be taken by some team, and MABETEX could have just shattered their dreams with just now, you know, with just one game remaining. Godlike Stalwart barely have just collected, what, 5 points from this game? Now they really need to pull off a miracle. They need to pull out a rabbit out of that magic hat. And DRS could have that little smirk on their faces as I8 spotting out Legend Ghost. He's an absolute killer with that Mini 14. Does not really miss a lot of shots though. But is indeed the nerves really getting intense over here.
Things are definitely going to get more and more intense. 20-minute marker reached inside of this match. Just a few more minutes remaining for the game to come to an end. 11 teams, 37 players still alive. Elementrix against the players of T2K, and it seems like they're winning this fight. 2 players in the rear. Bishal takes a lot of damage, but the opposition was barely left with a pixel of HP, so not really a lot of options for him to pull off. T2K now, which is the last 2 players. Elementrix have managed to steal the control of the showroom away from them, and they've just only lost Orange in the process. Bishal is still there, Precious and Yetta along with him. But T2K Jane, it seems like, has found a few openings against the players of our HC. IC is knocked out. Alex is just proned out in the open, so he can't really do a lot from that position. The nade from Yetta should be enough to take the opposition down if it lands close to him. Let's see how this fight is going to play out.
Look at Rig, just playing with fire quite literally and figuratively. Almost about to burn as IHC wanted to go with the push. Oh, both of these players in that same vehicle as Alex comes out swinging. Rig. Oh, meets his makers and T2K, they're also deleted from the server. Now this leaves Skylightz Gaming in such a prime position. IHC still surviving though. Such an important game. Same can be said for I8. We're right out in the open. TUF right on their tails. Are they going to be spoiling the party for I8? Only time's going to tell as Finisher gets a knock on towards Edgar. As the trades are also there. Edgar still not just bowing down. Secures Zen as he falls out. As Skylightz Gaming just praying like madmen. And no connection whatsoever. But Skylightz Gaming finding some concrete cover just around that small little shack. Oh, my mind is barely processing as to what is really happening. But TUF, they're definitely in shambles. And Bishal, look at that spot. He could prove to be a thorn. Especially for a team like TUF at this point.
Let's see, 10 teams still remaining. As you mentioned, it can be a thorn for the lads of TUF. They have already taken a pretty nasty hit upon them. As look at that, how low Saad was. Joker is the only healthy man from his team remaining. Edgar in the back line just going to get up to lob a little bit of utility to lay out the pathway for his team to move with. But it's not going to be as easy as it sounds. As soon as he shows himself, he is going to take a lot of damage from the opposition. Thor as well taking a little bit of a chip from the blue zone. Does manage to push himself to safety while dealing with the players of Elementrix. He does find the opening knock right there, yet out in the distance. Has to be extremely careful. And I believe he has been spotted out as well. Thor knows exactly where he needs to shoot to go for the finishes and in fact stop the progression of Elementrix in this game.
Oh yeah, Dauda. I think he's connected those shots. Is he gonna make it through the circle? No, it's gonna be the answer. Play zone hitting him out as Uzum will have the final laugh in this situation. Agonxi8 again survive with just one player as one more gets picked off. Every single player needs to make sure that their bullets count, because revealing all that sound and high voltage, we know how devastating that they can be, knowing that their chances of making it to the top 3 have been bleak. Now going all out as Skylightz Gaming have Muffin Ninja already down on his knees. Nima cannot really afford to try and go in for that revive as Magnus just enjoying that central spot, but MABETEX from the far off fray could just strike in any given moment. Skylightz Gaming, that split sort of proving to be their Achilles heels at this very moments. They need the utils, but that's not going to happen as Skylightz Gaming also bow out of this game at the 7th position, Johnny.
Well, let's see. 6 teams remaining now. 14 players still left. And with... I guess this is going to be a fight with majority of the teams from the middle of the table representing, being present in the last few moments of the game. It is going to be quite critical for them to just move up the rankings in these last matches. MABETEX with all 3 players left. Baron, Apex and Wally. Hershey was finished off a few moments ago. Apex a little too early to go for the bait strategy with the vehicles being used at this point in the game. Yet from the side of Elementrix getting finished off, bringing us to the top 5 of this match. 12 teams, 12 players still remaining, I'm sorry, with the top 5 teams of this particular match. I8 still present again. The consistency being put to display in the last few matches. In fact, in the last day of the PMPL South Asia Championship. If they manage to win this one, I think that should propel them into a GC qualifying position without having to rely on the fact that the teams above you have already qualified.
Oh, I mean, at this moment, it kind of is...
I8 are already there. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, they've already made it, courtesy to the Pakistani points that they've earned from their league. But right now, it's all about, you know, the dreams of T2K turning true, and even the same goes for Skylightz Gaming. Such a wonderful chance all these teams had, but that little split for Skylightz Gaming could really come back to haunt them, as they need to really pray for a northern circle in Miramar next, and any other circle has sort of been like their vice. But for now, MABETEX, Apex trying to collect as much information as he possibly can. Imagine in a different parallel universe, Godlike Stalwart not engaging against MABETEX. Where could they have been had they gotten the chicken dinner right now?
Jiggle and Assassin, they were extremely low, but they managed to heal up. using the ridge as cover, moving to where Malik is, and even this position is not going to be as good for them as they think, as the players from the side of QWERTY were right in front of them, but they do figure it out, and High Voltage do manage to secure a knock as well. Waldrick's last player surviving is going to get shot at. In fact, not the last player surviving for his team, as he gets knocked out, but he has still one more teammate, one more opportunity left for the players of QWERTY, and that is in the form of Wolverine, who has managed to sneak inside the zone. So, top 5 teams again, 9 players still surviving as QWERTY have lost a few of their own. Wolverine is going to be smored out. MABETEX, Apex going for the finish instantly, but he's going to get finished off in the very next second, and the point does go to the players of Magnus, my apologies. Zen is right next to IQ, so he can secure an extra point for his team. Top 3, ladies and gentlemen, once again for I8. 3 games back to back, they've managed to make it to the top 3.
And IQ, what a game to redeem himself, this lad. A lot of fingers being pointed out on him, and he's managed to make it. Push his team to that top 3 position, at least secure those 10 points for I8. Very precious 10 points. Team Magnus finally just stepping up in those final few days. And they could have certainly done better. But as things stand, it is High Voltage's game to lose. Again, the South Asian champions of their PMPL seem to have crashed down after having such an amazing start in the SC Championship. But for now, Zen and IQ just lying in wait, as High Voltage, they really need to have to get inside the circle. With IQ very nearby, in close vicinity, as these Molotovs are being lobbed over, does not have any util to work around with. But maybe if he can sneak in a finish, Johnny, that is all he can get to try to get those points, 12 to 13. Or maybe even push in and get those 2 extra positions out of the top 2.
The problem is, as soon as he pulls the trigger, the next few shots are going to be headed in his direction. So even if he finishes off Zen, which I think he did try to go for, he is going to be spotted out. Now has the M249, the ghillie suit as well. Is going to try to go for Jiggle, but instantly gets dropped. High Voltage securing a High Voltage victory in this particular map. So it was an important game for them. I believe this is going to move them up further in the rankings, but will the push be enough to get them into a fighting position? And well, we are going to find that out in a few short moments. I guess considering we are headed towards the last game of the day, the production does not want to give anything away. Now, that was a rhyme right there.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, this is their time to shine, right? They're going to keep that suspense lingering around, which means no more overall standing for you guys. You've got to do your own maths, and I mean, if it's correct, good for you. But I'm pretty sure I got what I wanted. It is all coming down to that final game, Johnny. Not a lot of points now differentiating DRS and Godlike Stalwart. But who's going to be the victor? We've gotten us into such an impasse where it just could be anybody's game, but High Voltage just showing, living up to their name. But that is all it. That is all we had from the penultimate game. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is push for a short little break. We're going to be right back. You don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the short little break, which was pretty much short. I'm pretty sure you all are getting restless, you know, enough of this hiatus. Just get us into the action, have the final game started. But, Johnny, we have to proceed with the proper order, have to discuss about what really happened in Erangel. I mean, what I'm kind of trying to pick off is it all started with Regicide and DE Warriors just picking that fight, and DE Warriors kind of blowing that one off, out of which Godlike Stalwart really benefited, went on to wipe out DRS, and just when we were thinking they could contest them for that top spot, they get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that would have been quite difficult for anyone to predict, because it always felt like, alright, Godlike Stalwart are going to be the last ones entering every single situation, so maybe they're going to be the ones dealing with the most pressure. But turns out that is their forte, and after that first fight, I guess they just got a little too confident in themselves, tried to push for the second one in a similar manner, but the other team was a little bit better prepared than the previous competition. So, and I think even though Godlike Stalwart did get eliminated right after DRS, I think they still benefited from that. They got the elimination points of the team that they're competing against.
Yeah, I mean, now they're a lot more closer, right? I think they managed to accrue 5 points. And I'm starting to ponder how much difference could that be. And I mean, even that little kid in me is kind of getting excited at the same time. Nothing taken away from Apex. Not going to steal his thunder in those final few moments. MABETEX are, of course, coming out swinging. 6 eliminations, out of which a majority could have been Godlike Stalwart in that case for Apex. But as we take a look at the other players, Jane also just going all out. 5 eliminations. T2K, they're on a whole different mission of their own, as they also want to just try and push themselves into the global championships with already, you know, IHC, Godlike Stalwart and Agonxi8 qualified. Maybe they have that sliver of chance, but Skylightz Gaming were their nearby competitors, and I mean, they were holding off themselves for so long, but then that split, that open split, could understand for all the good reasons, but eventually kind of turned out to be their Achilles. Hills got picked off as the players of Team Magnus, they're also stepping up to the occasion. Zen collecting all those important points. But IQ, their Slad was just phenomenal with his survival skills.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was definitely quite incredible. Would have loved to see him be able to fight that 1v3 against the lads from High Voltage as well, but I guess the one thing he needed to do in order to get to that position was just get himself behind the airdrop, and I think he was a little too keen on picking that final elimination from the side of Magnus. So there are multiple pathways you can take to secure points, especially when you know that you're the last player remaining, you don't have your teammates available, and you know that you getting eliminated is imminent. You're going to try your level best to secure whatever points possible, and the sad part of that entire fiasco was that the point did not go to Aiku and his teammates. In fact, it was taken away by the players of High Voltage as soon as the lad from MABETEX turned around.
Yeah, I think, you know, at this point, IQ couldn't have asked for anything much more, right?
Yeah.
He was just that lone warrior, could have just, you know, given out his life just like IHC did in that game of Sanhok, try and deny them. But, you know, High Voltage at this point getting as many finish points, let's be real, doesn't really matter, because they kind of have given away the chance. But if they kind of go absolutely bonkers in that final game and just turn out with maybe like, let's say 25 finish plus chicken dinner, then, you know, you never know, anything could happen even for them. But this one game was such a builder for that final game, right? And all the viewers out there, just get your friends, man, get them into the stream, because I mean, it's been one of those rare occasions, because SA Championship, every single time we head into the grand finals, the final day, on regular occasions, it's been some or the other Mongolian team just dominating, and then it's sort of an easy one towards that end. Not a lot of masala out there, but this time we've got DRS right at the top, Godlike Stalwart right on their tail, and can also say IHC not really far behind.
Well, as you said, I mean, not too far behind, and I think not a lot for them to worry about as well, considering, again, from here they can walk away with the bragging rights, the prize pool, but the main thing that the teams are fighting for is the global championship, and IHC are also already headed over there. So I think again, their entire perspective is just to see, as we've been talking about the new recent changes that have happened in the lineup of IHC, they just want to go try and see different strategies, try and see how much more refinement can be found between the playing four that are there right now. I think right now IHC again is getting to where they used to be, like the old gods, if you will. That is what they're turning into slowly and steadily. And I believe once we see them play in the GC, they're going to look even better, because there is a little bit of a break between now and when the matches for the GC begin. But I want to see what the other lads are going to be able to pull off, especially considering that we did not get to see the overall rankings, and now everything has changed over there. I believe there's going to be a jump up in the rankings from the players of I8. The only thing that I'm thinking about is either are they going to be on the third or the fourth position. That's what I'm trying to focus on. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna pass out at this point.
So much maths.
So much maths. Too
maths.
difficult to contemplate. No, can't do that. Can't do that. I'm gonna let the chat do the maths, please, guys. You know, you were young. You've got sharp minds. I'm pretty much turning old. My brain cells kind of just getting burned from what's really happening right now.
We don't have to blame our age. I think we can just be honest about the fact that we're not really good at maths.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, I was a smart kid back in the days, but you know, sometimes gaming can just divert your attention and.
Don't blame gaming for that, man. You can't blame video games for.
Need to find some excuses, Johnny. Come on, you need to understand that. Could have just said that, yeah, even Ocean's into gaming, but he's a professor.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. But you know, right now. At this point,
yes.
at this very junction,
yes.
How many points could have been there? Is it some 10, 20 points? 25? Maybe even less? What do you think? Let's just get an estimate.
I think it's going to be less than 20.
Less than 20?
Yeah.
I think less than 15 for me. Chat, what do you think? Let us know. Yeah. Get yourselves, become the keyboard warriors right now, which you were destined to be.
Open up a calculator, go back into the broadcast and see how much points Godlike Stalwart and DRS have been getting for themselves. I think I do agree with you. It's going to be less than 15 as well. Also, less than 15 also means less than 20, so I would have won either way.
But it's Miramar happening next.
Yes.
And it's kind of really tricky because honestly, DRS have had really good games in Miramar. Yes. Especially with their rotations being so exceptional, kind of have adapted that Western style of rotating. Initially, I think back in the days, the OG days, where something that C9 were really pulling off. Don't know where they are right now. Kind of have gone MIA in the realms of PUBG Mobile. Sometimes those good old days. I kind of miss them, man. Like coming into the GC and them getting those top 3 positions, and then Quest sort of replicated. By teams, let's say like Nigma Galaxy. In fact, Galaxy Races, right? They've been doing pretty well. And then we had even Navi try to pull off those kind of stunts, and more often than not, it really worked out for them. But then again, when you ask about how Godlike Stalwart are going to be pairing off in Miramar, it's going to be so difficult. I'll tell you why. Because they kind of dropped down at San Martin, and this is one of those discussions that I've had with Necro. Whenever they're at San Martin, they are kind of surrounded from multiple sides, which makes it so difficult for them to rotate, which again brings up this, discussion point. Are they going to drop change? Are they going and again, another point really builds up. IHC, if you remember, Johnny, I think you were also the host of the first Asia Championship we had.
Yeah.
Zeus dropped in on Astro Academy, now known as Godlike Stalwart. There is that chance also. Somebody could just drop off in DRS. Maybe possibilities are there that DRS could also change their drop location. Anything and everything could happen. So much permutation.
So I think it's more likely that DRS is going to change their drop location than anyone challenging Godlike Stalwart and anyone Godlike Stalwart changing their drop location. I think that second one, Godlike Stalwart, is never going to drop anywhere else apart from where they like to go, just a little bit up of Hacienda and San Martin. But DRS, I think that is going to be interesting if they end up switching up their drop spot. It is going to change things for basically Godlike Stalwart, because now they have to reanalyze what they have to do. I think the reason, as you mentioned, that Miramar is one of those maps where they are either going to play like absolute gods and just finish the game with a lot of elimination numbers, or they do end up making into the top 10, but the elimination numbers are going to be, well, just like barely 2 or 3 eliminations through their game. The reason it happens is the fact that Godlike Stalwart, as we know, they like to play an aggressive play style. They do like to be a part of a lot of the action. They do like to take a lot of fights, and because they have a lot of options available around them in this particular map, sometimes they get a little too overeager and overexcited, and they do end up overcommitting, lose a few individuals in the extreme early stages, and because of which they are left struggling in the mid-game stages, do not have enough bodies to move around, and they get up getting eliminated in the middle of the table. If they can just hold their horses, if they can just be a little bit patient in the early stage of the game, I believe Miramar can also be one of their strongest map. In fact, it is one of their strongest map picks right after Erangel. Erangel is where they are most consistent. Miramar is right after that. And Sanhok is, I think, one of those maps that Godlike Stalwart would happily avoid.
And, you know, at this point, I kind of have a second opinion, because let's just go back down the timeline, like, let's say a year back, or maybe a year and a half, like the SC Championship, where, you know, there was a time when Team Zeus, they were nigh unstoppable, right? There was nobody even close to them. When we had the inclusion of teams from the wildcard region, and then the Mongolians come in, and again we've had Astro Academy also there, Zeus along with them, and Astro Academy just went on to win the entire thing. Now, Astro Academy, I really feel that they did everything right that Zeus were doing wrong back then. There was not a control on where to stop. And I think even if you look at how they've been playing lately, they're one of those teams that kind of enjoys those edges of those circles, right?
Yeah.
Do not really get hanky and panky with the other teams. If necessary, they take those fights. Very controlled. Something that teams like IHC are doing right now. They have worked on their mistakes, and now they're looking sublime, right? I feel that watching IHC back again in the GC would be such a delight. But then again, recently, Godlike Stalwart haven't really been at the best of their forms, especially Action, right? Because even if you take a look at the MVP list, he's nowhere to be seen. It has been somewhere down the line, you know, top, just kind of pulling the helm for them, and Pika and Scry also doing their job. Now, Action was amazing in those past few games. Now, Action had been playing that little bit of aggression that you would expect to see, because sort of, you know, Godlike Stalwart give you that reminiscence of how the old 4M was, like when you know, we had Swan just pushing in through, and then Sook from the backlines with that mini, and that is exactly that sort of a duo that has been replicated when Godlike Stalwart came into the scene. Action being that aggressor in top, says like, bro, I got your back, you just go in, and that is how they'd been dominating over the teams. It was really controlled, well calculated, something that has been kind of missing, that little dip in form, you know. With all these professional cleats, does happen. But this is the moment where he has to overcome everything and needs to shine.
I think, but it is not just about the fact that, alright, Godlike Stalwart, there has been a dip in performance from their side. I think majority of the credit of Godlike Stalwart struggling right now has to go to the teams from Nepal actually improving quite significantly over a very short period of time. The run that High Voltage had during the finals of the PMPL South Asia was something I could not even imagine. I would have thought DRS would have been the ones to pull that off. I would have thought Skylightz Gaming, considering they have done it before, would have been the ones to pull it off. But no, it wasn't even the favorites from Nepal who entered the tournament. T2K is the team that I'm talking about, because before PMPL South Asia began, I remember having this conversation with Ansh, and he was like, alright, T2K is going to be the next big team. They're just going to destroy everyone. They were struggling during the league stages. They came to the finals, and they did. To be fair, T2K played really well. T2K is playing very well right now, but they have been on a recovery phase. High Voltage just shattered every single barrier that was there in front of them during the grand finals of the PMPL South Asia, and that is how they won. So it was quite interesting for me when I came here and I look at the standings and I'm like, High Voltage all of a sudden went from a top team to the middle of the pack team. Then I saw who else was at the top. It was DRS, and that looked pretty normal to me. It was one of the biggest names in their region. We did expect this run. And since it's happening during the South Asia Championship, where we have teams all the way from Pakistan also involved, I think it is just a little bit more impressive of the teams of Nepal to see how they have sort of figured out their own play style, or a play style that sort of defines their region in its whole, as we say for the region of Pakistan, and to how aggressive the teams from that particular region are. That entire playstyle was defined by the likes of Team Bablu that were there back in the good old days, and now I think we did talk about this when we saw I8 for the first time. I believe it was you, me, Ocean, we were all there. Shadow was there on the desk. Blair and XV, our good old boys, were there during that particular time of the PMPL as well. And so we did discuss as to how it was a transition, a passing of a baton from Bablu to I8, and I8 are definitely doing really well for themselves. That is one team that I think you will struggle. If you try to fight a 4v4 against I8, it's going to be very difficult to come out on top, so it's better that you find an opening before you make a move.
Yeah, I mean, I8 has been having their own renaissance phase as well, right? Because after Crypto left, like, you know, IQ had to come in, and then even lately, Ghost had made his entry from Sites, if you remember.
Yeah.
We used to cast them in the MENA, and what a stellar find had he been. I mean, this one player in that first week was so devastating, had clearly kept the competition at bay. Nobody was as close to how, you know, good I think Ghost and Blade were in week number 1. But that sort of drives me to this discussion about Team Magnus. Now, Magnus being another one of those teams, now has a really interesting storyline. 52XH, they were the winners of the previous PMPL Pakistan. And then that team split into 2. And Finisher and Faster go on to join Magnus. And Magnus, you remember in Pakistan, they were one of those teams that were kind of in that middle order. And suddenly, now this is a star-studded lineup which has the potential to win it all. And they did so. Even in PMPL Pakistan's league stages, they were sublime. But suddenly, when they come into the grand finals, I8 step back in. So everybody was just pointing fingers. What has happened to I8? They replaced this player, replace that. He's playing bad. They changed him. Get Crypto back. Everything out of things were happening. And then they, you know, shushed everybody around. Nobody just had to say anything else. Clear victory for I8. They did that with style. But Magnus was kind of struggling. They just barely just clawed or scratched, scraped their way through into the top 6. But I felt, you know, this could be that second chance where they could have really outperformed in the SA Championship, could have shown the world, the entire SA region, and from the viewers that are watching throughout the globe, what they were made of. But then again, in those initial few days, they just could not adjust to the pace of the lobby. And one of the major reasons for Pakistani teams to kind of crumble in those initial few days were them trying to adjust and adapt to the pace of the SA lobby, instead of trying to, you know, take things into their own hands. And that is where Magnus, now look at them, how good they are, right? Especially when they're engaging in fights, those trades are coming in, and you'll be like, you know, Fixes, I just casted today's games and I'm loving what Magnus are doing. And I hope you could have said the same if you watched the games just 2 days prior to how Magnus were performing.
Yeah, I mean, situations like the situation that we have been talking about, wherein you have these very strong, performing star-studded lineups in every particular region, when teams like these start to get dethroned, not exactly dethroned, but when they there is even a slight hint of someone else performing, people do tend to just point fingers on the big stars, on the big names, that, oh, it is you who is underperforming, it is your fault that you guys are losing. Why not get credit to the other lads? Why not give credit to the new players who did show up with lack of experience? I mean, imagine how nervous they were going to be that they were going to play against their own idols, and then they end up beating them. So that I love watching these storylines, and I love following these storylines of new players. And I think one of the teams, as you pointed out, Magnus is going to be one of those teams that I'm going to have my eyes on along with them. I know it's not a new team, but we are seeing them here in the part of South Asia for the first time. D Warriors is the next big thing. I'm telling you, from South Asia, D Warriors is going to be the next big thing.
It certainly can be. I mean, the kind of storyline that they have had, definitely going all out. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a break as we have the fantasy leaderboard right in front of us. Riyasha Dahal, she's won it all. I mean, the team that she selected, they've got quite a lot of eliminations, especially Malik and Rick just going all out along with Nima. And Gante, not the best of the days, but has ensured that she comes out swinging. But Mishidorj, he's gotten close, has had 115 points for himself on a tie. But my man Angelo Matthews just missing out with barely that 5. And Erika, well, she's just left a little far off behind. But yeah, kudos to the winners. We loved it. Yeah. We love our celebs. But, you know, I'm getting so excited for what comes next, Johnny. The final game.
Well, maybe wait, I'm getting a few words from the production. You know what's going to happen next, guys? It is going to be the next game, which is going to start in a few short moments. I believe we literally have 100 seconds to go before the next game begins. Fixes, that means predictions for the last game for one last time in the SA Championship. Which team are you going to curse?
I'm not going to curse the ones at least on the top 2. So I really want a high voltage to win this one out. Go with a banger. High voltage.
Alrighty. I think for me, I'm just going to go with MABETEX.
Okay.
I think,
why not?
Yeah, why not? It's just fair to the teams that are going to be competing for the trophy. MABETEX is also a good pickup. If they actually win this, I'm going to be super happy because their stats on Miramar have not been that great, to be very honest. They seem to do really well for themselves on Erangel and Sanhok. But let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The last game, not just of the day, but of the South Asia Championship, is underway.
Indeed it is. And what a privilege to be on the desk right now. Brothers just making it. And now, Johnny, there's flight path trajectory. Well, fair enough for all these teams. They're not going to have any heart attacks, at least for now. Certainly sparing them. This time, I hope the PUBG gods are being merciful to the top 3 teams that we have. And you know what? We're just going to keep up with the suspense of who's going to be on top, who's going to win. But right now, the first thoughts in our mind, are DRS going to change their drop location? Are they going to be drop contested by any of these teams? That is what I'm concerned about.
Well, let's see. I mean, all the eyes are right now just going to be focused in on 2 names in particular. In fact, 3 if you include the lads from i8 as well. So it's going to be DRS, i8. And where is Godlike Stalwart right now? Oh, we do see them headed towards Hacienda del Patron, quite close to the players of DRS. Imagine Fixes. These 2 teams clash right at the beginning. Oh.
What if Elementrix just spoils Godlike Stalwart's party? That is also a possibility.
Yes.
I mean, we'd love to see that happen. But at the same time, you never know. You know, when it comes inside the battlegrounds, nobody's anybody's friend anymore. It's just your teammates that you have. But right now, T2K in real close contention with the Warriors. And East has already been taken down. Jane fighting with life and death. Just trying to keep himself alive. While Nerzed just scouring through like a pack of hyenas. Needs some teammates with him so that he can push through. But the big question is, are they going to get that cover fire? Yes! Dog 922 comes in rescue, comes in aid. And now suddenly East might just would have dreamt of getting revived. But seems like he's already been taken down.
Well, let's see, an early knock right there, and the finish as well. The Warriors not in a comfortable position at all. T2K, the trade has been made as Jane was knocked out from their side. So it is going to be a 3v3 fight from here on out. It's not going to be an easy one. It's the extreme early stages of the game. I mean, it would be... Even having a weapon in your hand is going to mean that you were lucky enough to come out on top of that situation. Nerzet securing the finish. So that's an even trade between the 2 teams.
At this point, you know, the Warriors, we know how good they are in this particular map. And the way this circle has really formed could really favor the players of IHC, who apparently have changed their drop location back to their good old days, heading off to El Azhar, and are in real close proximity to Team Magnus. And Team Magnus, from what we know, at this point, they're not going to shy away. But for DRS, they're also going to enjoy the circle. Would not have to really just crack their heads open trying to find that really weird rotations that they've been pulling off, which has really worked out for them though. But you never know. We've seen circles that can absolutely crush even the best of their IGLs. A little bit of replay of what really happened in the very beginning. He's just trying to show himself up while trying to push. You know how devastating this Kanuzi can be in those closer ranges, and recently, you know, getting that little bit of a buff, just trying to get a little better on those mid ranges, certainly did help them out, help Jerry out to secure that first knock. But his happiness was clearly short-lived, because right after, Dog just comes in and gets that knock. But this is what I was talking about. Demo in a whole world of trouble as T2K's misery continues, as DE Warriors seem to be taking them down one after one, piece by piece, and they are in tatters, Johnny.
Well, yeah, hopes and dreams slipping from the hand slowly and steadily. But it is not over until it's over. Even if it's just one last player surviving, that individual can manage to make it to the top 3. T2K, I believe, should have enough points to push them through to the next stage of the competitive season of this year. But on the other side on our screens, in fact, we do have the players of IHC. We saw them getting hunted down. Not them, but one individual from the side of IHC we saw getting hunted down by the players of Magnus. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Magnus actually do want to fight it out this early in the game.
I mean, Magnus at this point, what do they have to lose? They'll not even think twice before pushing in on IHC. But for IHC, a lot on the line. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're getting shocked, this is what $150,000 does to you. Especially when that first position gets 40,000, and I think 28 for the second, and then 18. So $10,000 is a lot, and IHC would want that extra cash in the bank, and hence the retreat. Just trying to play this game as safely as possible. Just try to respect the circle, and just get the chicken dinner. Maybe if they have good control over the zone, maybe that's when we can see them just going all out, just showing their inner demons. But for now, I mean, IHC, they're just going to try and wait, play that stalling game, wait for that perfect circle, maybe just wait for that curveball to hit, and then make their next strides.
Well, let's see what that next stride is exactly is going to be. For now, I mean, again, we do move towards the players of DE Warriors, who have, in fact, gained a significant advantage. The early drop clash again, for the viewers who missed out on what happened a few moments ago. DE Warriors, T2K, a drop clash happened. T2K have lost 3 players. Sandesh is the last man looking to survive, secure the points for his team. But in a circle like this fixture, so we do have the zone quite center, just a little bit up north of La Benedita. In a zone like this, I think the early stages we usually do expect them to be quite quiet. We have had 2 fights until now, one of them almost resulting in a squad wipe, but still the lad did manage to survive, and I believe the next one, it is not going to continue any further. On the other side though, I believe it is going to be the southern edge of the zone where a massive cluster is going to form, because we do see the players of QWERTY just moving a little bit south of Los Leones. VENOM Legends is still towards Impala and Puerto Paracio, just split between the two location. MABETEX still holding on to the city of Los Leones, and towards Chumasera is where TUF are positioned. So 4 different teams towards the southern half of the zone. If the shift is not upon them, if the zone just moves up north towards Hacienda del Patron, then I think there's going to be a lot of chaos towards that half of the map.
I mean, there are chances. I mean, this certain iteration of Circle has mostly shown inclination going towards La Bendita.
Yeah.
And Sandesh, how does he do all by his lonesome over there? Even I8 realizes that this is the perfect time. You know, the iron is hot, just might as well go and strike. But Action could have dealt with Orange, but can't not really disregard. But it is his teammates top that really comes in, and Pika gets that finish. Godlike Stalwart making good work out of the one player of Team Elementrix, and seems like we're getting to see the good old Action back in action. And now Godlike Stalwart, they've got to make their way in, but the path is going to be arduous, because you've got the E Warriors right in front of you. Team Elementrix right beside you, and one of their vehicles is quite literally on smoke.
Well, let's see how far they can go in a situation like this. Godlike Stalwart again with the trophy on the line. This is proving out to be a very intense game for them. DRS as well. In situation like these, I think both these teams would just prefer to actually hear those gunshots around them and seeing the players remaining now counter go down, because that would just mean that they are moving up the ladder slowly and steadily. But right now the map is completely quiet. Gyanthe from the side of DRS, it seems like has spotted out few of the players from the side of Quantum Rage, but they are a little bit outside of his render distance for now. As soon as they move in, I believe that is going to be a fight that DRS will have to win. No matter what the cost, they will have to win that collision against Quantum Rage, who are going to be chasing them down in a few moments.
Now, Quantum Rage is one of those teams that, you know, kind of was one of the most consistent teams in Pakistan. They did not win a lot of chicken dinners, but in short, every single time they had that third or the fourth position. And as a result of which, they earned their sweet spot into the SA Championship, and haven't really had the best of the runs, but pretty much would take a lot of experience out of this particular lobby. But as things are, you know, teams are just kind of trying to get as much as a good position, like the center spots, and high voltage have taken a really sweet one. Agonxi8 not far behind. I mean, they're the masters of this particular southern circle. We have seen them winning countless games, but right now it is all about that stalling game, because of course you would have expected teams go all out, but that's not going to happen right now. We all know it has come down to that final game. It just could be anybody's. DRS, Godlike Stalwart maybe could have a little bit of tinge of IHC, but I don't know. But the prime competition is between two of these teams. And if DRS get eliminated early on, if Godlike Stalwart get a chicken dinner with decent amount of finishes, then that could be lights out for DRS. But again, kudos to these lads. I'm pretty sure they have earned that golden ticket to enter into the PMGC. Now that is that bigger prize that I've been talking. Of course, being $40,000 richer will also help in their endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I was playing. Would have been so much easier to buy a car right now.
I mean, that would have been where you had to qualify, and having Ocean and I in the team. Well, I really.
We do have a team.
Yes, Mike Bleeders. We do have a team called Mike Bleeders. And, well, the credit usually goes to Ocean.
Yeah.
I was the one who coined the term, though. But, you know, for all the wrong reasons. And, I mean, imagine Mike Bleeders in a tournament. What would happen? We would just be pushing like headless snakes. Whereas Ocean, he's just going to try and get an Instagram reel for himself. Completely aloof from the team. And Aranch Dai, he would well be like, guys, why did you just go and die? And he'll try to get some survival points. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that is going to be the strategy, the usual one that we could go for, right? I'm just thinking, if we are playing, then who's going to be casting?
We got our boy Necro, even Blotter. We've got a lot of people who can, you know, take this and just carry on.
We can just tell them to hype us up the entire time.
Oh yeah, bias casting 101.
Well, look at that. Would you look at that, Fixes? While we were having a conversation about ourselves, because we are pretty obsessed with ourselves, to be honest, the zone has shifted towards San Martin.
I know where you're trying to get yourself in. And this is all so well planned.
Yes.
You know, the gods, I mean, they are real. Oh. At this point, Godlike Stalwart having that high ground advantage, they can certainly do that. But if the circle goes towards the Stalwart, could be a different story. But Ghost,
what?
Spotting out.
He missed.
Prabeen, does he realize? Has got that suppressor, and hence that little bit of stealth. And with Mini at that long range, you can just feel you're having a haircut, having no idea who's the barber. But for now, Agonxi8 have to really see where do they, you know, proceed from around here, because this circle well, they'll have to get inside the zone. But with so many watchers around the peripheries, it's going to be such a treacherous task as the Baron in real close proximity against TUF. This is going to be an intense fight.
Well, let's see how this is going to go for them, though. I like the fact that you gave that haircut analogy as well, because literally by the thickness of the hair is how those shots missed. I was just curious. Ghost should have been able to connect those, but look at that. The Warriors have lost one of their own to Gravity from the side of I8, and the push, QWERTY was the one who engaged that fight. It should be an easy one for them to close out as well, but on our screen, MABETEX find themselves against the players of TUF. Baron looking to go for a push. Did lob a molly down in the dip, but there was no one there. So, not really the opening or basically anything that they were looking for. TUF having the opportunity to just fall back and run away from the entire situation.
At this point, IHC even stepping things up, but we have another fight amidst Strollin getting taken down. And now this is trouble in paradise for Team Magnus as Faster comes in to aid his teammate as he gets taken down as well. But a little bit of a respite, get a few trade-offs. But Kabin, this player, where was he for Team VENOM Legends? Because he's the one doing so much for his team. Would have loved to see more out of him in this game. But Team Magnus having to have to pay a hefty price as Wolverine also comes in instead of Khan. As T20 QWERTY know what fate lies and could really work out without their IGL in this final game. But for now, T20 QWERTY having spotted out the players of Elementrix just spraying. Looks like a spray, that little tap with that SKS. But Kabin in a 1v1 situation will finally prevail supreme as he wipes out the team of Magnus, that bow out of the Asia Championship in their final game at that 15th spot.
Well, I mean, an early exit. Something that you would not want in the last game of the day, but look at this. I love this fixes. Kaveen, he's the last player surviving for his team. VENOM Legends almost eliminated from this game as well, but the man is smiling. That means he's enjoying his time that he has spent in the PMPL South Asia Championship. And hey, as long as you're having fun playing the game, you will get better. I mean, you also need to put conscious effort into getting better, but the man is already playing at the highest state, so he's pretty good. Now it's all about him having fun, and let's see how much fun can he have with the players from Team QWERTY.
Ooh, Gravity, one of those players, a star in the making. I'm calling this out loud and clear. Just watch for him in the next Asia Championship. But Sandesh has a different message for Voltrox, and that's going to be in an afterlife. But 420 boy realizes and says, Sandesh, not today. Message denied, as now T20 QWERTY have a next target right in front of them, and these are the big sharks. Team IHC right in front of them. Now they have to focus their strengths on trying to get that rest back on Voltrox, who has apparently proven himself to be their best fragger for T20 QWERTY. But Killer, YT instead, just getting that finish on towards AJ from Skylightz Gaming. A huge blow for Skylightz Gaming as they're also trying to secure that spot for themselves in the GC, as Mafia Ninja instead gets a little bit of respite, gets a finish out of Sirius.
But on the other side, Elementrix against Regicide. One lad knocked out. Precious was trying to secure the second as well. Falls back as he senses the nade that was being lobbed towards him. In fact, it was the Molotov. Oh, do Elementrix realize that there is death lurking right on top of them in the form of one of the players from the side of Regicide, who has managed to secure a high ground for his team. But running out in the open is not how you run away, Ashad, as he will get shot in the back. Lucky for him, he does manage to walk away on the other side of the ridge and does manage to stay alive for a few extra seconds. But how long will Regicide survive in this situation? 3 players from the side of Elementrix still remaining. Yeta is going to regroup with Bishal, or at least try to regroup with Bishal, as he seems to be a little bit further away from his team. It's Yeta and Precious playing together. Bishal in the distance. Yeta getting shot from the distance as well. As I said, death from above. Well, we call him Nocto now.
Yep, Nocto, another player from Regicide who has improved leaps and bounds, but hasn't really had the best tournament so far, and slips and survives. How does he did that? I do not know. But while this fight was going on, DRS seem to be getting the better out of the players of IHC. And, you know, the more they survive, even if they make it to the top 5, their winning spot is sealed. The crown is theirs for the taking, as Baz, having that eagle eye, spotting out the players of Team MABETEX from a distance afar, has that little bit of an elevation. Helping him is in cause as Precious takes that leap against Nocto but misses. Not the right edge, and will eventually fall prey to the circle, as MABETEX would want to secure that finish, and Precious is pretty much done for, as T20 QWERTY in real close proximity to Agonxi8. One of their players, Gravity, is already knocked out. 420 Boy and Wolverine, they're on a retreat, but now T20 QWERTY has all the avenues to spoil their party for their arch nemesis, but that's not gonna happen as IQ delivers yet another blow.
I mean, well, all this chaos is breaking out in other parts of the map. The zone, again, Fixes has moved right on top of Godlike Stalwart. But we'll come back to that a little bit later, as QWERTY is getting destroyed by the players of I8. We have Aiku going for the push. Wolverine extremely low, and in fact knocked out by the players of High Voltage in the distance. And as soon as Aiku realizes, all right, it wasn't me who knocked out the competition, he figures it out that there is threat other than them lurking nearby, and he falls back. So I8 is all again a 4-man roster grouped together, and their intentions are pretty clear. They have a minute and approximately 35 seconds remaining. They have to figure out how to get into the zone.
In the midst of it all, DRS, they're falling, and Godlike Stalwart, they've been graced by the circle. Oh, is this all scripted over here, Johnny? I cannot really seem to process my mind of what's happening. Somebody needs to push on Godlike Stalwart, but it is I8 right now deciding to take a fight against MABETEX. It's an objective fight, of course. They have to get inside the circle, and Wally has already finished off Uzum in the process. Gante being taken down, not a good news, as Delta and Killer Whitey will have to do it all for their team, and IHC know that it is DRS right beside them, and they're gonna do anything and everything it takes them to shut them down. But for now, DRS, Killer Whitey out in the open. What on earth is he doing? As Voltrox from the far off frame, helping out the players of IHC. As DRS live to fight yet another day, or maybe not, if Voltrox decides to go for them later on.
Everyone just coming together to take down IHC in a matter of seconds. It was like that one particular moment in one of my favorite childhood series, Power Rangers, where all the different form of Rangers come together to take down the League of Evil People, I would say. But this time it was IHC on the receiving end of an assault like that. 10 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 19 players still alive. Godlike Stalwart literally in the midst of everything, with 4 eliminations secured and all 4 players still remaining. Now they have, in fact, spoiled out, I believe, majority of the competition around them. And all they have to do is just pick up the points to win. And I think with where they are in this zone, Fixes, this should be an easy win for them, considering DRS are out.
Oh my god. This drama, too much to take. His stop has managed to get another pick. He needs to convert this into a finish, but High Voltage do have that semblance of cover for themselves. But the next circle again dictating, getting into the favor of Godlike Stalwart. They cannot afford to lose this one out. Not what they did in that previous game. Cannot repeat that. And Godlike Stalwart have to get their A game on. Still at 4 finishes, so controlled, not really overstepping, but at the same time having as much vision, as much information collected. Look at all their players, everybody spread out into different compounds as top, keeping on with that menace. With that mini 14, gets another knock. Is he gonna get the finish? Yes, he does. Yet another finish point secured as Stuntanatan could give one more out to top, as Goku having him spotted out. Top needs to stay alive. Needs to play that safer game.
Well, let's see. I mean, they have to be extremely careful. Can't make a single mistake. Otherwise, the trophy is going to slip from their hands. 8 teams, 14 players still alive. I8 IQ is going to be taken out. The last from his team. He gets eliminated. Quantum Rage, not really a great position for them to be in, as Hershey does see Goku completely exposed. Easy target for him to shoot at. 2 more teams taken out. 6 teams, 11 players alive. Quantum Rage still left. MABETEX is still there in the game, but Everyone is just waiting to see the name of Godlike Stalwart in the elimination feed. Doesn't matter if they are the ones getting those exits. Doesn't matter if they are the ones getting kicked out. We just want to see what the team is up to. But for now, High Voltage, Assassin, it should be an easy nade. B-Shot gets up to, I guess, give a clear indication to the opposition exactly where they need to lob the utility and where they need to shoot. But he's still surviving. Gets up again, and now Praveen using the UMP to go for the spray on. The opposition is going to be able to secure a very easy finish point for his team.
Just 5 points collected for DRS. Mind you, Godlike Stalwart have already secured 7. With where they are, they already have 15 points, and now they've made it 18. Are they gonna clinch it, Johnny? Are they gonna make it alive with just 2 remaining? Godlike Stalwart might just pull this one off because Skylightz Gaming, they've been eliminated at that 3rd position. Now it is a 2v4 situation. Praveen and Assassin against Godlike Stalwart, who are just about to claim it all. The ultimate glory, Johnny.
Yeah.
Just behind that one rock. But the next circle, Godlike Stalwart making no mistake, instantly heading off for one as Top tries to provide that quintessential cover fire. Would try to deny their entry, try to take their existence, their souls out. And this just could be anything happening right now, but they're burning to death.
Oh, I mean, not a lot you can do if you are one of the players from the side of High Voltage, but Praveen, I guess, proving me wrong as he takes Top down with a wonderful nade. Assassin also managing to survive. It's a 2v3 situation between these two teams in this game right now, but yes, Godlike Stalwart, I think they are not going to settle for anything less than the win in the very last game. I mean, talk about closing things out with style, having the opposition pinned down in the dip right in front. Praveen out in the open is going to be an easy knock for Pika to secure. Now just one more player stands in their way. It's action against Godlike Stalwart. It's action against the entire Assassin, against the entirety of Godlike Stalwart. Top was knocked out, action in the backlines, but now I think this is kind of very interesting because we don't see Pika being the one being asked to go for a push. But look at that, Scryer closing it out. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike Stalwart walking away with a winner chicken dinner in the last game of the PMPL South Asia Championship. But the question that remains is, does this make them the champion of South Asia? We don't see the ranking.
Oh, Godlike Stalwart, you beauty. What have you done? What have they pulled off at this point? Nothing short of a miracle. This time had to have that run for their money. But have they made it to the pole position? Of course they've had, but have they walked off with that crown on their head? This time definitely had to, go through a lot. And 26 points is what they've secured. 11 eliminations.
Ooh.
Is that gonna make it? DRS managed to get 5 points out of that game. 11.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just running the
31
numbers.
points, is it? Yeah, 31 points.
Yeah.
You just have 5. Now
they have 26 in total. The difference before this game was, I believe, 13 points.
13? Was it?
Yeah, I think it was 13 points. So, a little bit of apologies. I don't exactly remember which position DRS got eliminated on because I need placement points to make my calculation. But I know they had 5 eliminations in this game. But, ladies and gentlemen, I guess the numbers have been crunched. The champions of PMPL South Asia are Godlike Stalwart. What an amazing way, I guess, to close out the entire competition, Fixes.
Yeah, literally gave heart attacks to every single fan out there. But eventually they're like, guys, calm down. Calm down. We got this. And they prevailed supreme.
Yes.
Out of nowhere. No thunder taken away from DRS. They are amazing. We will see them in the GC. But for tonight, it is going to be Godlike Stalwart taking all the glory. All that money, that hefty chunk, that $40,000 prize pool. And I'm pretty sure we all know who the MVP is gonna be.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is... Things do look quite obvious. But, you know what? As you were talking about those heart attacks, yeah, I agree. This team, this lineup, all 4 of these individuals, like, definitely put a lot of questions in our heads when there shouldn't have been any. First off, starting in the league stages with the way they did, I was wondering, wait, what happened? But then they show up in the finals and they're like, yeah, that was just a prank, we were just chilling back then. And I guess the same thing happens in the South Asia Championship as well. They show up a little too casual, just rolling around thinking it's a walk in the park, and well, turns out it was for them.
I don't know what to say. It's been such a roller coaster of a journey.
Yeah.
Not just for Godlike Stalwart, even for us. Just when we were thinking DRS, nobody's gonna stop them, and eventually they kind of just succumb. But again, in #2 finish, $28,000 is where they're gonna end at.
Yeah.
You have earned it, boys. I mean, you deserve it, especially their first time coming out and just winning everybody's hearts. But towards the end, it had to be that experience prevailing supreme. Godlike Stalwart have been in this particular situation not just one, numerous times, even at the bigger stages, and they've always done that.
Yeah.
Suddenly just creating all that panic, forcing their fans to go on a mental breakdown, and then eventually just making up for it. Godlike Stalwart, being the ultimate champions of the SA region, walk into the GC with a crown on their head and $40,000 richer, and even top with that extra $2,000, I'm pretty much sure is going to be in his bag. Completely well deserved. Action in those latter phases of the game really stepped up to the occasion and delivered when it mattered the most, but nothing taken away from Scry and Pika, because when it was much needed to get those position points, to clutch it out against those teams, every single point mattered, and every single member of Godlike Stalwart stood their grounds and ensured that this championship was theirs.
I mean, things got very intense. I mean, if things did not work out how they would have, in fact how they did in this particular game, because the zone was constantly on top of Godlike Stalwart, had it gone a bit south, I think we would have been declaring a different result right now. So it is quite incredible with how they have managed to walk away with the win, but let's see where the rest of the teams managed to finish. We do have the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Starting from the second page, we have on the 16th position Regicide, VENOM Legends, Quantum Rage on the 14th, who have moved up a ranking with this last game. Above them on 13th, we have TUF, Elementrix on the 12th, T2K Esports on the 11th position, Magnus on 10th, and MABETEX on the 9th position. So these are the, I would like to call them the bottom 8, but the second half of the rankings. These teams have had incredible performances. I have to say TUF again is one of those teams that at any given tournament that involves the teams from Pakistan joining a different region, they know how to qualify from their region every single time. But I think it is just a little bit how their playstyle does not really fit into the South Asian circuit. That is the reason that we see them underperform just a little bit. But as we move to the next page of the rankings, oh, would you look at that? The 12-point difference between Godlike Stalwart and DRS was the game changer, apparently.
Oh, I see. But it's alright, they're still heading on to the GC. But T2K Esports, they've made it, Johnny, along with Skylightz Gaming. So a lot of Nepali colors. This time we're gonna get to witness in the GC, DRS Gaming, Skylightz, T2K, 3 of these teams making it, Agonxi8. However, really putting Pakistan up there at the 4th spot, just 2 points shy from Skylightz Gaming. What a tournament it was, but towards the end, oh, it just came down to single digits difference, and 8 points is what DRS Gaming was separated by Godlike Stalwart, eventually, who proved supreme. 120 eliminations, 144 position points, the highest chicken dinners. Godlike Stalwart made the last day theirs, made the championship theirs, but a huge comment goes out to, high voltage even out there. Just 14 points shy. Could have also made it, but it's alright. Kudos to DE Warriors, and this is where my age-old dialogue of saying, they're all learners, not losers. Everybody has learned something out here. Everybody has, enjoyed themselves, put up a show for all you viewers. So, of course, applauses to that. What an evening it was when we were all thinking that it's going to be easy for DRS. And when they started things off like that, I really felt that maybe for Godlike Stalwart, the stars are not really favoring them. but towards the end, they were the ones who had that final laugh. And yeah, you could draw up a lot of assumptions, you know, the circle eventually favoring, but this is what the game is all about, that luck. If it is on your side, if you have woken up on the right side of your bed, and if you play your cards right, nothing's gonna take it away from you. And the MVP, that crown, Johnny, top.
Yeah. I mean, 36 elimination, 10,000 damage dished out, and he did all of that in, well, just a matter of 4 days. Quite an impressive run this man has had. As you were talking about the individuals from Godlike Stalwart, I mean, yes, they have been very impressive throughout the couple of years that we've seen them perform. But again, this time around, they were given a much tougher fight in terms of how things went during the PMPL South Asia and how things went during the South Asia Championship. I mean, yes, the trophy is theirs, but the next stage of the competition is, I think, what their eyes are set on. The Global Championship is where the champions of the champions are crowned, and that is a stage that Godlike Stalwart are looking to conquer next.
Oh yeah, and they've gotten so close, you know, getting those top 3 finishes. And this time it's going to be so intense with, you know, the Chinese teams coming in, and then you've got Infinity. They're the slayers of the entire lobby, were the winners of the league stages, but eventually Nova did prevail supreme during the finals. But for now, taking a look at the MVP ranking, Gante, got a feel for this lad. He was ever so close, but today was a little bit of a collapse for him. DRS, the pressure really got onto them, and almost a 40 points plus lead was just given away, and Godlike Stalwart making sure they made it count. And even in that previous game of Erangel, where Godlike Stalwart eliminated DRS just to get eliminated later, kind of gave DRS that respite. But then in that final game of Miramar, that last zone shift, Godlike Stalwart holding that perfect position, and IHC just spoiling that party for DRS. What a wholesome tournament was it. And Doc922, nobody's gonna forget that 1v4 that he pulled off against High Voltage in securing that chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. But Action finally making his way in, and was not even in the list till today, and now he's just at the 4th spot. That is how devastating he can be. Never can rule this player out.
You know what, this is not the first time he's doing it. He did that during the league stages and the finals of the PMPL SA as well, wherein for the first couple of days you're just sitting there wondering, alright, where is this guy? What happened to Action? Is Action on a decline? But then all of a sudden he pops up and you're like, yep, there it is. That seems about right. So it has been quite an impressive day from not just Godlike Stalwart, and I have to say, alright, so props to the top 8 teams in fact, because DE Warriors, fresh set of faces we are seeing in this sort of region for the first time, and they've been very impressive. I mean, the next team, the next great team from Mongolia is going to be DE Warriors, right behind IHC and of course Godlike Stalwart. I8 have been bearing the torch for Pakistan for as long as I can remember, since Team Bablu took a step down, but I8 have been absolutely incredible in every single stage of the tournament. These guys, I mean, it is just a matter of time. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when will they be the ones lifting the trophy, and I believe it's going to happen soon. On the other side, DRS, High Voltage, Skylightz Gaming. First of all, it was so amazing to see DRS and Skylightz Gaming back in action, and they were just so incredible. High Voltage as well. The teams from Nepal did so well in this particular competition. I guess it's time to hear from the players. Quick day summary.
सन्चै छौँ हैन हजुर सन्चै हुन्छ कि नै
खबर सुरुवातमा त धेरै धेरै बधाई रहेको छैन अलिकति अपसेट देखिरहेको छु तर अपसेट हुनुपर्ने केही छैन एक्साइटेड छौं हामी सबै बधाई छ फेरि पनि हाउ आर यु
हामी सबै सन्चै छौँ हैन हजुर सन्चै हुन्छ कि नै
हामी एकदमै सन्चो रहेका छौं के रहेको छ माहौल के रहेको छ अपसेट किन भइरहेको मैले बुझ्न सकिरहेको छैन किनकि राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स आइरहेको थियो ठिक छ फाइनल दिन अलिकति सोचे जस्तो जान सकेन तर जसरी हामीले भनिरहेका छौं कि स्टेज सेट रहेको छ यहाँ भन्दा अगाडिको अनि त्यसको लागि एक्साइटमेन्ट बढी छ हामीमा त तपाईहरुमा के छ
हामीलाई त त्यही एक्साइटमेन्ट जिसी त अब क्वालिफाई भयौँ होइन अब आज लास्ट डे अब #1 होल्ड गर्ने कोसिस थियो अब त्यही #1कै कोसिसमा अब प्रेसरले खेल्या भएर होला आज हल्का गेम बिग्रेको थियो
प्रेसरमा रहनुपर्ने आवश्यकता छैन किनभने पिएमजिसी को रोडमा अब गाडी गुडिसकेको छ स्टप एट नथिङ भनेर पनि साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपबाट बुझिसक्नु भएको छ सो अल द बेस्ट टु द पिएमजिसी लास्टको एउटा म्याच रहेको थियो मिरामारको म्याच जहाँ किलरले सर्कल त पाए तर लास्टमा उनलाई पनि ट्याकल गरियो त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ कहीँ न कहीँ हेर्ने हो भनेपछि टिमबाट लास्ट एउटा प्लेयर मात्रै हुँदाखेरि के कस्तो इम्प्याक्ट पर्छ भन्ने कुरा त देखियो यदि चारैजना सर्भाइभ गरेको भए माइट बी स्टलवर्टको टिमलाई त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ साइड लगाउन सकिन्थ्यो होला डिआरएस का प्लेयरहरूमाथि विश्वास छ पिएमजिसी मा चाहिँ आगो लगाउनेछन्
इन्फिक्स केही रहेको छ
एजमा यो डब्लुजीबाट नि स्टार्टिङदेखि यो टिमसँग जोडिएको छ अहिले आएर यो टिम जिसी पुग्दाखेरि म पनि धेरै खुसी रहेको छु लाइक डेल्टा रुल्स पछि गएर किलरको एडिसन पछि गएर ग्यान्टेको एडिसन सो टिममा धेरै चेन्ज भए पनि रुल्स एन्ड डेल्टा पहिलेदेखि नै टिममा रहनु भएको थियो पछि पनि आएर एडिसन रहेको छ डिआरएसमा जानु म धेरै खुसी रहेको छु म मेरोबाट केही क्वेसन रहनेवाला छैन जस्ट जिसीको लागि तपाईँहरूको बेस्ट रहोस् भन्न चाहन्छु त्यही नै रहेको छ मेरोबाट एउटा सानो कमेन्ट
पक्कै पनि त्यो बधाई त रहेको नै छ रुल्स डेल्टा किलर ग्यान्टे सबैजना देखिरहेको छु फ्यान्सहरूको लागि मेसेज के छ किनकि एक्सपेक्टेसन तपाईँहरूको माथि रहेको थियो आइनो एक्सपेक्टेसनमा कहिलेकाहीँ प्रेसर आउँछ अनि प्रेसरमा कहिलेकाहीँ गेम बिग्रिन्छ कहिलेकाहीँ केही रहन्छ सो के रहेको छ फ्यान्सहरूको लागि मेसेज किनकि धेरै वाइडर अडियन्स हुनुहुन्छ जसले तपाईँलाई फलो गर्नुहुन्छ तपाईँको साइडबाट मेसेज
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर लभ एन्ड सपोर्ट है यतिसम्म माया देखाइदिनु भयो धेरै धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भयो तर हामीले अब एसएको टाइटल जित्ने कोसिस गरेको थियौँ लास्ट डेमा आएर टाइटल हामीले जित्छौँ भन्ने कोसिस गर्थ्यौँ तर त्यो हुन सकेन त्यसको लागि चाहिँ माफी चाहन्छौँ है अब जिसीमा हामी अब योपालि जिसी अब हामीले फर्स्टचोटि हो अब त्यसमा हामी अझै बेस्ट दिन्छौँ जिसीमा अब केही गरेर देखाउँछौँ जिसीमा त्यही हो
पक्कै पनि जिसीमा यो टिमले केही गरेर देखाउनेछ भन्ने हाम्रो एक्सपेक्टेसन पनि रहन्छ अनि टिमको साइडबाट त्यो फ्यान्सको लागि भनिसके पछाडि यो प्रमिस पनि रहेको छ सो वी होप यो टिमले त्यही गर्नेछ भनेर थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर जोइनिङ इन बोइज रमाइलो गर्नुहोस् इन्जोय गर्नुहोस् एउटा हेक्टिक सेड्युल यहाँ सकिएको छ केही टाइमको ब्रेक पनि पाउनु भएको छ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर जोइनिङ
Oh man. Yeah, that was of course DRS, Johnny. I mean, not the kind of a smile that we expected, but it's all right. You know, our heart goes out with you guys. Definitely want to come see that comeback from DRS for what they're known, and hope to see that Nepali domination trying to come alive this time, at least in the GC.
I mean, they've definitely won a lot of hearts. They might not have been the ones lifting the trophy, but they have won a lot of hearts.
Is this how the Gen Z does?
No, I think this is the new thing now. Yeah. This was there for I think like 2 weeks and now people have moved on to this. I believe in our era we would just go like literally this.
Yeah, that is what we was.
Yeah, we are old people. We keep it simple.
You're going bald. I'm getting even more plump. So yeah, we're turning old.
Why did you have to point it out?
I mean, these days, you know, we've got our own medical procedures for everything. Just need to make a lot of money in life and you're going to be set.
Especially, I think, I think you can see everything through my hair.
Yeah, that's how terrible the situation is right now. Yep.
But yes, coming back. We were talking about DRS and how incredible the team has been, the growth they have showcased throughout the era, especially after the lineup change. I mean, we completely forgot about the fact that the previous iteration of DRS now plays for Skylightz Gaming, for crying out loud. And they have just outdone their rivals again.
They certainly have. And, you know, that is something that Skylightz Gaming needs to understand. Just wake up to their senses. They've had a few changes in their rosters. Of course, Galzin taking that away, you know, exit, and then Mr. Boro, Neema, you know, the band of brothers again being alive, but haven't really seen that domination of Skylightz Gaming, which we really wanted to see. A lot of the chicken dinners did come in from the zones that massively favored them. They're really a good defensive team, but I think the offense needs to be something that they really need to work on, and we still have a lot of time for GC, enough time to practice, enough time to get some good exposure in those international lobbies. Really hope to see them playing all the scrims as they can possibly do. But that being said, Johnny, we are finally on that point where we have to, you know, say our goodbyes. It was such an amazing time along with Lakshay and our man Necro, who's apparently sick. And of course, Johnny, just coming in clutch. For Necro, it was a privilege again to, be back together. It's been a long time since we shared the desk. But yeah, if you loved our cast,
let's just
yeah.
end the show like this. Yeah.
How do
No, you have to do it the other side. Let's just make a heart and end the show. Like
Oh.
complete that. What are you doing? Alright, I'll just
I'm there.
do it.
I'm just there. Okay.
Yeah, this is a fail. This is not gonna work out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
just do
come
it.
on. We're just not going to do that anymore. But of course, if you loved us, show your support on our socials. It's all right down below. You can check out Necro on Necro and, of course, Blotter on Blotter. Just have to type them on Instagram. And yeah, of course, we're going to see you pretty much soon, I hope. Till then, you guys all take care and have an amazing